Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Please take your seats and turn off your cell phones. We would like to start.
In an age of noise and misinformation, our mission is simple and harder than ever: to report the facts, to bring clarity out of chaos. Haaretz has done this for more than a century, and since October the 7th, that mission has never been more urgent.
That morning was the first time that I realized how quickly life can turn into a battlefield. We were caught under fire, our cars hit with bullets. Still, I kept reporting, because this moment had to be witnessed.
I speak with families who have nowhere left to go. They are trapped between bombardment and hunger. These stories are rarely heard beyond the strip. If we don't report them, who will?
And then comes the hardest part, making sense of it all, explaining how politics, power, and history collide. That's why Haaretz exists, not just to report events, but to show what they mean.
What happens here matters.
It matters because this ongoing war has capsized lives, reshaped politics, and challenged democracy itself.
In a time when truth feels fragile, we bring you news you can trust and a commitment to free, independent journalism.
Herzlich willkommen, liebe Herren und Damen. Bruchim aba'im. Ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Welcome. We are delighted to meet you all here. My name is Neta Achituv. I'm a journalist at Haaretz, and I will be moderating today the Haaretz conference in Berlin. Woo! In these turbulent days, it might be more natural to speak about the fault lines and less about the futures. And yet, we must. To halt our discussion about a better future would be a surrender to the violence that already took so much else. So here we are, Israelis, Palestinians, and Germans, convening together in order to do something honest and very meaningful, a shared reckoning with what has been broken and a hesitant search for what might still be built. Before we begin, I would like to thank the many partners who have made this special gathering possible. First of all, Heinrich Bell, thank you. And thank you also to Compact, New Israeli Fund Germany, Brut für die Welt, Candide, Taz Foundation, Goethe Institute, Kiga, Givat Chaviva, Beit of Hope, and Principles for Peace. Yes. Thanks to them and all of you and so many others who have been working so hard to make this conference possible, we are here today. Before we begin, I would like to invite Matthias Pez, the director of the Berliner Festspiele. I said it right. We practiced it. The venue that is hosting us today. Matthias, please.
Thank you very much. Dear Mr. Ehud Olmert, former Prime Minister of Israel, still to arrive. Dear Mr. Nasser al-Kidwa, former Palestinian Minister of Foreign Affairs. Dear Member of the Federal German Parliament, Dr. Franziska Brandner. Dear Publisher of Haaretz, Amos Schocken. Dear President of Heinrich Böll Foundation, Jan-Philipp Albrecht. Dear further participants and guests here present and in the live stream of this event. Welcome also from my side and from the side of Berliner Festspiele to the Haaretz conference here at Haus der Berliner Festspiele. We're delighted to provide our venue today to the Haaretz Group and the Heinrich Böll Foundation, who are organizing this important international conference together with many other partners here in Berlin. It is the first international Haaretz conference ever in Germany. Such a conference fits very well into our house. Our program format, Reflexes and Reflections, which we launched after October 7, together with Saba Nur Shima and Meron Mendel, creates open and controversial spaces for discussion on social issues and politically contentious topics. Professor Meron Mendel will also be speaking here later today. Welcome, Meron, also to you. With new perspectives and voices, but also with familiar faces, events like today's conference keep such spaces for discussion open, continue them and deepen them. At a time when dialogue and cultural exchange are often under pressure, as are spaces for social negotiation and for the artistic demonstration of possibilities, at such a time, we at Berliner Festspiele insist on the willingness to listen to and approach one another, and we see this as the basis for our coexistence and our future viability as humanity. We therefore reject the political boycott of artists and scientists of any origin unconditionally, and we also live this attitude in our curatorial and institutional practice. We are therefore all the more delighted that such an extraordinary concentration of global expertise from civil society, politics, journalism, and culture has gathered here today, united by the common goal of opening up perspectives, deepening dialogue, and devising ways to build a constructive future. Eva Illouz, who spoke at the opening of Reflexes and Reflections a year and a half ago, is also here again today. Welcome back, dear Eva Illouz. And welcome to the Haus der Berliner Festspiele, dear participants of the Haaretz conference. I wish you a controversial and inspiring discussion, new perspectives, and an enriching day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthias Spes. And now I would like to invite Mr. Amos Shoken, publisher of Haaretz, to be our first speaker, please.
Thank you very much. Shalom to everyone and welcome to people who came to Haaretz conference Berlin. Sorry. Maybe now it's better. In recent years, the freedom of the press and independent journalism have been under direct attack in many parts of the world. That assault is now intensifying. In Reporters Without Borders 2025 Press Freedom Index, Israel ranking deteriorated materially. It was Israel's lowest ranking since the index began in 2002. The organization noted that press freedom, media plurality, and editorial independence have been increasingly restricted in Israel since the start of the war in Gaza. Close to 200 journalists were killed in 18 months in Gaza, and pressure on journalists in Israel increased considerably. Disinformation campaigns and repressive laws have multiplied in Israel, and pressure on Israeli journalists has intensified. While most severe attack has been on Palestinian journalists, we at Haaretz have experienced other aspects of the anti-press playbook that methodically applied by authoritarian regimes across the globe. In parallel with threatening rhetoric from ministers and pro-government influencers designed to delegitimize our work, the Netanyahu government is trying to undermine us economically. Its ministries initiated an advertising boycott and cancelled subscriptions to Haaretz. We appeal to Israel's Supreme Court on the grounds that in practice the government declaration amounts to an illegal economic boycott. In June, the court issued a conditional injunction instructing the government to explain why it should not overturn the government decision. The journalistic mission of Haaretz met in October 7th is one of the toughest we ever met. And during the 2 years of the war that followed, we reported in real time on the Hamas terrorist attacks of an unprecedented scale and brutality the killings of more than 1,200 people, and the kidnapping of more than 250 hostages. And we have continuously covered the suffering of families and communities across Israel who found themselves under fire from Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iran. At the same time, Haaretz has been unique among the Israeli media to report consistently on Gaza and about the dire situation of the Palestinians living there. We have reported on the hunger, malnutrition, death, and destruction there, bringing first-hand testimonies as well as on the abuses of Israel occupation in the West Bank, including settlers' attacks in Palestinian villages, forced relocations, and land grabs with support from the IDF and the government. It's really a terrible situation that this government allows itself to, completely contrary to legal obligation of someone who holds people that are not party of the war and the conflict, and destroy their lives by, and that's what settlers with support of the Israeli IDF and the support of the government are doing to Palestinians in the occupied territories. The Netanyahu government has smeared Haaretz as an enemy collaborator. They say this is the newspaper of the Hamas. But we remain steadfastly committed to our mission to speak truth to power. More than any specific against us, the most worrying underlying trend is how the Israeli government and other autocratic governments worldwide, together with their wealthy and powerful allies, sow distrust in independent news organizations. This, coupled with a surge in disinformation and polarization, diminishes the public ability to make informed decisions and hold power to account. In this moment in time, what we can do and what we will do is simple. Continue to publish everything that is timely, accurate, and of public interest. This is our commitment to those who read us and also to those who are reluctant to do so. It is the commitment that establishes the trust between a reliable news organization and its readers. In the same spirit of our day-to-day journalism, this conference today brings to the forefront some of the most fundamental questions Israelis, Palestinians, and international community should be discussing in the aftermath of October 7th and the Gaza war. I would like to thank the great speakers who are joining us today, the Heinrich Böll Stiftung, and our partners organizing this conference, and all of you who have joined us to take part in this crucial conversation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Amos Shoken. Our next speaker is Mr. Jan Philipp Albrecht, President of the Heinrich Böll Stiftung.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and partners, first of all, I'd like to thank Haaretz for the excellent and constructive cooperation, and thanks to all other partners involved that made this event possible, especially the New Israel Fund Germany. Also, of course, to the Berliner Festspiele, thanks that we can use your house for today's event. We have been planning and organizing this conference together with Haaretz for over a year now. The fact that the conference is now actually taking place is thanks to the efforts of many people involved. Today, however, I'd like to highlight the contribution made by Claude Weinberg, our former and also first office director in Tel Aviv. He played a key role in getting this event off the ground, promoting it, and bringing the various partners together. I also like to express my special thanks to Ofer Waldman, our new office director in Tel Aviv, who is doing a great job. He took over from Claude this summer and together with his colleagues from Haaretz and the other partners has put together a fantastic program. As Heinrich Böll Foundation, we see ourselves as a platform for debate that brings different actors together, initiating dialogue on a small scale, for example, via our partner organizations in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Ramallah, and on a large scale, for example, at international summits or conferences just like today. I'm delighted that we are opening up the doors for conversation and debate here in Berlin about political developments in Israel, Palestine, their people, and the region. A mature discussion between intellectual leaders, experts, and people who fought for peace and dialogue for a long time already. Everyone here starts from the basis of universal human rights and dignity for all people. This has to be the guiding principle for any future perspective. Since Hamas massacre on October 7th, 2023, and the start of the Gaza war, such fact-based debates with an openness to hear and consider each other's arguments have become rare. Too often, the extreme positions on both sides have dominated the discourse. Too often, those arguing for a differentiated look at the situation and for real talk with each other have been attacked and intimidated. When I hear that the Netanyahu government obviously is trying to frame us, a German democratic political foundation, which steadily stands clearly for the solidarity with Israel, to frame us as a threat for Israel, because we are not getting tired of bringing people together to find solutions for peaceful and safe coexistence of Israelis and Palestinians. When I hear this, I can only say this is an absurd view of the world. Alienating friends and partners of Israel, alienating friends and partners of Israel is a strange strategy to strengthen Israel's security. At the same time, I read the news about German Die Linke youth wing having a debate on their positioning on Israel. Reports were that members who were arguing against framing the state of Israel as a mere colonial racist project have been offended and threatened. Aside of the, in my view, wrong delegitimization of the state of Israel by absurd history policies, I cannot see how silencing the other side can be any way to achieve a peaceful society at all. We have to be ready. We have to be ready to listen again, to sincerely listen and talk to each other rather than judging about each other. This is exactly what today's conference is about, ladies and gentlemen. Even though there is now a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and all living hostages have been released, we are still very far from political solutions to the end of the war and the larger conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. No one in Israel and Palestine is safe in the long term without a political settlement of the conflict based on two states that exist side by side in self-determination, security, and peace. We do not believe in Netanyahu's conflict management paradigm. The international community, and especially the European governments, must remain committed to enabling and, if necessary, pushing for continuous work with political leaders and civil society actors from the region to find sustainable solutions in line with international law. At the same time, it is important to strengthen those actors within Israel and Palestine who are committed to democracy, human rights, and peace. The Netanyahu government is marginalizing critical perspectives from civil society and the media. This also affects our partner organization, Haaretz. And there is still the proposal to intervene in our work as political foundations from Germany by imposing oppressive taxes on our contributions to partners in Israel and Palestine. The German government will have to clearly address these unacceptable policies as they are, in fact, threats to Israel as we know it. I very much hope that this conference will send out a strong signal that we need serious efforts for sustainable peace in the region and that an open, empathic, and respectful exchange on the various necessities for such a way is direly needed. I wish us all best success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jan-Philipp Albrecht. And now I'm inviting Mr. Aluf Ben, Haaretz editor-in-chief, who will discuss with Professor Eva Iluz, a senior research fellow at the Van Leer Institute.
Eva is also writing for us at Haaretz from time to time, excellent opinion pieces. So we're familiar from before. And I think that in the past 2 years, Eva Iluz became a very rare species of person who could show compassion to both Israelis and Palestinians, and in return was cancelled by both right and left. She was denied the Israel Prize, Israel's highest civilian award, for her research and scientific work in sociology, because of her position on international law. And then she was cancelled by the other side because she was supportive of Israel and called to recognize the suffering of Israelis after Hamas during October 7 due to Hamas atrocities, which many people in the progressive left around the world were reluctant to hear. So how does it feel to be in that, to be attacked from both sides?
Does it work? Yeah. How does it feel? Great, wonderful. Nobody loves you. No, the truth is that I don't take it. I mean, I don't know why. In both cases, it was not a big surprise, and it was not really terrible either. Because I mean, you know, my friends who want to be nice to me tell me, "Oh, well, that's the sign you must be saying something right." I don't view it that way at all. I think it's the sign that the public debate is sick, that there is a disease, a pathology of the public sphere. The pathology exists almost everywhere. And the pathology is, I would characterize it as the disappearance of the kind of universalist intellectual that existed in the past. And it looks like today intellectuals feel the need to represent a tribe and one group, as opposed to do the hard work of figuring out what is happening without a priori membership into a group. So I think that's the pathology I am, in a way, I am victim of.
So let's elaborate a little bit about your positions on either side. I mean, you criticized the nationalist government in Israel even before the war, and you argued that the way the government or authoritarian or wannabe authoritarian regimes are attacking their own people was one of the reasons for the ignorance and total collapse of the system on October 7. And as we see this drive towards authoritarianism in Israel is now raging in full speed.
So I think in a way that Israeli leaders today don't understand. It seems to me don't understand that Israel differs from other countries in the sense that it is caught between very many different constraints and imperatives. There is a very complex world system in which it is embedded. So, for example, the dependence of Israel to the United States means that When 20 years ago Netanyahu actually decided fairly deliberately to ignore the needs of liberal Jews by, for example, not recognizing the group Neshot HaKotel, or because the ultra-Orthodox rabbis did not recognize the conversions that were done in the United States. Added to that, there was a deliberate move to the evangelical movement. So there was a kind of extraordinary blindness which we saw in fact just yesterday, in my opinion, with the outcome of the vote in New York City, with many Jews now feeling completely alienated by Israel. Now, in hindsight, what you can say is that even if you're waging a very complex war, and there is no doubt that the military situation of Israel is super complex because it has so many different fronts, and we saw that since October 7th. We saw those many fronts that Israel was trying to deal with. But even more complex is actually the international opinion, public opinion. So we can say there have been two wars, in fact, going on since October 7th. There has been a military war, which has wreaked disproportionate havoc on the Palestinian population, on the one hand, and there has been an ideological war which has been waged in Europe and in the United States. The first war has been, or seems to be, more or less won for now. The second war has been entirely lost. And it has been entirely lost, I believe, for Israel, of course. It has been entirely lost for Israel. So we have two different wars, one military, one ideological. Israel has completely lost the ideological war, and it has not lost it just by chance. It is because it does not understand. I go back to my point about the complex world system in which Israel is embedded.
So you're saying that Israel, or the current Israeli leadership, Prime Minister Netanyahu, has deliberately alienated liberals among the Jewish communities around the world, and especially in the United States, but liberals in general. But you also argue that there is kind of latent anti-Semitism that is now what you call virtuous anti-Semitism.
Yes, by the way, just before I answer that point, I would say that Netanyahu has done even worse than alienating the liberal Jews. He has cozied up to the anti-Semites. He has cozied up to the extreme right in the United States. And now we see what is this extreme right. Tucker Carlson interviewing Nick Fuentes, Trump hosting Ye at the White House. These are two, they're not anti-Semitic, they are Hitlerian. These two people are Hitlerian. So, and if you want, when you think about the conference that was organized in Israel just a few months ago with the leaders of the extreme right-wing parties of Europe, so Israel has contributed, not Israel, sorry, this leadership has contributed in many ways to legitimize, in a way, these anti-Semitic leaders. So for me, it's a double crime. Okay, so I just wanted to complete this thought before I answer your... Oh, unless you want...
But then the critics of Israel from the left, who you called virtuous anti-Semites, they don't share exactly Nick Fuentes or Ye's views, and they come from a very different point of view all over.
So, yeah, so in parallel to the resurgence of an extremely vicious anti-Semitism on the extreme right, there is a different kind of anti-Semitism, I think, anti-Semitism on the left, which is much more confused. It is much more difficult to decipher it. That anti-Semitism hides itself, in my opinion, or is wrapped into a anti-colonialist rhetoric. Now, we should have the discussion as to whether Israel is or was or wasn't a colonialist project. That discussion should be had. But when it is accompanied by so much boycotting, ostracism, and mostly it has been accompanied not by a critique of the Israel policies, but with an essentialization and demonization of the entity that is Israel, and with a negation, ultimately, of the right of Jews to have a country of their own. So the reason why the debate has been so extraordinarily confusing and difficult is that both sides are actually you have three sides, actually. I said both, but you have three sides. You have what the Israeli government is doing. You have the extreme right, Trump, which sometimes looks as if he was defending the Jews, and sometimes is very nice to Hitlerian people. And you have the extreme left. So I don't think the Jews have been as lonely. I mean, the liberal social democrat Jews who believe in human rights, who believe in international law, I don't think we have been ever so lonely and so at a loss to make our voices heard in this debate. It is completely trapped from all sides.
But how can you draw the line? And that's a question that is often debated in our pages. How can you draw the line between legitimate criticism of what Israel does, especially in Gaza and the West Bank, or even towards its own Palestinian citizens, and between pure, simple, old-style anti-Semitism? Well,
first of all, I think it's difficult to... I don't think it's old style. I think it's a new style, anti-Semitism, actually. So, for example, we can debate about it, but it seems to me that when on October 8th you had petitions circulating at Harvard by students' organizations accusing Israel of the crimes they had just been victim of, there was immediately a kind of moral inversion that took place. There was a denial of even the violence against women by very respected figures like Judith Butler, Angela Davis. Today I had the news that a former professor at Hebrew University, her name is Shalhub Kevorkian, is teaching a course in Princeton about the genocide and about the fact that there was no violence against women. It's negationism. But what is happening today is that both sides are accusing each other of negationism. Only that this negationism that I'm talking about took place immediately at the beginning. There was as if, the categories you had available could not humanize the Jewish victims. There was nothing in the world that could have prevented somebody from the left to recognize that the operation of the Hamas was an act of terror, was an act of invasion of territory. In my opinion, there was nothing that could have prevented you from doing that, and at the same time, then launch a critique of Israel's policy. It is no longer, I think, the reason why many of us in the world today feel completely mystified by the language of the left. It's no longer about criticizing Israel. It's no longer even about peace. I mean, there has been a lot of talk about the peace. I don't think many people on the left want peace. They no longer want peace. What they want is, I'm not even sure exactly how they would formulate it, but it is a discourse of hatred. It is a discourse that wants to negate the presence, the Jewish presence in Palestine. It is, it has espoused, if you want, the point of view of the most radical faction of Palestinians. That is what is so strange. What is so strange is that there are many moderate Palestinians who do not call for the disappearance of Israel, who actually are, who really do want peace and a two-state, and that is not the position of many on the left.
And you feel that they are silenced by people who are pretending to be pro-Palestine, but in fact just encourage the more extremist parts of the Palestinian society?
I don't know if they're silenced. What I think is that the left, the progressive lefts, when I say the progressive left, I want to give just a concrete example. The Dyke March in New York in August 2025 had kind of manifesto, and the manifesto mentioned that the first issue that needed to be resolved in the world was the Israel-Palestine issue, not global warming, not the rise of the extreme right all over the world, not the catastrophe in Sudan, nothing of that, only the Israel-Palestinian issue. So this extreme left, in my opinion, or this progressive left, does not contribute to, does not contribute ultimately to Palestinians. Why? Because I think it radicalizes probably the Israelis, and you can understand why. It's not absurd. It confirms Netanyahu's main strategy, which has always been to say, we are alone against a very tough and aggressive and anti-Semitic world. It also makes the extreme right, the Israeli extreme right, instrumentalization of anti-Semitism much more plausible, much more believable, actually. So for that, and which means it actually hardens everybody's position. So what we have lost in this conflict on October 7th, there is a sense that we have lost those bridges, those intermediaries, those voices which were able to go from one camp to another. And so there is now a radical face-off of two groups and a sense that it's either you or me. I will either kill you or you will kill me.
Yeah, just like many people in the Israeli right wing have been saying that there were no innocents in Gaza. But going back home to Israel, what do you see as the prospect, or how to pose an alternative, a credible alternative to the Netanyahu government, who's even if it's polarizing the country, many of its positions and policies, especially during the escalation and the multi-front part of the war with Iran and Lebanon and so on, have been very popular.
So listen, first of all, I don't know. I mean, the best minds have asked these questions, and I don't think anybody has a clear answer. I do think, though, the moderate Palestinian voices, both in the Palestinian territories and outside, must come out and be much more forceful in their discourse. That's one thing. I think once Israelis hear them, I don't need to tell you that, but maybe some of the people sitting here don't understand how scared Israelis are. And that may sound obscene to some of you, because what you see from Israel is this super military power. You do not see the layers on layers on layers of fear and sheer terror that this super military power rests on. So I think, and even though I am aware that the Palestinians are the weak side here and the Israelis are the strong side, but I think that as long as Israelis do not hear those moderate voices which want to reconstruct their society and which are determined not to wipe out Israel from the map, then I think it will be very difficult to move the Israeli public, for now at least. Then I think, I believe very strongly in building coalitions between Jews and Arabs in Israel and outside of Israel. I don't think there is any other way, just building very strong political coalitions between the two. But honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, but the fear in Israel, at least among Israeli liberals, it might be the hope of the right wing, is that we're approaching an election that might be the last free election in Israel, and even that election might be undermined by the multi-front effort of the Netanyahu government to undermine any independent institution in the country: the judiciary, the media, academia, civil servants, security chiefs, etc., and turn them into stooges and just parrots of Netanyahu and his government.
So listen, I don't. Again, I don't have a crystal ball, but the authoritarianism 2.0 exists extremely well within electoral democracies. That's what Trump is doing. I don't think, and you look at Orban and you look at many places, this is how it is happening today. You keep the shell and you empty it of content. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think Israelis will do it differently. They will do it they will do the authoritarianism as it is practiced today in the world, that is by keeping the elections. In a way, I wish they canceled the elections, because I believe, but maybe I'm self-deluding myself, I believe this would be a tipping point. Up until now, many people wondered why there wasn't a much more dramatic revolution in the street, although it has been
There was before the war, but clearly
right.
the fears and anxieties following October 7, war fatigue, combined with the police brutality, and the obvious lack of leadership on the other side. So the mass protest movement, and the return of the hostages, which was obviously the best news for Israelis throughout the war. But the only issue during the war that drew people to the street for anti-government protests was bring them home now. And now that they're home, this protest is lagging behind.
No, you're right. But I'm also French. I'm Franco-Israeli. And, you tell the French that you want to change their retirement benefits and do them 2 years later, and the French just stop the country. And we are talking here about something much more dramatic. And yet, the Histadrut, the main union, didn't stop the country.
Now its leaders are under arrest because of corruption charges or whatever.
So I believe if you suspended elections, that would be a tipping point, but who knows?
Tipping point, and after which, for domestic protests, for external pressure on Israel to change its course, tipping point leading to what?
Listen, I don't think Israel can continue for a very long time this way. I think the world is closing down on Israel, and I believe the United States will not always provide the help it is giving today, either on the extreme right or on the left. It is much more questioned today. So I think when it becomes clear that American help will be either withdrawn or heavily conditioned, there will not be any choice but change. But what I'm saying, I guess, and what many people think, is that the change has to come also from outside pressure.
Well, with that prophecy, I'd like to thank you and for an excellent conversation. And as always, I wish to see your pieces in Haaretz pages.
Thank you, Alf Ben and Eva Iluz. Now, Jürgen Hart was supposed to arrive. He sends his apologies. He won't be able to arrive. Instead, we're getting our first panel discussion. Esther Salomon, editor-in-chief of Haaretz English, will open with her panel Participants.
Yes. So. Okay, lovely. Well, I'm not sure. It doesn't work. Yes, it's on. Excellent. Right. Welcome to this panel on the day after a new political horizon. First of all, let me introduce our panelists. Here on my right, Bente Schiller, head of the Middle East and North Africa division of the Heinrich Böll Foundation. Previously, she headed the foundation's office in Beirut, and before that in Afghanistan. She was a political advisor at the German embassy in Damascus, and she is a Marshall Memorial Fellow of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. Hiba Kassas was born in Nablus. She is the founder and executive director of the Geneva-based Principles for Peace, which was established in the aftermath of October the 7th, and brings together business leaders, former military officers, politicians, and advisors from across the Middle East and the Israeli-Palestinian divide. She is also the convener of the Uniting for a Shared Future coalition. Previously, she worked at the United Nations for 17 years, in the headquarters of the UN and in Iraq and Jerusalem, and headed the UN Women's Humanitarian Action and Crisis Response Office. Eran Etzion is the former deputy head of Israel's National Security Council and policy planning chief at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He participated in peace negotiations with the Palestinians and Syria, helped plan Israel's 2005 disengagement from Gaza, and was point person for Israel's strategic dialogue with the US. He's also a fellow at MITVIM, the Israeli Institute for Regional Foreign Policies, and a non-resident scholar at the Middle East Institute. Hiba, I'll start with you. After 2 long and terrible years, there's now a fragile ceasefire in Gaza. What can you tell us about your work building a coalition to seed and sustain peace, and the biggest opportunities and challenges you think that we face?
Thank you very much, Esther, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm a big fan of Haaretz, and I always follow it, so it's a pleasure to be with you today. Look, I'll start from a very basic fact. What that brought actually many of us Israelis and Palestinian pragmatists and realists who believe in possibility together. And to my right is one of them, because Eran and I have been also collaborating a lot in this field. We came together after October 7th out of a very basic fact that the status quo is not sustainable. What unfolded on that day and the war that followed was, I think, a big realization for many that the status quo is not delivering security to Israel or dignity or self-determination to the Palestinians, and that we are at an inflection point, that we're either going to be stuck in an endless cycle of war, intergenerational trauma and insecurity, or we actually find a way out of this reality into a different alternative, a recognition that a bilateral track between Israelis and Palestinians to realize a two-state solution seemed very unlikely, but maybe the only way forward now is a new regional political and security framework that includes a resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, because we're in a very different reality. So that was what brought many of us, again, pragmatists and realists on both sides, together to say, how can we push together for an end to the war, the release of the hostages, humanitarian access, but frankly, as they say, don't let a good crisis go to waste. How can we actually take this moment to forge a push for a political solution anchored in the right of both people for self-determination, independence, and statehood, safety and security and dignity? Now, the moment that we're in right now, it's a very interesting one because, we always talk about inflection points in the Middle East, but they always, somehow, we tend to miss a lot of opportunities. But today, it seems different for a number of reasons. We have with President Trump's plan, a very broad plan, very thin on details, but actually, it did create a point where we have, we see a ceasefire there. We see a level of engagement regionally and internationally around concepts of transitional governance in Gaza, around disarmament of Hamas, establishment of a new transitional governance. We also see a level of mobilization in the region that we have not witnessed in a long time, because the Arab region is specialized over the years in condemning and expressing concern. But for once, we're actually seeing a much more involved posture from the Arab region, willing to play a role in the governance, willing to play a role in accompanying and oversight. And also we're seeing a Palestinian Authority that for the longest of times has been very tired and complete lack of legitimacy, etc. But they are actually expressing desire for reform. So we are in a moment of potential opportunity, but great risks. But we really cannot miss this opportunity, because it does feel that we are at a moment in time that if we miss this opportunity, we will be locked into a very, very dark reality for a long time.
Can I just ask just one follow-on question for you? You say, and you've written this several times, that peace is more than the absence of violence. So it's not just that the guns fall silent for however long, but something more has to be built. And the language that you use is very much about the idea of a shared future between Israelis and Palestinians and others around the region, which is also a language that other grassroots organizations within Israel as well use that language. But this is a time when surveys show that both Israelis and Palestinians have a historically low level of belief in a two-state solution. A recent poll showed that half of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank still believed Hamas made the right decision to attack Israel on October the 7th. And you have an Israeli prime minister who talks about Israel needing to become an isolated and militant super Sparta. So the language of a shared future, on what do you base your faith that there can be a buy-in from elites, but also from the grassroots in that idea?
I think there's no doubt that the public opinion is hardened on both sides. I mean, and I think there is, you see it in the polls, although, one has to question sometimes the polls because there's a lot of stories that can be told in polls. But yeah, you see that, 89% of Israelis don't trust Palestinians, 93% of Palestinians don't trust Israelis. There is no doubt. But there are a few facts that are very important to keep in mind. One is that today, I'm talking about the Palestinian side, it's very, very difficult to envisage a two-state solution for a very simple reason. We're under occupation. You move out in the West Bank, you have, it's shocking the amount of expansion of settlements. It's a state policy to expand the settlements. 155 new outposts in these, the settlers who come and set up these points at the top of the hills, and then they control the whole hill, and then they're controlling the land, etc., etc. Or whether you're a civil servant that have not got a full salary for the past 2 years from the Palestinian Authority because Smotrich decides he's going to close the tap on tax revenue for Palestinians, and then the PA cannot pay salaries. So of course, it's very, very difficult to envisage a different kind of future. And then on the Israeli side, you also have a very hardened public opinion because of also citing some of the polls that you've cited around that there is support amongst Palestinians and they still think that it was the right thing, which actually I put a very big question mark on that poll because I read it and I was wondering in what context these questions were being asked. The reality today is that it's very difficult to envisage a solution between Israelis and Palestinians if we're framing it as a bilateral solution. But what the polls also in Israel show, and I follow it very closely, is that when you're framing, and I'm sure Iran can talk more about that, when you're framing a regional political and security framework with a non-militarized Palestinian state as something you have to swallow to get into this new regional political and security framework, you get to a majority. And today in the West Bank, we have the highest, in the West Bank and Gaza, actually the highest support for a two-state solution than we've ever had. It's more than, it's approaching 71% between 51% who support a two-state solution, and another 19% who support a two-state within a confederation. Yes, it is a very difficult thing to achieve, but we need to realize today, and this is what I see amongst the many pragmatists, because we're not talking about a shared future in the sense of hummus and hugs, and let's get together and sing Kumbaya. We're talking about it that actually, a two-state, a Palestinian non-militarized state run by moderates is a security imperative for Israel. Because what is the alternative? A Hamas in Gaza, or a perpetual state of war? And for Palestinians, a moderate, non-militarized Palestinian state is a self-determination and dignity imperative, because what is the alternative? A perpetual state of war and occupation. So this is the moment for realists and pragmatists to change the narrative from this kind of fringe, the lefties and the do-gooders coming together to talk about a shared future, but to talk about a shared future that actually is out of self-interest and love for your own people. You need to get into a formula with the other side. And I think that's where we are.
Eran, I wanted to kick off with you regarding a tweet that you wrote last week.
What did I do now?
It was actually on the occasion of 30 years since Rabin's assassination. You said that his assassination was the most successful act of strategic terrorism in Israel's history. It changed the course of the nation more than any Palestinian attack until October the 7th. And you carried on saying, 30 years later, we stand at a decisive crossroads, Rabin's path or Netanyahu's. Now, I just wanted to present a counter to that, because Netanyahu himself claims, apart from October the 7th, which he doesn't like to dwell on too much, that everything has turned out great, that it was exactly Israel's fight back after October the 7th that has changed the geopolitical order in the Middle East, all the way from Lebanon to Iran, and we'll be discussing that in a bit. And it's all to Israel's advantage. And that's partly why he's renamed the Gaza war as Israel's war of redemption. So is Netanyahu wrong? And what does he see as Israel's regional political horizon, and what do you think it should be?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say I'm happy to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me. And I want to shout out for Haaretz and to say that, there's a question that Israelis like to ask publicly and privately. What is Israeli for you? Yair Lapid, in his previous incarnation as a TV host, always asked, this was his first question to any of the people he used to host. What is Israeli in your eyes? So Haaretz is Israel in my eyes. And I want to thank Amos Shoken, Aluf Ben, my friend, and all the rest of the Haaretz team who are really doing fantastic work in helping us salvage Israel's democracy and hopefully one day march for peace. So, to go back to Netanyahu. First of all, I want to say that contrary to popular belief, which is very prevalent in Israel in all sorts of circles, Netanyahu does have a strategy. He always had a strategy. And he's a good strategist. And unfortunately, he's been pretty successful in performing and executing his strategy. And the strategy is two-pronged. One is to kill the two-state solution, the Oslo Accords, and any prospect of a Palestinian state. And the other is to change Israel's nature and Israel's elites from liberal to conservative. Now think about his career that started in the early 90s, 30 years ago. Think about where we are today, in line with that strategy. So, unfortunately, if we look at Rabin and Netanyahu, Netanyahu, for now, has the upper hand. Hopefully, and we all understand history is not over, but for now, he's been successful. Now, relative to his performance since October 7th, leading to October 7th, and looking at where we are now and where all this can and should be going, I actually think he did score. He had a considerable amount of luck and one or two major strategic decisions that proved to be correct, one on Iran and one on Lebanon. And again, we know we didn't have an investigative committee yet, and who knows if we'll ever know the full story, but we do understand that, first of all, on Lebanon, he made the decision to strike when it was, either strike or lose the possibility to strike, the Beeper operation and all of that, for those who are following more closely. And on Iran, he was successful once again in scuttling the US-Iran negotiations. I believe there was a possibility to reach an agreement. He was able to, once again, sway Trump away from an agreement and onto war in a way which was extremely risky. I don't think it was the right decision. I do think there was a possibility to reach an agreement with Iran. But once he made this decision, militarily, at least in the short term, he got more or less what he wanted, let's put it this way. But in the bigger picture, what Netanyahu is trying to do is to perpetuate the state of war, to win in what for him is the most decisive front, which is not the front vis-à-vis Iran, not the front vis-à-vis Hezbollah, not even the front vis-à-vis Gaza or the West Bank, but the front vis-à-vis Israel's democracy and the nature of the regime and the nature of the country. And literally, as we speak, he is expediting the anti-democratic coup. He is about to, unfortunately, probably succeed in eliminating the Attorney General. That's something that he's been trying to do for a long time. He already took over the police and the Shin Bet. Most of you probably know the story. And the situation of Israel's democracy is very dire. So I know there's a tendency when I speak with a lot of my counterparts abroad and in Europe, in the region, to kind of focus on what they're used to focusing on, which is the Israeli-Palestinian peace, Israel-Arab relations, and so on, the relations with the US. But while we're speaking about that, which is obviously of critical importance, the march of Netanyahu and his cronies against our democracy is continuing. So, again, this is a call for anybody who's listening outside of Israel. You need to understand that this is not a static situation. And while we are, at full disclosure, I was a part, still am a part of the pro-democracy movement for the last 8 years, and we have been successful until a certain point. But right now, we're in a very critical point. And if Netanyahu is not stopped, the actual fate of Israel's democracy is on the line. And we can speak about Israel-Palestine, we should, but we mustn't forget what's going on our internal front. And the two, of course, are linked. Because as long as Netanyahu and the government are in power, there will not be any advancement, neither on the Trump plan nor on any other plan. And last point I want to make, following a little bit on what Hiba was saying, and we'll have probably a chance later on to elaborate. I just read the UN Security Council resolution draft that the Americans put forward, which once again is very sloppy, like the Trump 20-point plan. And it looks like it was drafted not by professional attorneys with diplomatic experience or strategists, but rather by the kind of attorneys that are used to putting up shell companies in the Cayman Islands. And I'm afraid that we have a situation in which this combination of Trump's, on the one hand, sloppiness, and on the other hand, brutality vis-à-vis his allies and practically any country in the world, not only the right kind of elements like Hamas, but American allies, on the one hand, and Netanyahu's strategy that I depicted a minute ago, the combination is lethal. And I'll just give one glaring example. I think point number 2 in this draft says, both parties have accepted the Trump 20-point plan. This is a false statement. Neither the Israeli government nor Hamas have accepted the plan, period. They haven't. Yes, orally, they told the Americans, we accept it, but, and as we know, the only thing that the Israeli government actually signed on to is so-called the first phase, the release of hostages and the release of prisoners, and not even an end to the war. They signed it in Cairo, the war has ended, but the government has not approved it. So we're in a bizarre situation where there's a lot of goodwill internationally, but the mismatch, obviously, between the situation on the ground and diplomacy, but also within the diplomatic context itself, in terms of who actually agreed to what, and who is willing to do what, and what is even the framework that we're talking about, is very concerning. I'll stop here.
So Bente, if we can fly upwards a little bit and look at the region, how do you assess how the international community, what role that they played during what Netanyahu, you have to use his name again, always calls the war on 7 fronts. Actually, he added another front recently, but we'll leave that. Not just the war in Gaza, but also Lebanon, Syria, Iran. How did the international community participate? What were its successes? What were its failures? What could it have done differently? And what should it do differently going forward?
First of all, thank you for having me here and for having this conference here. I think it is really a missing opportunity that now we're filling. So I think it's absolutely relevant what you elaborated, both of you, regarding long-term perspectives, because I think if we start from achievements, there are undeniably certain achievements that the military management of the situation around Israel had. I mean, Hamas obviously is weakened as never before, so is Hezbollah. Iran is weakened, and I think really to expose the myth of Hezbollah's strength, that is an achievement in itself. So I think there are really points that have changed fundamentally and in a way that we never expected them to. However, what I'm missing is how to convert these military victories into something lasting, something sustainable. I'm lacking the political process that should follow up to really get to a lasting settlement and something tenable, because I think the last word has not yet been spoken on either of the areas where Israel involved itself. In Lebanon, certain points are still occupied. There are bombardments. In Syria, despite the influence of the Iranian regime being mitigated since the fall of the regime, there are current bombardments and an advancement of occupation there. To disrespect the sovereignty of neighboring states is not a recipe for lasting peace, and it's not a good starting point for negotiations that might lead there. And I think particularly here, we have a change that would allow for opening a new page. The new Syrian interim president, Shara, has from the very beginning signaled that he's not willing to meddle into the affairs of neighboring countries, that he's very nationalist, and that he's open for relations with neighboring states that are based on sovereignty and security. But I think this was an opportunity so far missed, and it might get lost over the continuity. I just today saw that the US now is establishing a military base in Syria. I still try to digest how this should look and how it should be organized, how it can be acceptable for Syria, and also what would it mean? Because the course we've seen of US policies, it has been zigzagging, and you never know what to expect as adversary, and you never know what to expect as enemy or as an ally. It's really random. And so to host a military base of the US in these times, and I think it was mentioned that it should oversee developments between Syria and Israel, a settlement, I find it really difficult to imagine what role it should take. And currently, I think there is a tendency of Trump to really decide something and not to think along what are the consequences. And particularly when we look at the steps by Israel as well as the US taken towards Syria, we can see for the region this will be highly problematic because it is a very delicate, very fragile situation that we have. And if you pull on one end or you push on one end, you really risk losing it all. And I will want to end with that because I think one statement that I found particularly striking and really something that we all should be worried about was that Minister Smotrich said that he would not rest until Syria was dismantled. And to see what that could mean, what that would mean security-wise, I think it really should be considered very wisely what might be the consequences, because past experience in the region says it's not strong states that are most risky for Israel's security. It is the weakness of state that allows armed groups, non-governmental actors to really fill that gap, whether it was Hezbollah in the weak Lebanese state or whether it was ISIS, which was not directly a threat to Israel, but ISIS made use of the chance of a weak state in Syria. So weakening its neighbors might be something that the international community should really watch out for and try to prevent that.
Okay, well, I suppose that we need to... We need to hope for some kind of US intervention, at least rhetorical, to push back on things that Smotrich says, like Trump did about West Bank annexation as well. But on that wider point of what is the role of the US, and this is a question for you, but all of the panelists as well, you know, so much rests on the degree of US engagement in what in both the ceasefire and also, you know, grand plans for a geopolitical realignment in the Middle East. You know, Trump declared that we were already in the stage of everlasting peace once the ceasefire in Gaza had been achieved. But how far does everything depend on the mood in the White House, which is indeed a changeable mood? And how can countries in the region navigate that kind of, let's call it flexible degree of attention, but so critical to what's going on? Bento, if you want to start.
I think the difficulty here is if you can't rely on something the US says in this moment, how are they going to give guarantees as they did in the past? And I would say that this was very relevant. Parties giving guarantees are rare and absolutely needed. And I think if you can't rely, that is a difficulty for any kind of settlement, but it might even be a conflict driver. Because if you know today you're on good terms with Trump, you might make use of that opportunity and grab whatever you can with his tendency to not only act bluntly, undiplomatically and with military force, but also to give others a free hand to do so. This is encouraging for everybody who also resorts to the same methods, and particularly after the ceasefire was agreed upon, including obviously the intention of disarming Hamas. The next thing we hear is that Hamas executions, the horrible pictures that we're seeing, Trump is endorsing it and saying, well, yeah, why I gave them green light. They're executing other armed clans. In this situation, I think really it's difficult for peace and settlements because of the lack of guarantees, and it might, on the opposite, rather be a conflict driver and pouring oil into the flames.
I'll go first. Look, I think there is no doubt that Trump has this capacity of creating a burning sense of urgency. And his unpredictability in this case has played a positive role in pushing the various parties to make a decision and move towards agreeing to the plan, even though if they didn't agree with all the terms of the plan. The reality is that we're in a very new era of superpowered transactionalism. And with that comes big risks, but also some opportunities. And I think one of the opportunities, and I'll bring maybe a slightly different perspective, is that, traditionally the ironclad alliance between Israel and the US is something that was always so reliable. Today, Trump showed that he is willing also to kind of diversify that, that alliance also with some of the Gulf countries, with Qatar, with Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of economic interests there. There's a lot of alliances there. So you see the last 3 points of the Trump plan, which are not necessarily to the liking of the Israeli, government in talking about the political horizon. Even in the sloppily written UN Security Council, it is still talking about, handing over eventually to the Palestinian Authority and talking about the political horizon again, even though it's putting it to, once the satisfaction of the Board of Peace is achieved in relation to the reform. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that we have a collective responsibility, and I'll come to, since we're in Germany, about also the important role of Germany, the important role of the region. We have a collective responsibility to ensure that that burning sense of urgency that Trump creates is channeled in the right direction. And the way to do that is really around mobilizing first the regional states who have a stake and have joint interests. And there's an interesting division of labor where Saudi Arabia is playing more of the role of preserving the political horizon, the two-state solution, while Qatar, Egypt and Turkey are playing more of a role in dealing with the mess that Gaza is right now in terms of Hamas. So there's an interesting, and there are different channels to the US between these countries based on different kind of set of interests. So that is an important one. And then we come to Europe, and I think that the fact that we have significant gaps on details when it comes to the Trump plan, when we're talking about the stabilization force, when we're talking about transitional governance, countries like Germany, that has traditionally been a good friend to Israel, that has not, been seen to have fully gone with the rest of Europe in terms of the pressure, can play now a role in creating the kind of third-party verification mechanisms that can ensure that we're preserving and protecting the political horizon and getting some of the details right around the stabilization force. I'm very concerned about the details of the stabilization force. As someone who worked and followed stabilization processes from Afghanistan to Mali to Iraq, you do see some very dangerous things being proposed there, including outsourcing counterterrorism outside of the mandate of the stabilization force, getting private contractors to do some of this work. There are plenty of very bad ideas that are floating right now, and we have collectively to work very actively to take the moment that there is some level of alignment and focus. Let's use this focus to fill in the gaps, to fill in the details, and to create a sustained level of pressure from the region and from the international community.
There's good news and bad news on Trump. The good news is that he was able to do what no other foreign leader was able to do, which is to force Netanyahu to accept the 20-point plan formally, even though he didn't accept it, and to stop the war, not permanently, but at least temporarily. The bad news is that I'm very concerned that the political alliance between Trump and Netanyahu will continue to subvert our democracy. He's already intervening in trying to stop Netanyahu's trial. Who's to say that once we have elections, he's not going to pull an Argentina-style trick and approach the Israeli public and say, it would be a good idea to vote for Bibi because if I can continue to work with him, I will deliver Saudi, and maybe I'll throw in $40 billion for another 10 years. And if you vote otherwise, then who's to say what will happen? There's nothing beyond him, as we already know. So I'm concerned on that. However, when it comes to the more, shall we say, traditional strategic discussion when we look at the region, when we look at the Israeli-Arab conflict, when we look at the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we used to say for decades that we have a good understanding of how a regional security architecture would work. And it was always based on American leadership. It was a US-led regional security architecture. I suspect that now, for most actors, this is changing. And while we all understand that there will be a US role, it was mentioned here already, in Syria, in Kiryat Gat, watching Gaza, in Lebanon, they also have a role. It's a different kind of role. And that actually, I think, aligns with Israel's real interests, which of course are very different from Netanyahu's interests. Israel's real interest is to create a regional security architecture which is not independent of the US, but is not totally reliant on the US, but rather more reliant on our relations as a regional superpower or a regional power with our respective neighbors, like the Saudis, like the Emiratis, like the Jordanians, like the Egyptians, and the Palestinians. And I think now, actually, it's paradoxical, but because of the way Trump is behaving, because of the understanding now of everybody that the US is no longer a reliable partner long-term, because, for example, the Saudis have already opted for a strategic alliance with the Pakistanis before MBS is traveling to Washington next week. So they're diversifying their strategic portfolio. And I think every regional actor would do that, because that is what Trump has done to America's image and to America's perception amongst its allies. And while, one can argue that it's bad news, I think it's better to face reality. And actually, there are some good things that can come out of it. And it sheds a different and even a more critical light on our future relations with the Saudis, on our future relations with many of our regional partners, and on the criticality and urgency of finally resolving the Israeli-Palestinian and Israeli-Arab conflict. And there is such an opportunity now. The major obstacle, obviously, is Netanyahu and his government, but the other kind of elements in the regional and global arena are such that a smart Israeli prime minister with a coalition which is stable can actually go for that and actually create history. And I think the collective assignment of the Israeli pro-democracy camp and everybody who is supporting Israel as a liberal democracy and seeks peace is to, as quickly as possible, replace this government, replace the prime minister, and replace the policy in a way which will enable us to actually seize the opportunity. Yes, work with Trump, with all his shortcomings, work with all our regional partners, work with the Europeans, the Germans and others, and I see really a great opportunity which must not be missed.
Well, just to jump off that, obviously there have to be elections in Israel, assuming everything goes to plan, within the next 11.5 months. But can you imagine that there is actually an opposition leader who is going to stand up and declare that the end of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a core policy, or any opposition leader, let's say, from the majority Jewish parties, actually standing up and saying, an actual policy platform that has even two states, in an explicit kind of a way. I mean, I'll just give you a quote from our columnist, Dalia Shandlin, who I'm sure that some of you are familiar with. This is a column that's going up today. This is what she writes. Anyone in Israel campaigning on peace would be trashed as a dangerous Arab-loving leftist. As I know from years of campaign strategizing for Israel's mainstream left-wing parties, they will do anything to avoid that. Mainly, they'll stop discussing the issue altogether. So if they won't even talk about it, how does it become a central part of policy?
I'll actually close a circle with your first question on Rabin. I was present in the Knesset the other day at an event that the Democratic Party, Yair Golan's party, to which I belong, created. And Yair Golan gave a speech in which he said, we must commit to the two-state solution and to the resolution of the conflict within a regional framework. So there is an Israeli leader who is speaking in that language. He is brave. His party is doing fairly well relative to previous incarnations of the Labour Party and Meretz. And I think within a broader coalition, there is a possibility of actually having an Israeli government with a peace-seeking agenda. And I also want to say that in terms of where the Israeli public is, it's not where many people think. First of all, we have to acknowledge we're all under trauma. Everybody's kind of core beliefs were shattered, and people are confused, bewildered, and it's not a normal situation 2 years after October 7th, and it will take time before we come back to our senses. But I think these 2 years have demonstrated to many Israelis, some of them already acknowledge it, others I think will in the foreseeable future, the limitations of military force and the limitations of military solutions. And the fact that after 2 years, Hamas is still standing on its feet is testament to a lot of Israelis. The final resolution of the conflict is not possible with military means. Trump actually inflicted a lot of damage with his first failed idea of transferring the Palestinians, building a Riviera, all of that, you remember that. It mainstreamed, unfortunately, the very dangerous notion of transferring the Palestinians out of Gaza and maybe also out of the West Bank. And suddenly it became legitimate to speak about, which has created long-term damage. But the fact that he now retracted it, and the fact that, again, after 2 years, the situation on the ground is very, very far from that, despite the tremendous sacrifices and tremendous loss that we had, I think gives pause to a lot of Israelis. And lastly, I would say that there is an opportune moment, again, when it comes to, and I speak on the basis of many discussions with many people from the region, Saudis, Emiratis, Europeans, Americans, Egyptians, and others. They all say what most Israelis say. We will never go back to October 6th. And what they mean by that is that they all realize that the Israelis and the Palestinians cannot be once again left to their own devices. And the international community and the regional states must intervene in a way which will not allow the Israelis and the Palestinians to continue, quote unquote, managing the conflict. And that it must be resolved because it creates damages to each and every actor, regionally and globally. And that's, again, an opportunity that we must seize. There's a lot to work with. The onus, to a large extent, is on the next Israeli government. And I think continued regional and international pressure is paramount. But, again, there is an opportunity here, despite everything. And despite, I'm not, trying to deny the very difficult nature of all of this, the fact that, the two-state solution is now less popular even than what it was on October 6th and all of that. Still, I think the kind of understanding, which is still tacit perhaps by many, that we cannot go back to October 6th. We cannot go back to managing the conflict. It must be resolved. And it cannot be resolved solely by military means, and that there is this interlink, more evident than ever before, between resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and resolving the Israeli-Arab conflict, and even the Israeli-Muslim conflict, if you want, with the Indonesians, the president of Indonesia almost visiting Israel for the first time in history. All of this, for Israelis, I think can be brought together by the right kind of political coalition and with the right kind of regional and international cooperation.
Okay, so say that we don't call that the new Middle East because that's a phrase that has a poor track record. But say that there is, as you've all discussed, the potential for a different kind of geopolitical configuration and opportunities to sustain the ceasefire in Gaza and elsewhere. I wanted all of you, just as a final question, to give me your best assessment of how the region will look like in a year's time. 1 year. Who's going to volunteer? Oh,
in 1 year. Yeah, it's gonna look like a hot mess. I do think that today, if we see some serious progress around the Trump 20-point plan, and I think we have to watch what happens next week in Washington with MBS's visit to President Trump, to see whether the focus will actually veer to our region or they will dodge it by focusing on Syria again, which is also a potential scenario. I think we could see potentially the start of a new regional political and security framework. That's the best case scenario, that we start to see some traces of a formula. If you ask me in 5 years' time, I'd be a bit more optimistic, but I think this is the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that we will see actually being stuck on the question of Gaza East and Gaza West and Hamas regrouping in Gaza and not seeing any development around the political horizon, and then not really seeing the unlocking of a new regional normalization, expansion, or regional arrangement. Because I think some people do believe that Saudi Arabia will buckle and that it will actually move forward in normalizing relations with Israel, irrespective of the question of the Palestinian. And I don't think the reality and the calculus and the ambition of Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, would actually allow him to do that, because that would not be in his self-interest and where he wants to see going. So either return to a very dangerous status quo, perpetual war, and seeing Gaza in a very, very difficult situation, or we start to see a start of a process. But in 1 year, it's not going to look massively different, I don't think.
Well, I think in 1 year, so many things can happen that it might even be challenging to imagine that. But if you're asking for a best case scenario, I think that would mean...
I didn't actually ask for a best case scenario, honestly.
Well, I think we have to have some hope that something at least develops to the better. I'm afraid that it might not, but I think it would already be an achievement if in this 1 year conditions would improve for people to stay where they are. And I'm not talking about displacement or war-related flight only, but I think we see an exodus of minds, an exodus of people who believe in a better future that is haunting Israel, that is haunting Lebanon. And if we were able to at least put an end to that, because people would have hope again and they would stay and work on a better future, that would already be a major achievement. If you think about outside actors, I think a major problem for Europe has been to be very involved with its own affairs, to be divided on core issues. So I wish that we'd have more unity in that regard, a better approach, and especially an understanding to take things seriously, that there is no American leadership any longer to rely on, and that Europe needs to deal with its neighborhood because it cannot just run away.
I will not prophesize. Too many moving parts, but I will say what I think is the most critical moving part, and on which we as Israelis have the most influence, and that is the next Israeli elections. So I urge everyone to make sure, number one, that we do have elections. Number two, that they are free and fair. Number three is that we make the right choice between Netanyahu's way and Rabin's way, as in the tweet that you quoted at the beginning. And the two critical litmus tests, this is what I say to all Israelis when thinking about the next elections. Number one, total delegitimacy for Netanyahu. Not sitting with him, not sitting besides him, deposing him, period, and sending him where he belongs, in jail. And number two, total legitimization for the Arab parties. We must have at least one Arab party in the next coalition, and we must bring about equality and total partnership between Jews and Arabs within Israel's democracy.
Well, thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Eran, you should be moderating because our next speaker is member of the Knesset, Ayman Odeh, chairman of Hadash Tal Party, who's going to be legitimate.
My partners, my friends, good afternoon. I want to thank Haaretz and the organizers of this conference. Thank you for giving us this space, and thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, another such victory, and we are lost. Those were the words of King Pyrrhus after his battle with the Romans. With that sentence, King Pyrrhus named the kind of victory that is really a defeat, a Pyrrhic victory. 2 years after October 7, Israel is facing its own Pyrrhic moment. Yes, every hostage return is a victory. Every child and every family who survived Gaza is a victory. But that is not the victory Netanyahu wanted, and not the one his criminal government has been fighting for. The government promised total victory, strength, control, but what has truly been achieved and at what price? Entire cities in Gaza have been erased from the map. Tens of thousands of Palestinians, including at least 20,000 children, have been killed. Hundreds of thousands have been left without homes. Universities, hospitals, culture institutions, all reduced to rubble. This is not a victory. This is devastation. And still, the political reality remains. Between the river and the sea, there are two peoples, 7.5 million Palestinians and 7.5 million Jews, bound by geography and by destiny. Neither will disappear, neither will vanish. The Israeli government claimed it wanted to encourage Gazans to leave. In reality, a forced transfer, promoted by Netanyahu and backed by Trump as voluntary relocation. They failed. Israel aimed not just to destroy Hamas, but to erase the Palestinian cause. That failed too. Today, Israel's diplomatic position is shattered. Even its closest allies speak of accountability. Netanyahu and others face the International Criminal Court for war crimes. And one thing is clear, as the Bible reminds us, justice, justice you shall pursue. Those responsible for these crimes against humanity must be held accountable. They must face justice. Every last one of them, tzedek, tzedek terdof, justice, justice you shall pursue. Dear friends, after all the destruction, Israel remains locked in the cage it built for itself: fear, occupation, domination. Its policies have failed, including the most basic, ensuring a safe life for everyone who calls our shared homeland home. The Israeli state was already like Sparta. Now it has become a super Sparta. So I ask you, my friends, if this is victory, what does defeat look like? After all this bloodshed, after all this destruction, the geopolitical situation remains frozen, trapped in the same endless cycle of bloodshed. The Palestinian people have faced horrors beyond words, yet they have not been defeated. People who survived exile, dispossession, and occupation will not vanish. Every act of destruction only shows the strength of what cannot be destroyed, the will to live in dignity. Even this comes at a great cost. If a people bleeds and cities lie in ruins, what kind of victory is that? If Palestinians in the West Bank are being ethnically cleansed, expelled from their lands, what kind of victory is that? The strength of the Palestinian cause, the Sumud, has been shown to the world, but at the price no nation, no people should ever be forced to pay. Even the oppressed can suffer a Pyrrhic victory when their suffering is the only proof of their existence. And still, despite the systematic destruction and deliberate killings, one truth remains: you cannot bomb a people out of existence. You can starve them. You can starve them, demolish their homes, silence their voices, persecute and kill them, but you cannot erase the truth of their cause. My friends, the world has changed. The horrors of the 20th century, massacres, genocides, ethnic cleansing must never be allowed again. We cannot claim to have learned if we watch in silence. Humanity cannot remain silent. Berlin carries the scars of the 20th century. It stands as a living reminder of how far human cruelty can go when power is absolute, when racism is normalized, and when entire peoples are dehumanized. But a city like Berlin can be both a graveyard of history and still become a home for culture, resistance, and rebirth. That a place once divided by walls can become a symbol of openness, dialogue, and moral responsibility. But Berlin teaches us something else as well. Silence in the face of injustice is deadly. It was silence that let fascism rise. It was silence that made the greatest crime of the century possible. And yet, today we see silence return. Dressed up in diplomatic language, governments speak of concern. That host conference, they issue statements, but when it comes to ending occupation, ending apartheid, ending injustice, they choose silence. They make a desert and call it peace. Just a few months ago, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said that Israel is doing a dirty work for all of us. These are not the words of someone committed to justice. These are the words of someone outsourcing injustice and pretending to stay clean. Let the truth be clear. Europe as a whole has failed to hold the Israeli government accountable. The United States continues to send millions protecting Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and Smotrich from the consequences of their criminal actions. And let me be clear. You speak of democracy, of Western values, yet you support injustice, occupation, and supremacy. Wars without action are betrayal. Silence in the face of oppression is betrayal. I am here to say it clearly. Silence can no longer be an option. My friends, it is no secret. Anyone who truly knows me knows that one of my political inspirations is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. But recently, I was reminded of another figure who stood on that same stage at the historic 1963 March on Washington, Rabbi Joachim Prinz, a rabbi from Berlin who was expelled by the Nazi regime in 1937 for refusing to remain silent in the face of injustice. Moments before Dr. King delivered his famous I Have a Dream speech, Rabbi Prinz took the podium. He spoke as someone who has witnessed the rise of fascism and as a human being who understood that silence in the face of oppression is itself a crime. He said, I was the rabbi of a Jewish community in Berlin under the Hitler regime. I learned many things. The most important thing that I learned in my life is that bigotry and hatred are not the most urgent problems. The most urgent, the most disgraceful, the most shameful, and the most tragic problem is silence. A great people which has created a great civilization has become a nation of silent outlookers. They remain silent in the face of hate, in the face of brutality, and in the face of mass murder. Reading those words today, I feel their weight on our reality here in Berlin and on our shared homeland. Once again, there is a terrible silence. Silence as Gaza was completely destroyed. Entire cities and neighborhoods erased, children buried under the rubble of homes and schools. Silence as if 70,000 lives, 20,000 of them children, are nothing more than numbers, collateral damage, or military targets. Silence in the face of state terrorism in the West Bank, where armed settlers attack innocent Palestinian civilians, where hundreds are uprooted from their cities and villages, where the army protects the attackers and criminalizes the victims. Silence as if occupation could be called security. My friends, silence is not neutral. Silence is a choice. Martin Luther King said that in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. And I say today, if we are truly friends, we must not be silent. Not as Palestinians, not as Jews, not as Germans, and not as human beings. Because the struggle for peace, justice, and equality is a single struggle fought of many fronts, and every voice raised against one injustice gives strength to resist the next. In 2018, the late Professor Zeev Sternhell, a Holocaust survivor, wrote an article in Haaretz about the rise of fascism in Israel. He warned that what was emerging was not just a form of Israeli fascism. It was a kind of racism that reminded him of the early days of Nazism. He pointed to the nation-state law, recently passed at the time, as only the beginning. Sternhell explained that, like any ideology, German racism evolved over time. At first, it targeted only the human and civic rights of Jews. He suggested that without the outbreak of the Second World War, the so-called Jewish problem might have resulted in the voluntary immigration of Jews from German-controlled territories. Even back then, he wrote that some people on the political right might have imagined a similar fate for the Palestinians. I remember visiting Professor Sternhell that very night after the article was published. I will never forget that visit. We spoke about the achievements of Arab citizens in universities, hospitals, and in the high-tech sector. He led me to his library and showed me a book under the title, The Jews in Germany. In this introduction, I read that in 1930, Jews were just 0.5% of Berlin's population, yet 30% of its doctors. They held leadership positions in hospitals, universities, and banks. And yet, we all know what came a decade later. He asked me, did that make a difference for them? His words were chilling. I remember Professor Sternhell saying, in an undemocratic environment, even the professional and economic success of a minority can make it more exposed, more attacked, and more persecuted. He looked me in the eye and asked, was success enough on its own? The answer he word is no. A minority cannot survive on individual achievement alone. Not in an undemocratic environment that denies rights and equality. That is why a minority must be part of the struggle for democracy itself. Because without a strong, vibrant democracy, one that protects every citizen, every community, history will repeat itself. Now, let us speak honestly about reality. There will be no more managing the conflict. As Netanyahu long promised, it is clear that annihilation cannot bring security and occupation cannot bring peace. The Palestinian people's basic needs and aspirations have not vanished. They are now at the center of global debate in universities and on streets worldwide, from Berlin to New York, Rome, Paris, Amsterdam, and London. Everywhere, Palestine has become a central issue. After 2 years of a genocidal campaign, the world's sympathy has shifted toward the Palestinian people. Nearly 90% of the world's countries now recognize the state of Palestine, including the United Kingdom and France, except for Germany. By the way, that was my only request to the United States when Donald Trump came last month to address the Knesset. So I ask you to, Germany, recognize Palestine. Yes, recognize Palestine. Recognize that there are two peoples. There are two peoples in our shared homeland, both with the right to self-determination. The Israeli government isolates itself further by refusing to see what the whole world sees. There can be no future built on supremacy, only on equality, and this is the only path forward. Dear friends, the lesson of Pyrrhic victory is not military, but moral. You cannot destroy your neighbor without destroying yourself. You cannot build a future on the graves of children. What we need today is a permanent agreement, not just the absence of bombs, but the start of a new political horizon. It must include an end to the occupation and the blockade of Gaza and the establishment of two states that can live side by side, not in fear, but in peace. A comprehensive political agreement must recognize a simple, human truth. The history of the past century has shown that two peoples are bound to this land, Israelis and Palestinians, Palestinians and Israelis, two peoples, one destiny, whether we like it or not. There is no military solution. There never was and there never will be. Nothing, absolutely nothing, can change the fact that 7.5 million Jews and 7.5 million Palestinians live between the river and the sea. They have tried everything: war, occupation, wall, siege, negotiation, even extermination. And they keep trying every day in many different ways. And this reality will not change. Because here we will stay. Here we will stay in Lydda, in Ramli, and in the Galilee. هنا باقون في اللد, في الرملة, في الجليل. The only way forward is through peace, justice, and Jewish-Arab partnership. We need a political solution that is honest, brave, and rooted in trust between the two peoples. Because both peoples have the right to live in our shared homeland in freedom and equality. But this path will not be easy. It demands moral courage. The courage not to kill, but to transform. Not to destroy, but to build. It is always easier to fight the other side than the confront the extremism within one's own people. Yet it is precisely that courage that our shared future requires. History is offering us a choice. Either this holy land, baptized in blood, continues down the path of endless victories, or we begin the long, painful work of liberation, not only of Palestinians from occupation, but of Israelis from the tyranny of their own domination. We don't seek another Pyrrhic victory. We don't need another Pyrrhic victory. We seek a real victory, one that restores life, recognizes the rights of both peoples in the occupation and establishes a free and independent state of Palestine alongside Israel. Only such a victory can redeem this land from endless bloodshed so that both peoples may at last live, rejoice, and know the peace and safety every human being deserves. And we know we shall win. We shall win. Thank you very much.
Yunak. Shukran. I'm Anade. I think they like you a bit. And I wanted to say also that in Haaretz we promise not to sit silent, ever, never. So that's our promise. I'm inviting Esther Salomon once again to speak with Dr. Ofer Waldman from Heinrich Bell Stiftung Tel Aviv and Professor Meron Mendel from the Anne Frank Center in Frankfurt. Please.
Welcome to this conversation. Just a bit of background for those of you who are less familiar. Meron Mendel is a columnist, historian, and educator, and director of the Anne Frank Educational Center in Frankfurt. He studied history in the universities of Haifa and Munich, completed his doctorate at the Johann Wolfgang von Goethe University in Frankfurt. Please don't say anything about my German pronunciation. I'm doing my absolute best here. He is also Professor of Social Work at the Frankfurt University of Applied Sciences. His latest book is Muslim-Jewish Supper, Living Together in Times of Polarization, a collection of columns written with his wife, Sabonor Shima. Ofer Waldman is an author, columnist, and activist who heads the Heinrich Böll Foundation in Tel Aviv. He received his doctorate in history and German studies from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the Free University of Berlin. His work addresses political, social, cultural, and historical issues relating to Israel and Germany, and his latest book is Contested Land. It's imminent, right? Or it's already published?
It was published a month ago.
Okay. A book of personal essays on how ideas of Israel have changed through generations of his own family. So I wanted to start this conversation from a personal point of view, so to establish kind of your human credentials and to talk about your biographies a bit. You're both Israeli men of a similar age, I won't give it away. Both trained as historians, relatively close politically. You're part of a phenomenon of Israelis who made careers in Germany. Both active players in a very public discourse about Israel and Germany, about Jewish identity, about German identity. What did you find in Germany, and what did Germany find in you? Start.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Esther, and thank everybody who made this conference possible. I'll take 20 seconds of my answer to thank the staff of Haaretz, of the Heinrich Böll Foundation here in Berlin, and of the office in Tel Aviv. And first and foremost, Claude Weinberg, my predecessor as head of office in Tel Aviv, who's made this possible. Claude, you're somewhere there. I won't make you stand up, but thank you so much for pushing for this. There you are, pushing for this conference to happen, as it is so important to hear these voices here in the German public sphere. I think it is indeed interesting that Meron, I think it's the first time we sit on a panel together actually, so it's a premiere, very nice. It is interesting that two Israeli men, as you said, Esther, our fulfilling this position within the German discourse. There is this German phrase which many people are reluctant to use, des Staatsräson, raison d'être, that the security, that the existence of Israel is a part of the raison d'être of Germany, turning the entire discussion about Israel to a self-referential German discussion. Now, it is an important discussion. While we talk about Israel, we talk about the German past, we talk about the German present as a post-migrational society, and the problem is we tend sometimes we forget to talk about Israel itself. So it's a kind of looking at in a mirror. And yet, Meron, head of the Anne Frank Bildungsstätte in Frankfurt, and myself, who is used to being the head of the New Israel Fund in Germany, now for the Heinrich Böll Foundation, fulfill this role within Germany. Because I think that, and a member of Knesset Ayman Odeh just put it together, there is a significance to look at the German past and present from an Israeli perspective to learn some lessons who's been made here. And I think there is a significance for Germany as well to look at the Israeli presence, to learn where or how democracy can be brought on its knees. If you look, for instance, at the legislation now being brought up by the current Knesset against the free press, we see how important it is to defend the free press. As a member of Haaretz, you can put it in better words than I can. So I think this living between the two countries, seeing the developments we see in Israel, and developments we see in Germany, seeing the similarities, is a unique role, is an important role, both to defend democracy here as well. We shouldn't forget we sit in a country that votes in more than 20% to the AfD, to a right-wing populist party, and to defend the democracy in our homeland, in Israel.
So Ofer already said everything, so I try to repeat it. So first of all, my 20 seconds is really that I lived since 2001 in Germany, and I swear it was no one morning that my first thing to do is to open my cellular phone and look in Haaretz. That's the way I'm starting every day, and that's something that gives me the feeling of certainty that the world is still safe, existing. Everything, the compass is on the right side. Israel changed in these 25 years. But Haaretz stay as it was always. And that's why it's a great honor to be here today. To your question, actually, I'm like 15 years in the public sphere in Germany. And if you look in the first 10 years, you can do it yourself, you won't find one statement of myself about Israel. I avoid this issue. I was as the head of the Anna Frank Center talking about anti-Semitism, about racism. But if someone is asking me about from the newspaper or TV, we want to ask you about Israel, I said no comment. Because there was actually just two possibilities to talk about Israel in Germany. To be the spokesman of the Israeli foreign ministry, or to be the guy, the left wing that said, yeah, you see the Israelis are the same like the Nazis, and to be the Jews that speak out what the Germans are not allowed to say. And both options were not really attractive for me. And then but I was like from inside, because I'm a very political person, especially the question of Israel and Palestine was the issue which burning in my guts. So it was the time of Corona, and my very wise wife told me, Meron, if it's like burning in you, just write about it. So I wrote a book, it published in September 2000. In March 23, talking about Israel, the German debate. And it was for me like coming out with my opinions about Israel, to try to find my way between not playing in the hand of anti-Semites and give them the argument they don't not allowed to say, but not being to try to represent country or government which I don't want to represent. And since then, it was like I just found out there are many people who really want to listen to this voice. And there are a lot of people that don't want to listen to this voice. And for example, I think is someone here from the Israeli embassy. So I can say it. So like, if it's like 2 weeks without that Ron Prosor is writing a tweet about or X post about me and few other Israelis as the anti-Semitic Jews, Israel haters, supporters of BDS or what other slur that you have, I think something is not okay. Maybe he's sick or something.
Yes, please, yeah.
So it won't be a surprise that Meron is speaking out of my heart, actually. There is this phrase in German, Applaus von der falschen Seite, to get applauded from the wrong side, from the wrong political side. And indeed, I think it is an experience that many Israelis, Jews in this country make, that once you say something, when you want to criticize, for instance, the Israeli government, that you get applauded from people say, yeah, right, Israel is, and then, oh my God, please, no, don't use my name. And I'm sure that there is somebody from the embassy writing down, so I said it, just for the record. And actually for a long time I was reluctant to participate in what I perceived as an Israeli theater in front of a German audience. The default lines were Israel here, Germany there, and then we conduct this political discussion saying how horrible our government is, just in order to justify this or that political standing within Germany. But I think Ayman Odeh just showed us the fault lines are not between Israelis and Germans, but between Democrats and the enemies of democracy. And I think that those, and this is something that you can definitely see if you have the privilege to work for a foundation like the Heinrich Böll Foundation in Israel, that you see that the Democrats in Israel and in Palestine need the solidarity and support of democratic forces here in Germany. And the Democrats in this country, by the way, need our support as well, the global support. Yeah, they won't make it alone. And we definitely see that the other side is very well organized and networked. We see that Orban and Netanyahu and Trump, they do learn from each other, you know, like best practices wise. And this is why we should network as well.
Not just best practice, you know, practical, financial, all sorts of years of coalition building.
Absolutely. So this is why such conferences as this one is so important. Again, thank you, Claude. Yeah, so it's great to have this discussion here today.
So if we go back to Merkel's historic speech in the Knesset, where she gave this, definition or recommitment to the idea of the Staatsräson, Germany's special historical responsibility for Israel's security is part of my country's raison d'etre. It's kind of ironic that actually it translated into French because... Yeah. Now, the idea of the Staatsräson, obviously, she meant it in a certain way. And it has gone through various kinds of incarnations since. Can you explore exactly what she intended it to mean and how people are using it now?
First of all, I want to advertise. In August next year, we will sit here with Angela Merkel. So in this here in the Berliner Festspiele. So please write in your calendar and come. So I can ask her this question. I want to say about this Staatsräson that, of course, it's also in German. It sounds very important word, but frankly, it doesn't mean anything more than that German and Israeli, because of the past, have a special relationship. Okay, so let's keep it low and stay what it means. And interesting enough, it was she said the sentence quietly word to word, the same sentence 1 year before she spoke for the United Nations. Nobody really took a note about it. And then she was speaking also with German newspaper, Die Welt, and said it again. Nobody really took a note about it. And then she said it 2008 in the Knesset, and it was like explode. And if you read it, not just this sentence, so all the speech, 2 sentences before, she's talking about the two-state solutions. She is talking about the threat and the existential threat to Israel from Iran, and she's talking about the two-state solution. And she's speaking in front of someone, maybe is not here yet, but he will come soon, in front of Ehud Olmert, as the prime minister, the last Israeli prime minister, that really intended to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And in this context, it is clear that this commitment of a German chancellor from a very central European state, Israel will stand behind you. You can go to make hard compromises because you know we are standing behind you and you can trust on us. It was it had as a clear direction. So now it's kind of ironical, almost 20 years later, that now right-wing politicians in Germany and Israel, of course, are using the same frame or the same promise exactly for the opposite. It doesn't matter what Israel is doing in Gaza, in West Bank, what is the politics of Netanyahu and his right-wing extremists in the coalition, because we have this obligation. But actually the obligation is exactly the contrary obligation, and that's why it's always important to say that this Staatsräson, it means we are standing for you on the side of Israel or behind Israel if Israeli going to a peaceful solution with the Arab world and the Palestinians.
Also, in that speech that Merkel gave, she said 2 or even 3 times, one of the basis of the relationship between Israel and Germany was the shared values, and used, that phrase of shared values, at a time that there is a more than, theoretical threat to liberal democracy in Israel, and with the whole question of international law, the case against Netanyahu in the ICC. In what way does that idea that there are still shared values, that pact between Israel and Germany, where does it stand now?
I think this is, and I agree with Meron here, I think this is the core of this phrase.
All the time. Can you please contradict me?
What shall I do? As Esther said it, well, we'll go into it later. Putting two Ashkenazi men from Israel working now in Germany, yeah, that's what you get. But again, the phrase of the Staatsräson, the raison d'être, goes back to this notion that in order to understand something about its past and present, Germany has to engage in a discussion about Israel and with Israel. Because if you want to understand, for instance, the beautiful first chapter of the German constitution, Die Würde des Menschen ist unantastbar, the dignity of human being is untouchable, you have to go back to the German Jewish history. And that's the thing, and I absolutely agree with Meron that this is an unprecedented and unacceptable diversion that we see today in German politics. Because there are two, in a way, bluntly put, 2 lessons learned from this shared past, producing these shared values. One is the solidarity with the Jewish people, hence with the state of Israel. But the second one, which is as strong as a pillar of the modern German state, is the commitment to humanitarian law, to the international law. And there are forces within, as Meron put it, within the German political sphere these days, who try to say it's either or. It's either you're pro-Israeli, you're on the side of Israel, or you support international law. This is absurd, because as was put by many speakers before us, the only way Israel has a prosperous future is alongside an independent, democratic Palestinian state. Full stop. and then Israel will be in compliance with international law. So basically, it goes hand in hand. Expressing solidarity with Israel, with the Jewish people, and being committed to international law. And whoever states otherwise here in Germany has a hidden political agenda. We can have a whole different conference about that. But it's unacceptable, this either or, entweder oder. It's either the international law or it's being in solidarity with Israel. Not at all. It goes hand in hand.
Another aspect of this, the weight of the relationship between Israel and Germany that is based on 20th century history, of course, is the call by German politicians to defend Jewish life in Germany, which is also something that Merkel talked about, but obviously it comes up in, political speeches all the time. And political and policies as well. These days, when that phrase, defending Jewish life in Germany, it's not always used with the purest intentions. Can you give some examples or discuss how this phrase, which obviously comes out, initially thought of in good faith as a way to ensure that Jews in Germany will never be under threat again, but it's now being used for repurposed for quite different purposes, for instance, to repress the right of free speech or protest, or as a more blatant form of racist suppression as well.
Maybe I've been last week in the city of Wittenberg. Wittenberg is the city where Martin Luther put his thesis. I've been in the day of the Reformation Day there and gave a speech, and then a woman just after I finished went to the stage and hugged me and said, "You are a present for Germany," and. I never thought of myself of being a present. So that's not what you already meant, but it's like a common sense of like mythology of Jews in Germany. Like we are living presents going through the Germany, and Germany can be proud of that there is Jews living here. By the way, if you look at the history of Jews in Germany since 1945, it's not so easy history. They have a problem with the Jewish world as being condemned as traitors. They have problem with German government and German population who was not always like pro-Jews. And we saw that this population was always after like the 50s getting decreased, and then came Jews from in the 90s or late 90s from former Soviet Union, and just more so like 85% of the Jews in Germany came as migrants from the former Soviet Union because Germany didn't have enough Jews. But what you really aim with your question, it's about very relatively lately phenomenon in the German politics. You see that the most philo-Semitic pro-Jews, or at least pro-Israel party in the German parliament, it's the AfD, the right extremist, right radical, right populist. There are different definitions. They made, for example, a special session in the Bundestag for fighting against anti-Semitism, and they invited. He already died, but they invited then the Rafi Eitan. He was one of the most important Israeli intelligence people. He called Eichmann, for example. And Rafi Eitan told them, you shouldn't be just alternative for Germany, you have to be alternative for Europe, because you are so hard-lined against Muslims, against migration. And we talked before about this alliance between right extremists in Israel and right extremists in Europe. between Netanyahu and Orban and the right extremists in the United States, and it's going in this way. So there, of course, the AfD are for Jews, not because they love Jews, they hate Jews, but they hate more the Muslims than they hate the Jews. So they said, okay, we'll defend, we are for Israel because, first of all, the Jews won't be here, they will go to Israel. And secondly, we can marginalize the Muslims, we can stop migration, we can discriminate Muslims, and for the good cause. The good cause is fighting anti-Semitism.
Just as to follow up from that, bearing in mind the constant courtship of various Israeli government ministers with the European far right, are you concerned that despite the taboo having held more or less until now with the AfD, the trajectory is that they will actually make contact with them and therefore legitimize them?
Well, we've seen already in the past that members of the Austrian FPÖ were visiting Israel, were meeting with the Likud members, and we have seen at the conference that was mentioned before in Jerusalem, members of the far right in Germany being, or not only in Germany, in Europe, being invited to Jerusalem. And one must say we have also seen political currents here inviting far-right members of the current Israeli coalition from the Likud party to visit Berlin, giving them international legitimacy to do what they're doing, wreaking havoc on the Israeli democracy back home. And so I wouldn't risk a prophecy, but we see in what direction it goes. As one says in Arabic, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. So the same goes here. The enemy is the Muslim, the Arab, the migrant. So, like Meron said, all of a sudden, I remember 2015, 2016, when the first Syrian refugees arrived here in Berlin or in Germany, all of a sudden we discovered this amazing love of the CSU to Jewish life in Germany. Of like, we have to protect our Jewish community, so we have to put a limit on the amount of people coming to seek refuge, escaping the horrific war in Syria. And we see it from many political parties in Germany. And again, going back to this, when we talk about Israel in Germany, we basically talk about the German past. And there is this this misconception that, or there is this attempt to say, when we talk about the German Jewish past, only those who participated in this past or their descendants are allowed to have a place on the table. Hence, only Jews, or people of Jewish descent, and people of ethnic German descent. But we live in a post-migrational reality here in Germany. So whoever argues in this direction basically says, you don't belong to the German society. You don't belong to this lesson learned that are expressed in the German constitution. So when you say the dignity of the human being is untouchable, yeah, but it actually applies only to those who have direct connection to the Second World War and to the German Jewish past. And it's a horrible conception because, of course, these lessons are universal. International law is universal, fighting racism is universal, fighting anti-Semitism is also universal. And it is a problem in this country. But again, when somebody living in a district in Germany where almost 50% vote for the AfD and they say, yeah, but we should beware of imported anti-Semitism from Muslim or Arabic state, it's like, you know, I don't think that anyone had to import this anti-Semitism to this country. It has done pretty well without being brought from other places.
That, in what you're talking about, the fact that this discussion cannot be a kind of closed club to people who have some kind of generational commitment, but it must be something that is open to everyone in Germany. It also relates to the fact that many of those migrants, the children of migrants, they're becoming part of, they're part of the German electorate as well. And the debate about Israel and Germany is obviously going to change because, a more varied electorate, a changing of generations, as we've seen also in the US Democratic Party, perhaps signified also, by the Mamdani win. There is a different, there was generations of German political leaders who made various kinds of comments, various kind of conceptions about Israel. What do you see as the future for how a different kind of relationship between Germany and Israel because of, the changing face of Germany as well?
I think we have here a generation conflict, not just in Germany, but I see it in Germany because I'm quite a lot, not just in my university, but in many universities. I'm talking with a lot of students, and my impression is that the Palestinian solidarity is now like a glue that combines all generation. Their slogan is "Free Palestine from German guilt." So they see the German commemoration culture on the Holocaust not as achievement, but as a burden that have to get rid of it in order to be able to look without restrictions about the situation in Israel and Palestine. The problem is, and Eva Iluz talked about it before, it is a very simplistic way of looking about this conflict. It's not about peace. It's not like Ayman Odeh just said about the two-state solution. It's very inherent, the completely negation or against the existence of the state of Israel as idea, as a solution for Jewish people. And it's not I think it's not a coincidence. Since October 7th, I've been in a lot of conferences, but almost all of them have been either the pro-Israel side or the pro-Palestinian side. It's maybe the first one that I really see a conference. It's not about doing lobby for one side or to the other, but trying to understand what is going on there. That's something that completely missed in Germany, and we need Haaretz to come here and teach us how to do it. So I think the biggest challenge is to doing the shift in between just taking a position for Palestinians or for Israel, in a way, the older generation for Israel, the younger generation for the Palestinians, to come to a state of discussion, which is what is good for the Jewish Israelis, for the Palestinians, to live in this peace left from the river to the sea. And if we are not doing it, I really have really great concern where we are going now, not just in Germany, but specifically in Germany.
We're already over time, but if you want to say something brief.
I'll say it very briefly. Jan-Philipp Albrecht from the World Foundation said before, this is the goal of what we're doing here, to open up a space of discussion. And sorry, but I agree with you again that it's great that Haaretz is coming here to this city, to this country, in order to enable that. Because this generational problem, we have it in Germany, the notion that we want to put a line under history and to move on. We have the same thing in Israel, I think, that the lesson learned in the 20th century are not longer valid for Israeli politics, but they are. They definitely are. The thing is, and that's the test, I think that's this is the challenge that we all have as Democrats, that everybody have to have, especially here in Germany, but also in Israel, an equal place at the table when we talk about the German Jewish past, when we talk about the post-migrational German society, when we talk about the much needed solidarity of the democratic camp in Israel with, or through people, through activists here, through political parties here, in Germany. Every citizen of Germany, every inhabitant of Germany should have an equal place at this table. the German Palestinian, the former Soviet Jew, all of them, in order to really revive those lessons learned both for Israel and for Germany.
Thank you very much. We're going to finish there, but I can't stop myself saying thank you to both of these living treasures. I think I'm going to take that away with me.
Thank you. And with that, we're giving you the gift of coffee break. We'll convene here soon. Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. We want to begin. And turn off your cell phones. Okay. Okay. Herzlich willkommen, ברוכים הבאים, אהלן וסהלן, welcome. We are beginning again our Haaretz conference in Berlin. My name is Neta Achituv. I'm a journalist at Haaretz, and I will be moderating this part as well. And now we will start with Aluf Ben, Haaretz editor-in-chief, that will speak with Ehud Olmert and Dr. Nasser Al-Kidwa. Ehud Olmert was the former Prime Minister of Israel, and Dr. Nasser Al-Kidwa was the former Palestinian Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please.
I must say, first of all, good evening, Ehud and Nasser. I must say that almost exactly a year ago, we had a similar event in London in which we sat. This is a much nicer place, but such a nice hall. In London, it was squeezed, but you know what matters is the conversation. And at that time, the idea of even talking about the two-state solution at that time appeared like bizarre. And I was happy to see that before coming here, you did a round of talks in different campuses in America and different other places, and the idea is becoming more and more listened to and accepted. So that's good news, I think. But,
I wish you were right. I'm not certain about it. We are campaigning, and we are traveling, and we are making all these rounds of speeches everywhere. I hope that we are somehow successful in raising the awareness of the international community, the international media, and also the leaders of relevant countries, but there is still a long way to go. So we can't say that we are already there. We are not yet.
Definitely, but being a journalist, let's start with the news. Nasser, are you going back to Gaza? Are you going to be part of the new government of Gaza?
No, first of all, thank you for having me. Thank you, Haaretz, for organizing this conference. I think this is a very good opportunity to have candid discussion about the situation. And I agree with you, Aluf, that this hall is better than the hall in London. So anyway, to answer your question, I gave the following answer to some of journalists who asked me the question. I told them, listen, any Palestinians who really hopes, who looks forward to going to Gaza must be crazy. Because Gaza is a very dangerous place. Now it's totally destroyed, as we all know. It's cancerous, basically. So it's not really something that one would hopes to have. However, this is our country. As Palestinian, I'm talking now. This is our country, and whatever happens, we don't have other place to go. So we cannot just give up our responsibility. And if needed, yes, of course, I'm going to be there. Now, you might take this as a yes answer, but it's not exactly that. It's yes, but.
So, and one more question. I just read that you came back to Ramallah after several years. And my question is, what has changed? In terms not just of construction and, I don't know, new shops or whatever, but in terms of the attitude.
What changed first, objectively speaking, I think the threats against the Palestinian cause and the Palestinian people increased. And I think that dictates to all of us to rethink some of their positions and maybe to get involved in a different way. Having said that, I have to tell you the story. The story is simple. I mean, we have Mr. Mahmoud Abbas, President Mahmoud Abbas and myself have a common friend who mediated the whole thing. And it was very quick exercise. And immediately I felt that there was some positive position on the part of Mr. Abbas. I don't know why. You can ask him if you can. But there was a positive position, and I thought it was appropriate for me to take also a positive position. And that was it. And he pushed the Central Committee of Fatah to take the appropriate position in terms of reinstating my membership in the committee, not in Fatah, because I believe I have never Fatah. I don't recognize the legitimacy of the illegal action taken 4 years ago and things like that. Anyway, listen, with regard to your first comment, I think it's very important. Yehud answered in rather his usual rosy way, but in a more specific way, I believe that are two constituencies that are important for all of us. One is the communities on both sides, the Israeli side and the Israelis and the Palestinian side, and the second is the international community. And honestly, you, Aloof, were absolutely right. I mean, when we started this, nobody spoke about the two-state solution, nobody spoke about the state of Palestine, and even the Palestinian issue was out of the international agenda, was dropped from the international agenda. We succeeded with regard to the second constituency. Now, it's fashionable again. Everybody is talking about that. We have conferences organized. We have the UN engaged, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's all useful and good. But the main and the most important thing is the communities on both sides, the Israelis and the Palestinians. And here, unfortunately, we haven't achieved the same degree of success.
Yes, but
why? Because of the war, probably. Because most of the people are not in the mood of talking peace. They are in the mood of taking revenge, probably, not talking peace. And that is wrong. And I believe the moment the war really seriously stops, I think everybody will start thinking their position, rethinking their positions, wondering about the usefulness of these positions, and maybe adopt a new position. I hope to be in the direction of reaching a political solution and actually believing in the two states as the only the only viable solution to the conflict between the two sides.
I perfectly agree. And clearly, both sides are traumatized. In Israel, people talk about a second October 7 as something that's around the corner or that will inevitably happen. On the Palestinian side, you talk about genocide. This is not an easy thing to digest. Ehud, you were the mayor of Jerusalem during the Second Intifada. And then the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister and Prime Minister in its later stages and so on. Can Israelis really, Jewish Israelis, overcome the trauma of October 7? Or is it something that's going to take decades or centuries?
What is the alternative of not overcoming the trauma? Is perpetuating the hostilities, the terror, the war every 2, 3, 4, 5 years forever? I mean, what's the alternative? The idea that we even have to ask this question is troublesome. As far as I'm concerned, the question is not whether we can overcome the trauma. The question is how fast and how determined we will be in changing course, because there is no other future for the state of Israel but to be able to cope with this very difficult, complex, sensitive confrontation that we have with the Palestinians towards a solution that will provide hope for us and for them. And in order to do it, we have, first of all, which in my mind is enormously important, is to understand that the 7th of October can't and will never be a paradigm upon which we will have to measure the difficulties, the complexities, the sensitivities, and the dangers to the security of the State of Israel.
Why?
Because the 7th of October is an outcome. First, of course, the 7th of October happened because Hamas is a murderous organization and they wanted to butcher and to kill and to behead and to rape and to do the most terrible things on earth, and this is unforgettable and unforgivable. But it happened, it must be clear, it's unforgettable and unforgivable. But the fact that it could take place is largely a result of arrogance, complacency, overconfidence, and completely disregard by the Israelis to the Palestinians and to the Hamas people. Had everything been the same, okay? Everything been the same, except that Israel would have kept its defense forces where they were supposed to be, on the border, what may have happened? There would have been few people killed on our side, many people killed on their side, and they will be pushed away from where they tried to be, and that was it. But because of arrogance and because of a strategy which has been the part of the government policy for years, not only that we ignored completely the only potential partner that there is amongst the Palestinians, which is the Palestinian Authority, we decided to what is called or is named as to manage the conflict. How to manage the conflict? First of all, not to negotiate with the ones that can make peace with you, because peace means also conceding territories and pulling out from territories, obviously, and the creation of a Palestinian state. There is no other solution. So this is not what the government of Israel wanted to do. So they chose the alternative, a partner with whom you can never make peace. And in order to, now this is, by the way, I'm not campaigning for anything personal, okay? Relax. I can see you're starting, Aluf started to be very tense. Not. But I said it not after the 7th of October. After 7th of October, there were so many smart people that understood it. I said it on record, long before the 7th of October. It was obvious that the Israeli strategy was to flirt with Hamas. Why? Because they are not partners for peace. By the way, when Hamas attacked us, they never said, ever, we did it because Israel didn't want to negotiate peace with us, so we had no choice. They never said it. Why? Because they never even pretended that they wanted to make peace with Israel. So the Israeli government believed...
By the way.
Pardon?
They still don't.
They still don't say it, and they don't say it on these days. They try to resist the disarming, what is called as the disarming of Hamas. They would battle in order to maintain their position in Gaza so that they will not be wiped out completely. There are all kinds of things. One thing they don't say, that we want to negotiate with Israel peace. So we thought that we can buy them. We thought that you can buy them. Now, I wouldn't say more, but just one thing. Who thought so? The one person that knows that if he can be bought for money, everyone can be bought for money.
It appears as if the audience knows who you're talking about.
It looks like...
They're familiar with this person.
It looks like this audience is not so hostile.
Nasser, how can... the same question to you. Can you overcome the traumas from the Palestinian side that suffered, unfathomable killing and destruction during the war.
First, Aloof, let me say that I cannot repeat what Ehud Olmert said, that I'm not running for anything. Okay, so I don't know.
We covered that one before.
Okay.
I didn't say that I don't run. I say that I don't campaign.
Okay. It's even worse, he wants to run without campaigning. Can you imagine that?
No, I just want to say that I used to run almost every day for many, many years. So everyone knows that I'm running, but I don't campaign.
Anyway, listen, the last time I was asked a similar question, I think it was on CNN, Christian Amanpour asked me, and my answer was that we cannot afford not to be hopeful. We have to remain hopeful, in spite of all the difficulties ahead of us, in spite of all the problems, all the atrocities that happened. And yes, there was atrocities on both sides. We need to recognize that, and we need to overcome that. I think that is a sine qua non for moving ahead.
But how would you do that? What is the right process?
For the Palestinian side, the process is simple. I think first you need to be serious enough to give the Palestinian people real hope, tangible things, that things are changing and we are heading in the right direction, not repetition of the same old lies that were told to them. So this time should be different. That's number one. Number two, there are also cases that need some special care. For instance, people with special needs. We have to take care of them. Orphans, we have to take care of them. We have to address the community in a different manner and in a responsible manner. Because the way forward is not to lie to anybody. The way forward is to actually say the truth, try to explain it well, and then give a solution. Give a solution and give some kind of a way out for the current problem and the current trauma that we all have.
So now a question to both of you, and first to Yehud. Should Israel have released or release now Marwan Barghouti?
I suggest that you relax. Now I want to say this. I think that this question is very insulting for the Palestinians. Marwan Barghouti is, I'm not talking now about his indictments and his convictions, murders like what he was accused of were released in abundance by the Israeli government at the Shalit deal and throughout now in all this process. Hundreds of murders of the worst kind were released. So first of all, if you ask me if I'm in favor of or not of releasing him, I don't have any particular position. He could have been released amongst the question is not this, and why do I say that this is in a way insulting? You really think that amongst all of the Palestinian people, okay, there is no one that is potentially capable of leading them other than a person that is sitting already 24 years and you don't even know who he is today and what is his capacity and what the 24 years in jail caused to him that may qualify him or disqualify him to be the leader of the Palestinians. I must say, okay, for the sake of just putting things from my point of view in the right perspective, when I was Prime Minister, a couple of Israeli public figures, well known, asked my permission to meet with him on a regular basis and to talk with him and to exchange views and so on. And I allowed it. And I used to get reports after every meeting and so on. So I have nothing specific against him that I don't have against others that were convicted in such terrible things, okay? But what I want to say is it's not necessary, with all due respect. There are so many Palestinians that can qualify to be the leaders of the Palestinian people, including one sitting here. I mean, so to make the release of Marwan Barghouti as a potential turning point in providing the Palestinians with a leader, first of all, we don't need to provide the Palestinians with a leader. The Israeli attitude of patronizing the Palestinians is out of place for a long time, and I don't share it, by the way. The Palestinians will have to elect their leader in elections. Now, if in elections they will elect Marwan Barghouti, okay, even while he's sitting in jail, and maybe he's sitting in jail may increase his chances, I don't know, then the question will arise. But presently, I think really that there are urban legends sometimes are built in an artificial manner. It's not that important. And as I said from the outset, I wouldn't have made any exceptional protest had he been amongst the 200 or 300 of the murderers that were released in the deal. I just don't think that it is the necessary solution for the issue of the Palestinian leadership, and I don't think that we are the ones that should be responsible for providing the Palestinians with the leader. They are smart enough to do it by themselves.
And what's your take on that?
You want me to answer the question?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I'll try. Listen, my answer is very clear, and it is yes. He has to be released because I think, like many prisoners, he deserves freedom, he deserves to see the sun, and he deserves to start breathing free air, like all of them. Now, what will happen after that politically, I don't know, because we hear rumors, lots of rumors, including freeing and deporting him to Doha or to the Emirates or whatever. So that will change the calculus, of course, and calculus of everybody. And I think we need to wait and see what would happen after that, after releasing him. But as a matter of principle, my answer is yes.
Let's talk about the rebuilding and in Gaza, in which you have an interest, I believe. And can it really happen? I mean, they talk about investments of hundreds of billions of dollars to build everything that is rubble, to build social services, hospitals, schools that no longer exist, mosques, you name it. How do you envision Gaza if this money and the right governance structure is found and established?
Number one, I think that Gaza can be rebuilt, yes, and it shall be rebuilt. However, I think that it's going to be extremely difficult. This is no, simple journey, and there is no easy solutions. It's going to be extremely difficult because, as you said, Aloof, everything has been destroyed. Everything has been destroyed, including human beings, and that's probably more difficult and more important than the buildings and the infrastructure and things like that. So that's number one. Number two, I want to say also that the 20-point plan that was presented by President Trump, in spite of all its shortcomings, nevertheless, it has worked, at least with its first phase. The release of hostages, the release of many Palestinian prisoners, almost a ceasefire, preparing for the second phase and things like that. There are many shortcomings, as I said, but we are now getting into the second phase, which is more difficult. And I think also that it's not going to be easy. At this stage, we have different positions by different parties as a result of not opposing goals, but as a result of probably different ideas because of lack of discussion, lack of dialogue, and things like that. I don't think it's very difficult to overcome this problem, but it is a problem now. And probably you have heard there is a draft that's being circulated in New York, Security Council draft resolution. And to be frank with you, I don't think that the draft provides for the necessary answers. At the same time, I can say that I don't think that the answer to the draft should be, no, we rejected, blah, 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 blah. I mean, we have always to think of solutions, of bridging proposals, of something to be done together. And you cannot dismiss the United States as nobody. I mean, this is the strongest country in the world, and this is the strongest man in the world, Donald Trump, and he has to be treated as such. But as things stand now, we still have many problems. To name some, the governance, the structures of governance, we still have questions about that. International force, some people say enforcement force, some people say no, we can't have enforcement force because that means that the foreign soldiers will go in and disarm Hamas themselves, which I don't think is feasible. Number three is the idea of Israel withdrawing, maybe gradually, maybe alongside the deployment of the force, maybe other conditions as well, but as an idea, as a principle, it should be there, which is not the case now, and so on and so forth. The role of the PA, and maybe this is, to me at least, less important than the three positions or the 3 points of principles that I mentioned.
Ehud, apart from being the former prime minister, you're also an incumbent opinion writer for Haaretz. Of Haaretz, you're writing opinion pieces for us every few weeks, and you wrote several very strong pieces, articles about the pogroms in the West Bank by settlers against their Palestinian neighbors, their relocation, forced relocation of villagers, attacking the olive harvest, etc.
I'm very happy that you asked me this question, because I was about to volunteer my response, even if had you not asked me the question.
But Ehud, I happen to read your articles.
Yeah, that's right.
I read Haaretz.
Yeah, actually, you are the first that read them. No, because I send it to him. If he doesn't find them appropriate, he just throw them to the basket. So I want to say this, and I want to choose the most careful words, okay, not to stretch it beyond the appropriate limit. What is being done today in the territories on a daily basis are crimes of the worst possible kind that I, as an Israeli and as a Jew, I am ashamed of them. And I think, and I kept saying it several times in Haaretz, that's true, that they attempt to minimize this, to say that this is done by a handful of, a minority of young people, and this is not a representative of the entire community. I beg to differ. It is done by thousands, and it is supported by tens of thousands, and the municipal leaders who are enormously influential in the community of Jews that live in the territories are completely in support of them, and I'm using the mildest possible words. And this is extremely difficult for me, because what I want to say is much harsher and much more extreme in order to describe what is going on there. The idea that on a daily basis they are burning their olive groves, they are burning their properties, they are penetrating into their homes, and they are threatening and sometimes killing innocent people that have nothing to do with terror, and that at the end of such an event, the Palestinians are arrested and none of the perpetrators that committed it is held or is under any custody, because the police didn't find, the Ben Gvir police didn't find the perpetrators. This is disgusting, obnoxious, unforgettable, and unforgivable. And if we will continue, to overlook it, and if the police will continue to support it, and if the army will continue to shift his eyes from what's happening in front of them, then one day, the state of Israel will be brought to the International Court of Criminal Court in The Hague. And I'm afraid that then we will not have a good defense.
With this harsh warning, I'd like to conclude. And
I'm sorry. I'm not concluded yet.
Always the last word.
No, not the last. I always prefer that Dr. El-Kidwa will be the last, but I want to say one thing. I know, although it wasn't, you asked it, but we didn't relate to it perhaps in a more explicit manner. The question is, I mean, what the hell are you talking about? You two guys, you're talking about a Palestinian state. The Palestinians are not in favor, the Israelis are not in favor. How can we seriously believe that this is something realistic enough? So I'm not talking now about the doability, the practicality of this. It is practically possible according to the plan that we have submitted, based on what I proposed to Mahmoud Abbas in 2008-2009. I'm talking about the ability to change the balance inside the state of Israel and inside the Palestinian community. And this is something that if we will not be fighting for, it will never happen. So it's true, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be simple. We have to get rid of our government, which is a job in itself, in order to make it more plausible, yet not certain. But first of all, we have to do this in order to solve other problems as well. And then we have to battle and to fight and to campaign and to do on a day and night, because there is not any other possible future for the state of Israel if we will not resolve this historic conflict between us and the Palestinians. If we believe that we can continue to be forever occupiers of millions of people, denying them the rights of self-determination, denying them the rights of freedom of movement in where they live, and searching them day and night, in all kinds of manners, this is not going to bring us any closer to the kind of life which we deserve to have and that they deserve to have. Therefore, I'm not trying to say that this is simple, but I'm not prepared to lose my optimism that this is something that can be done if we will have the power, the determination, the leadership, the vision, the inspiration to fight for it. And that's what we are going to do.
And final remarks?
Final remarks is simple. When it comes to talking and writing, I cannot compete with Aluf Ben. So thank you all.
Thank you. And we'll do it again in our next event.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nasser Al-Kadwi. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We need some optimism, so thank you for that. And now I'm inviting Judy Melz, Haaretz journalist, that will speak with Michael Sfard, a human rights lawyer, expert in international human rights, and a very dear person.
So it looks like you have a big fan club here, Michael.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Wow.
So,
hi, Judy.
Do I have to even introduce you? Well, I will anyway. Okay. So welcome, everyone, to my conversation with Michael Sfard. I was going to say one of Israel's most prominent international human rights lawyers, but I guess you could say the most prominent.
Don't
okay, I'm saying it. You don't have to. Michael is cited widely, both in Israel and abroad, and he has brought many cases to the Israeli Supreme Court challenging the occupation and defending the work of Israeli human rights groups. Michael, it's a privilege to share the stage with you today.
Thank you very much. This is very kind.
So I want to start by referring to a very strong piece you wrote in Haaretz a few months ago titled, "We Israelis are part of a mafia crime family." You remember the piece, right?
It's in my blood.
Okay. In that piece, you argued that all Israelis, without exception, including left-wing Israelis, anti-government Israelis, pro-democracy Israelis, we are all complicit in war crimes in Gaza. In a conversation you and I recently had, you said that it was one of the most difficult pieces that you ever wrote. And you've written many tough pieces in my newspaper as well. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, I'd like to start, like most speakers do, to thank Haaretz. And I want to say that in the last few years, I felt like this guy from, well, there was a 90s series, TV series, X-Files. And there was an episode there of a guy that wakes up in the morning, goes to work, and finds out that everyone is talking a different language. They use the same words, but they mean something else. And so he doesn't understand anyone. And sometimes I feel like that in Israel. And then I open Haaretz, and I realize that I have not lost my mind. So I want to thank Haaretz for being. My heart was broken twice in the last 2 years. Once was on October 7th, for obvious reasons. And then when I realized how my country, how my society is retaliating October 7th. And throughout the months of the war, I got to two very painful conclusions. One is that we, the State of Israel, are committing war crimes and crimes against humanity, and arguably acts of genocide. And that is not an easy insight. We have displaced millions of people without pledging to allow them to go back once armed hostilities are over. We have intentionally starved civilian population. We have disproportionately and discriminately killed tens of thousands of civilians in ways that cannot be seen as compatible with the laws of war, the laws of warfare. And we have provided complete impunity to an atmosphere of incitement to war crimes, to crimes against humanity, and to genocide. I'm involved in several cases in the Israeli Supreme Court trying to get some accountability for those hundreds of Israeli public figures, politicians, cabinet ministers, social media influencers, artists, those who call themselves journalists, who are inciting to commit crimes with complete impunity. So that was my first realization. And then came the second. And the second, I'll start with something former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert said here about what's going on in the West Bank. I felt we have a new human rights activist here. I agree with everything he said, including the melody and the tone and the volume. I just want to add to that, settler violence is state violence. Settler violence is receiving the tailwind and the assistance of the state, and many times soldiers and settlers commit the crimes together. And when it comes to Gaza and to the atrocities that I realized my society is committing, it took time, but I again realized something, and that was almost an identity crisis. That it's not Netanyahu or Ben Gvir or Smotrich or the settlers that are committing the crimes that are annihilating the Gaza Strip. Annihilation of the Gaza Strip is an all-Israeli project. And we have not heard one word from the representatives of labor organizations, of teachers, when the whole education system of Gaza was turned into rubble. We haven't heard anything from the Israeli Medical Association when all the medical infrastructure in Gaza was annihilated, was evaporated. We haven't heard anything from the Israeli Bar Association when Israel has turned its prisons into a chain of torture facilities, or when it banned Palestinian prisoners from getting visits from the Red Cross. So then I came to this conclusion, and it was a very painful one, and I asked myself, what does a decent citizen do when its society went so wrong? And writing this opinion piece was, for me, a complete personal crisis, because for the first time, I didn't come from those areas where Israel is one big colonial enterprise that was vicious from the outset. No, I have a different biography and different view of what Israel is. So stating in that op-ed that I think Israel must be isolated, that focused boycotts must take place in order to stop the atrocities, and that those soldiers who refuse must be supported, was a very difficult thing for me to do. And actually, I wrote this op-ed 2 weeks before it was published. It took me 2 weeks to actually send it. Not to Aluf Ben, but to the editor of the opinion piece section.
So, Michael, what happens now? Now, in your hat as an international human rights lawyer. A few weeks ago, a ceasefire was declared in Gaza, and it is more or less holding. But as you know, a year ago in November, the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and then Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for alleged crimes against humanity and war crimes in Gaza. The International Court of Justice is meanwhile hearing a case put forth by South Africa alleging that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. Now that the war is over, at least we hope it is, what do you expect to happen with these cases?
Well, someone before me on this stage said that he doesn't want to prophesize. My grandfather told me, never prophesize, especially not about the future. One thing, though, is definite. Justice and accountability will not be served through the Israeli justice system. That will not happen not only to the victims in Gaza, but not to the victims of October 7th. We are 2 years after the horrendous massacre of October 7th, with all the associated crimes that were committed on October 7th, and not a single person was indicted for any of the acts that were committed on October 7th. Because this Israeli government wants to create some kind of Guantanamo-style commissions and to introduce the death penalty. This will not bring justice. So, unfortunately, it's my career is all about trying to secure that the Israeli justice system will indeed serve justice to Palestinians and to those who come from disenfranchised communities. But my career is complete failure in that sense. And my colleagues and I that were shouting from every hill that Israel is not providing any justice, that its justice system is failing time and again. In fact, it is not failing. It is doing exactly what the government wants it to do when it comes to Palestinians. So we have international tribunals like the ICC, like the ICJ. We also have universal jurisdiction, which means criminal trials in foreign state courts. And I can say, and of course the ICC is now in a very difficult situation where the American administration, the American president has imposed sanctions on the ICC because of the investigations into Israeli alleged crimes. And it's very difficult to see how that court can actually do the work in this environment. And we don't see the international community and especially the powers in the West, and especially Germany, who is a very important actor when it comes to international law and when it comes to the ICC. We don't see them giving the ICC the backing that it needs. But I want to say something. From my life as a lawyer, I know one thing. Injustice doesn't evaporate. It stays and contaminates the air as long as we do not do something about it. So it might take time, and we'll see all those cases where a soldier that did a selfie of him bombing some civilian object being issued arrest warrants in that country or the other. But eventually, if there will not be a serious organ that would provide justice for the victims, we will not be able to heal. Because healing needs reconstruction, in Gaza definitely, but also in the ruined communities of the Gaza envelope and the Western Negev. It needs independence and freedom, which Israelis have and Palestinians do not, and it needs justice. And justice can come in many forms. It doesn't have to be through criminal proceedings and someone behind bars, but justice is part and parcel of healing.
We don't have a lot of time left, unfortunately, and I want to conclude maybe on an upbeat note. So I want to now remind you of another piece you wrote. This was about 10 years ago in Haaretz. You wrote a column that has since become famous and is often quoted. And in that column you wrote, "One day the occupation will end, and it will probably end in one fell swoop." And you went on to say, "One day the occupation will end because regimes of this kind are not viable. They are bound to fall because regimes of suppression, almost by definition, are unstable." Do you still believe this?
100%. I'm doubling down. So I want to say two things about that op-ed, which is still in the archives, I see. First, I didn't give a date. I didn't give a date to when it will happen. And I also said that I don't know whether it will happen peacefully or after a tragedy. What I do know is that oppressive regimes need constantly to increase the oppression. Oppressive regimes cannot stay put. They need constantly to impose more force, to be more cruel, to do more bad things. And that's what we've seen in the last 10 years since I wrote this op-ed. We're seeing the state of Israel, the government of Israel with its society. And by the way, I didn't say that Israelis are complicit. I said that they're responsible for all these crimes. And what we're seeing is that unless we end the occupation, we will need constantly to put more energy in maintaining it and changing ourselves during that process. Something that was seen one day as an aberration becomes the normal in the other day. So yes, I am positive that the occupation, and now I'll say also the apartheid, will end. It has to end, and it will end, and our role is to make all the effort that we can that this ending will come peacefully rather than in a tragedy which we are already living in.
Thank you so much.
Judy is staying because she's moderating the next panel. And I'm inviting, or would you like? I'll invite you, panel members. So first, Dr. Franziska Bratner, chairwoman and member of parliament for Bundis 90, or 90. Maya Soriet, executive director of New Israeli Fund Deutschland. Joanna Hassoun, CEO of Transcendency EV, human rights activist and educator. Anne-Catherine Seidel, political campaigner for Compact and a journalist. And Raluca Ganea, all the way from Israel, executive director of Zazim, community action. And Judy Meltz, our moderator.
So welcome again, everyone, to our next panel. And Franziska, I'd like to start with you. Okay. take a sip first, if you need. Germany is often criticized for treating Israel with kid gloves because of its so-called historic responsibility to the Jewish state. But you personally called for an arms embargo against Israel during the war, as well as for a boycott of far-right politicians from Israel. If it were up to you, how should the German government have responded to the October 7th attack and to Israel's devastating retaliation in Gaza?
Allow me first to say that it's a real honor for me being here. And I read Haaretz all the time, and you as well. So it's also, I feel like, oh wow.
And you forgot to mention that you speak Hebrew fluently.
Not fluently, רק קצת. But כן, אני מדברת קצת עברית. But it's been a while. So how would I... you know what made me most furious in a way is that Germany did not allow for a strong European voice to emerge, because I think it would have been so necessary to have a European actor in the region, and not to leave it to Trumps and others of this world. And I totally understand when the German government doesn't support a proposal coming from the European Commission. But I don't think that a German role can be just to say always no. That can be an Orban role, but not a Germany role. And therefore, you know, I said, so if you don't like their proposals, do propose something else. And I think that was what I think I missed most, is the concession to say that we want to have a European voice and that we want to be part of a solution. And for the internal debate, I think that was difficult, that we didn't really see the suffering of Palestinians enough. And I think the German debate went so badly that in the end we have Jews living in Berlin, across Germany, who are less safe today than they were before October 7th. Because of anti-Semitism that has really grown. And on the other side, you have Palestinians and their relatives who do not feel included in the German debate. So no side is safer or better after the German debate of 2 years now. And I think, it's obviously you have done something wrong if neither side is safer or better in Germany, not even to speak about the region. So I think that was, and I think we have to heal that on both sides. We have to fight really strongly anti-Semitism, which is emerging in every corner in Germany again, or newly. And at the same time, we really have to make sure that we also fight for the right of Palestinians to live freely and in dignity, and just as much as we do it for Israelis to live in safety and dignity.
As Zachariah, I want to continue with this point. How would you say that the special relationship between Israel and Germany has shaped public discourse in this country around anti-Semitism and Islamophobia?
Yeah, first of all, hi, I'm not Joanna. I'm very sorry that she couldn't be here. She's sick, so I'm trying to fill the gap. I will answer that question on two levels. The first one is a personal level as a German-born Palestinian. And I can only agree to what you just said. I think the special relationship, as you called it, is an absolute catastrophe in the way we understand it. So we're not understanding, I think Germany should be obliged to a special relationship to Israel, not necessarily because it's Israel, but because Germany should have a special obligation to Jewish life, and that includes Israeli people as well. And I would wish that Germany would understand this obligation as a universal one towards, or not in competition with universal human rights, with universal human dignity, but we do, unfortunately. And as a Palestinian being born here, you notice that very quickly. You notice this when you are in school, you're not being talked about. You notice it when you grow older and you have conferences on Israel, Gaza, and Germany, and there are no Palestinian institutions because as part of the organization, because Palestinian institutions are oftentimes silenced and have to overcome a lot of hurdles to being even be recognized as legitimate. You understand it. You understand it when you're trying to talk about anti-Palestinian racism, and I tried to do that 2 weeks ago, and the event was cancelled because the organization where we would have spoken was uncomfortable with that name. So there are a lot of personal experiences, I would say, that show you that the way Germany understands its Staatsräson is not as a universal learning out of some of the worst crimes in history, but more as a tool maybe to argument for power politics, to create hierarchy between life. And we can see that this is the second part and then I'm finished, we can see that on a more broader social level as well. So if we look at numbers, how many people trust the media in Germany talking about Gaza, I think it's 27%. Looking at Ukraine, it's 40%, and I think there's at least some good reasons for that. If we look into science, there was a questionnaire between scientists who work in the context of the Middle East or fields that have overlap with it, and 80% of them say since October 7th they feel like the freedom in science is in danger. We have human rights organizations such as Amnesty who say there's a deeply rooted, systematic architecture of oppression, looking at police violence, looking at incidents of people being silenced or losing their jobs or police brutality at demonstrations. So, as you said, neither Palestinians are safer, but also, I don't think Jewish people are safer, at least the ones I work with. A lot of times I hear that they are being forced into like a certain scheme that Germany accepts Jewish people to be like. And so I would say, to say it shortly, the special relationship as the German state understands it now backfired in a catastrophic way, because neither Palestinians nor Jewish people are feeling safer in Germany. We have numbers of anti-Semitism and anti-Palestinian racism, which is not being acknowledged, but we have some markers where we can talk about that. They are rising. We have the AfD, which is rising. So I would say we need a different approach to that, Staatsräson or special obligation.
Maya, after 2 years of this horrific war in Gaza, what does maintaining this special relationship mean in practical terms? If presumably the Israeli government is not a partner for Jewish organizations like yours, the NIF, that support a democratic Israel and an Israel that wants to live in peace with its neighbors, then who is?
First of all, I'll add to the things that have been said to Haaretz and the Heinrich Böll Stiftung and many other partners. I also want to highlight Brot für die Welt, who have made this conference also possible. So thank you for that. I think it's been said before, this is a mixture of a meetup and a therapy session, and I hope you feel the same way, that it's a constructive and also sometimes controversial discussion. I'll firstly start by saying that the relations have broken in all the wrong places. I don't think breaking off youth exchange, that excluding queer organizations, feminist organizations from Israel is the right way forward. It's not helping anyone. Secondly, I will say that we talk about the special relationship a lot. We don't say what that actually means. We don't have an honest conversation about that. There are many people in Germany who, for all the right reasons, feel very attached to Israel. Of course, for Jewish people like myself, who have family there, it's a safe place. It's supposed to be a safe place. It was a safe place for my family for a long time. And then for many Germans, of course, that feel responsibility, or they've spent some time there, living there, working there, studying there. And so after October 7th, of course, we've followed in horror the events. We've been on daily calls with our family and friends as rockets from Iran were raining down, and we followed very closely and supported the pledge of the hostage families in their campaigns to bring their loved ones home. But at the same time, many people have been struggling to really square this support with their commitment to liberal values, to progressive values, and to human rights. And this is not something, of course, that's new, but especially after 7th of October, in light of the horrific suffering in Gaza, that's been mentioned before, the escalating violence in the occupied West Bank, the brazenly dehumanizing, even genocidal rhetoric from parts of the Israeli leadership, is something that has made, I think, a lot of people questioning, what does it actually mean to be pro-Israel in times like this? And I think this is the discussion we need to have. Also because, I've been told before by figures who are engaged in German-Israeli relations very prominently, that what I'm doing is not acceptable to the pro-Israel camp. And I said, who defines that, actually? Not because I care about labels that much, but because I think it's actually quite an audacity. NIF has been doing the work that it's been doing for 40 years in order to support democratic civil society, and we're happy to see so many of our grantees and partners on stage and also here in the conference today. We are doing this kind of work because we want to see Israel as a democratic, safe, peaceful state, and we think the only way to do that is to support civil society organizations who've been out in the street protesting, who've been defending human rights in the West Bank, who have been gathering humanitarian aid trucks and protecting them from the attacks of settlers that were going to be delivered to Gaza. This is the kind of organization that I support when I'm saying that I'm in support with Israel and with the civil society. And this is the conversation I would like to see. And I suspect that many more people are feeling the same way, and you're very welcome to join us on this very long road.
Anne-Katrine, your organization, Campact, very much wants the German government to recognize a Palestinian state, but you were unable to get a campaign off the ground because of the so-called special relationship between Israel and Germany. So tell us what happened.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me and having us here. And I think it's really important to have a panel about the civil society and how it can influence pro-democratic movements here and in Israel and in Palestine. I would also like to start with a personal note about the special relationship, because for me it was something very, very positive. You know, like if I go 2 generations back in my history, I have my grandfather that I never met. I mean, yeah, good. Luckily, probably never met because he was a Nazi and he wore the Nazi swastika and he went to war and, you know. And about 60 years after that, I went to study in Beersheba. And then I did research in Tel Aviv and I worked in Jerusalem. So I really could get a grasp of what positive things can come out of this. But this is where we cannot stop. Because out of that grows a responsibility for the protection of Jewish life, of course, but secondary also for the protection of human rights. And that's why we as an organization cannot accept what the Israeli government is doing in Gaza and in its own country. And also we cannot accept the support of the German government for what the Israeli government is doing. So we strive to be something like a third voice, but that's quite hard, to be honest, because the debate, the discussion is so polarized. So what we did is we organized a rally with 25,000 people just after October 7th to show empathy for the victims in Israel. We also supported a petition with 250,000 signatures to end the war in Gaza. Like, it's always going, like, you know. And we're data-based, so we're not membership-based, but we have supporters, over 4 million supporters, and we ask them what they want us to do. And there's a majority in Germany in favor of the recognition of Palestine, the state of Palestine. But people are so hesitant, so when we ask them, they don't tell us to do a campaign on that. So we cannot, because we need them to support us. That's how we work. And that shows that people are afraid to say something wrong, which is not a bad thing, because saying something wrong is saying something wrong. So, you know, but at the same time, you have to look at the reason for that, and this is the polarized debate that we have. So you're either an anti-Semite or you're a racist. There is no middle ground, and that makes it very, very hard to form coalitions. And that's kind of where we failed. We couldn't get it off the ground on the grounds that we were standing on.
Raluca, one more question about this special relationship. When we talk about that relationship, we're usually referring to the government level. In your experience, does this special relationship also exist on the level of civil society organizations in Israel and Germany?
I think that It's working? Okay. First, I also want to take a minute to thank Haaretz for this conference, and maybe this is the right place to say that I'm locked outside of my subscription since we arrived here, because apparently I'm using it too much, so if anyone here can help, I would appreciate it. I think that the connections in the civil society level are probably the only way to fix what is wrong in this special relationship. I think we, organizations like Campact and Zazim, are the ones who can actually change the government policy by showing them that the public that includes also Palestinians in Germany and other people in Germany, they want something else, and that this special relationship has to develop. We are the one responsible to do that. And in the last 2 years, we've done a couple of campaigns or events together in different occasions, doing exactly that. We did a webinar last year, a year for October 7th, with 2 Palestinians and 2 Israelis speaking on both sides, showing that it's not a zero-sum game and that all voices need to be heard. And thanks to Compact, this was broadcasted to thousands of people across Europe. We did petitions together to, as Anne-Catherine said, to end the war in Gaza, but also to release the hostages. I mean, the main thing is that when you go to the public directly, you manage to go over this polarized debate and to see that people are people, children are children, and that it's not a zero-sum game. What is pro-Israeli is actually pro-Palestinian. It's the same thing. This is how it should be.
Francisca, back to you. We talked before about how the German government often acts as though it has its hands tied behind its back when it comes to Israel. Do you believe that Germany's general unwillingness to use its clout to restrain the Israeli government has affected its international standing?
Obviously. I think we have a special relationship with Israel, and we should have. There are very good and important reasons for having a special relationship. And I think it should remain. The question is just, does it mean that you cannot criticize what the Israeli government is doing at a given time? And I think that is the difficulty in the German debate, is to say, I've never argued against that, because I think we should have a special relationship, and I want that to remain. But I think it, like you said, for me, and Ehud Olmert said it earlier, what kind of Israel will that be if you continue to be that government's policies prolonged into the future? Will Israel be able to remain a democratic state? Will it be able, etc.? So I think this is the difficult debates we have. And that's why if we are honest about democracy and human rights, and if we fight for them, we have to fight for them also with the civil society in Israel that is fighting for democracy and human rights. And I think that is sometimes when I think the credibility of Germany is getting lost, when we fight for human rights and democracy in many areas of the world, and we don't do it in this region. And I think that is why people look at us and say, we support you in Ukraine, and we think you're right, but please also look at dignity and human rights of the Israelis and of the Palestinians. And that's why I think we have lost credibility big time, because people don't see it enough, and they feel that there are double standards for the right reasons or wrong reasons, I don't know. But I think when I've traveled a lot when I was still part of the government, it was more difficult to get meetings. And people, the first question they would ask you is, so what do you think your German government should do on Israel and Palestine? Even though I was traveling for raw materials and rare earth. So, of course I felt it. And I think that is part of what Germans often don't see or don't like to see. And I think the involvement of the international community is so key. In the next weeks and months and years to come, and that we have a role to play there. And we should strengthen the forces on both sides that are ready and fighting for peace, like we do this in many other areas of the world too. And that's why I think it's important to support actors on both sides that stand up for human rights, dignity, and peace. And I had the honor to work with amazing women, I don't want to say almost 20 years ago, but like many years ago. And they never gave up to be in the complexity and in the difficulty of not being black or white. And I sort of swear to, I was like always saying to myself, I will never, give up being able to to stand the complexity and fall onto either side, when these women who have had, their lives depending on it, have dared to remain with a view that is more complex than just yes or no. No, the complexity of the question is one, and I think it is difficult to see. Also, we talked about Hamas. It's not a good actor, obviously. It's a terrorist organization, and they have committed horrendous crimes. And Israel has the right to defend itself against those horrendous crimes. It does. No, Israel has the right to defend itself against horrendous crimes that are committed against its citizens. But it doesn't allow Israel to commit horrendous crimes themselves. And I think that is the complexity that we have to stand. And I think, many times we don't manage to have that debate in a good way in Germany.
Thank you.
Anne-Catherine, back to you. Since the ceasefire in Gaza was declared, the Israeli government has been barreling ahead with its program to undermine democracy, introducing all sorts of legislation that would effectively turn Israel into an autocracy and a theocracy. How can civil society organizations like yours support those on the ground in Israel who are pushing back against this assault on democracy?
Well, thanks for that question. I'll tell you what we try to do. First of all, we try to distribute funding. We funded the Popular Peace Conference of Zazim and Agia Ezman in May, which was amazingly successful. And yeah, we also try to make their voices heard, our partner voices heard wherever we can, with the petitions or articles or on our social media websites. But as I spoke to Raluca before we met here, a year of an election in Israel is not the best year to support Israeli civil society organizations from abroad. So what's our TOC? What's our theory of change as a German organization? Where can we find leverage to put pressure on Israel? And that's the EU. It has mentioned before here, but I want to stress it again, that Germany has a voice and it's heard everywhere because of the special relationship it has to Israel. So if there is even the slightest disagreement within the German government, within the coalition, about, for example, the recognition of Palestine or putting sanctions on Israel via the EU-Israel Association Agreement, this is going to be heard everywhere, and this is going to be part of the international discussion. So that's a very good leverage for us as an organization in Germany to support what's happening in Israel. Because the EU has to be more of an important player. We're all basically go in common with that. When it comes to the association agreement, for example, I think it's really important that we suspend it and then we put conditions on it, not only, in terms of taxes and stuff, but also for democratic measures, because that's in the agreement. Article 2 is about the rule of law and human rights, and both partners have to comply to that. So that's a leverage we have, and that we have to use concerning Israel, and that we can use, and it's also a way that we don't harm our partner organizations by giving them money. It shouldn't be harmful, but it is right now. So that's, one of the things that I was thinking about.
Raluca, Zazim recently got 10,000 Israelis to sign a petition recognizing a Palestinian state that was presented at the UN General Assembly, which was quite a coup for an organization like yours. It's pretty interesting that you were able to pull off a campaign like this while your sister organization here could not, and I was wondering how you explain that.
I think it's very easy to explain because of everything we talked about today and the raison d'etre of the special relationships. And obviously that's something that needs to change. But it's not a theoretical question because obviously we discussed both of our campaigns before, and I tried to give my answers to questions that would have arisen from the German public about why give a prize to Hamas, the Palestinian state is a prize to Hamas, and all of these questions, and give the answers to that from an Israeli perspective. It wasn't enough in this case because we operate in different political contexts, but next time, because it's not a campaign that is over, I mean, there still isn't, Palestine is not a state yet. So next time, Compact will be able to go to their members and say, support what our Israeli partners have already done. We have over 10,000 Israelis who support Palestine, so we should support them in doing that. So next time, I'm sure this campaign will be successful also in Germany.
Maya, it is not only democracy in Israel that is under threat, but also democracy in Germany today with the surge in popularity of the AfD and other far-right movements. What does that mean for young progressive Jews like yourself who grew up in Germany and always considered it home?
Well, I never thought I'd have a conversation with my family about where would we go if the AfD comes to power. And how do we know when it's time to go? I've had that conversation, and I know I'm not the only one. Many people, and not just Jewish people, Muslims, obviously, people who can afford to go. Hopefully, it's a privilege, of course. How do we know where we'll be able to go? And so on. And of course, we also thought in the past that Israel would be a place to go. Now that's very much in question. Something that worries me a lot is the breakdown of alliances in civil society. So especially when I think back to the time after the neo-Nazi terrorist attacks in Hanau and in Halle on the synagogue in Hanau where people with a migrant background were shot. There was a sense of alliances in the years after that between different minority groups, understanding that we need to be standing with each other, whether it's Muslims, Jewish, different migrant groups, Sinti and Roma, that we are working together against the threat. Now, these alliances have broken down. And especially within Jewish communities, I talk to people who were previously very much engaged in this and who say, after 7th of October, and with the kind of anti-Semitism and lack of empathy, I finally understand what my parents meant when they said, we only have ourselves to rely on. We can't rely on anyone else. And that makes me not only very sad, but very scared, because I don't think that's a way forward. I don't think I understand it. I can empathize with it. But this is not how we will be able to put up a coordinated response to fight and stand in solidarity with other groups that are attacked and with the democratic backsliding that is happening here too. And in that regard, I do think we have a lot to learn from Israeli civil society, Jewish activists and Palestinian activists about mobilizing, about protecting the judicial system, about exposing fake news, about building coalitions, and so on and so forth. And this is why we need more cooperation on the civil society level and not less. By the way, on the 7th of November 2023, NIF Germany and Heinrich Böll Foundation were supposed to have a conference on illiberal threats to the rule of law with activists from Israel, from Hungary, from Poland, from Germany. It didn't happen for obvious reasons, but I hope that we will be able to put it on soon because it's a very pressing matter.
Franziska, would you agree that controversies surrounding the war in Gaza here in Germany have taken a toll on democracy in the country?
I think what we obviously see, and that's what you describe, is that many people feel less safe. And that's obviously a toll on democracy. Obviously. You say it, and many others say it. I also, we also feel threatened by AfD, even though I'm blonde, blue-eyed, whatever. So yes, we have, it's a big fight. And it's a joint fight, I agree, in terms of defending democracy. And I think what we really lost are a lot of young people in the debate. And that is what I see, what scares me most, is that because we cannot include many of the younger voices, in my opinion, in this debate over the last couple of years, they tend to radicalize as well, also, on many sides, which is not good. And where I think we all have to become much better, because they go for the far right, some go for Islamists. It's very unhealthy. So we have to refocus also on including young voices, I think, in that debate. And we have been excluding them too much. And I think they have different experiences. They have learned about the Holocaust in a different way. We have to rethink of how we do this in Germany in a better way, of how we transmit the fight against anti-Semitism, but also, make against racism. And I think that is, in a more of a diverse society as we are in Germany, it's a big issue. And we have to do a better job at it, obviously.
Zakaria, you've been involved in Israeli-Palestinian dialogue work for quite a few years. How did things change for you after October 7th?
Maybe a short disclaimer, not so much in Israeli-Palestinian. I was working mostly in the prevention of radicalization. And since October 7th, I'm especially focusing on the issue of Israel-Palestine in Germany. And I would say it's gotten much harder. You just said it, young people feel excluded. In the last months, or 1.5 years, I would say, I was in, I think, about 120 schools, and was talking to young people about this topic, together with, so in the trialogues, always together with a... Yeah, so we're going to schools, and it's a project of Transagency and Gesellschaft im Wandel, and we're going to schools as somebody with a Palestinian, in my case German Palestinian background, and somebody with a Israeli or Jewish background. And we try to open a space for young people to have open discussions and ask questions that they might not be able to ask in the normal school context. And what really scares me is that that one of the things I hear the most is that even after 2 years, sometimes it's the first time that they feel like they can speak openly about this topic in school. So this is where it starts, and then everything, thanks. Everything we witness outside of that is making it harder. It's harder to answer questions on why. So one of the hardest situations for me was a context where a young person said, so why wouldn't the Palestinians use violence? They're being murdered either slowly or quickly, so why not even the odds? And of course we have amazing organizations like Parent Circle, Third Narrative standing together, and you can approach them with an emotional approach, but on the other side we have a government that still sends weapons, that didn't, we had the Sumut flotilla, I still wonder why there were no German boats, by the government using the special relationship we have to Israel, saying, oh no, we will give you weapons, but we also want human rights for Palestinians, and we will force you to either let in baby food and doctors and medicine, or you have to shoot at German ships. But this is the deal, maybe with German weapons, I don't care. But there's an alternative. And a lot of young people don't understand that, and it's becoming harder and harder after October 7th to give positive outlooks, to give positive examples, and to give them a worldview where they say, oh, I can identify with that. And we have to have, so if I think about the topic genocide, so I think Germany is the country where it's hardest to speak on the word of genocide, whether we use it or not. Germany has committed at least genocides, 2 genocides in its history. We have to be better talking about these topics and issues. We have different standards. If we are a democracy, we have to have a standard where with these hard conversations, because I understand genocide for a lot of people is a thing that really, really, really means something. But by not being able to talk about it, we make everything worse. And I can feel that every day in school, every day when I think about myself. I've never felt as Palestinian as I do now and as little German as I do now. And I think we're creating problems for generations to come. And this is only talking about Germany. It's not even talking about the situation in Palestine and Israel. So, yeah, we have to have a change, and a very strict one, or a very concrete one. Yeah.
Anne-Catherine, how do organizations like yours, which support the pro-democracy and pro-peace movements in Israel, but object to the Israeli government, avoid being stigmatized here as anti-Israeli or even anti-Semitic?
I have a very short answer to that, and a longer one. But first the short one. The short one is criticize the Netanyahu government, not the state or the people. But of course, it's more complicated, and we have certain things that we do in order for our position to be checked also by ourselves. We try to orient ourselves onto international humanitarian law. We try to oppose narratives that foster anti-Semitism, racism, or the negation of Israel, or whatever. We also oppose narratives that dehumanize people, may it be the victims of October 7th or the victims in Gaza. And we work with our allies and partners that give us legitimization of a lot of importance. And that said, I would say we have to step back a bit and think about, we don't want to be anti-something, we want to be pro-something. So we want to be pro-people, we want to be pro-peace, we want to be pro-freedom and pro-security for all, for everyone. So that's actually what we have to talk about. And we have to switch the debate, not coming out of the defense into an active position of saying what we are for, not what we are against.
And now for your sister organization in Israel, Reluka, looking ahead to the post-war period, where are you going to be focusing your efforts right now, and bearing in mind that this is an election year that we're in?
So as a civil society organization in Israel, we are very limited in what we can do regarding the elections. So having said that, it's obvious that nothing good can happen under the Netanyahu regime. And I'm saying the word regime deliberately, and not a government. It's not a democratic government anymore. So our role in this regard is to make sure that we do have elections and that they are fair elections, and that the main issue on the public agenda for these elections is the need to end the occupation and form a Palestinian state next to Israel, and that the next government is going to be a joint coalition of the Arab parties, with the Arab parties, because this is the only way to keep Israel a real democracy. And in addition to the work towards the elections, we have a very important role in making the Israeli public, the Israeli civil society, to acknowledge what we have done in Gaza. And I In this regard, I prefer to use the words in Hebrew, retzach am, not a foreign word like genocide that it's easy to feel alienated to. We need to make the people in Israel acknowledge and and be accountable for what we've done and what was done in our name. We can't say it wasn't done in my name. It was done in our names. And I believe that this is also a condition for any future reconciliation with the Palestinians. We owe that to the Palestinians. And also it's a condition for rehabilitation of our own society. We won't be able to come out of this horrible 2 years if we won't take responsibility on what you've done and build another ethos, a new ethos. And I think that the best way to do that is by giving the wider public an opportunity to take part in rebuilding Gaza, in providing humanitarian aid, in building bridges, and give people something positive to do, not just to blame them of what was done in our name, but to give something positive that can actually change reality and build reconciliation.
So we've run out of time, and on that somewhat positive note, I want to thank you all for this great conversation.
Thank you. We're moving on to Dervis Hizarki, author and chairman of the Kreuzberg Initiative Against Anti-Semitism, who will give a short speech. Where's Dervis? Here you are. We want to continue, so if you can please leave quietly, and we would prefer if you would stay.
Good evening and hello everyone. I have great respect for the work of Haaretz, and I'm very pleased that this conference is taking place in Berlin and that Kiga is a partner. And I must admit, my speech is a bit emotional and maybe even a bit sentimental, but everything I tell you is backed up by our international work and our work in Germany, and it's from my heart. Imagine a lighthouse on a stormy night. The sky is dark and cloudy, the sea is wild, and the ships seem to be lost and without any orientation. Thank God, there's a lighthouse. It's just standing there, unwavering. It does not go out to fight the storm. It does not choose between the sea and the rocks. It simply stands, steady, reliable, unshaken, and offers something priceless, orientation. A lighthouse gives direction without domination. Its strength lies not in power, but in clarity. And in times of global turmoil, Germany could be that lighthouse, a country that guides through empathy, balance, and moral conviction. But unfortunately, it was not. Germany's history carries both a heavy burden and a rare gift. Out of the horrors of the Holocaust came a principle that defines our moral compass: never again. Some lessons and results are a democratic state with a powerful constitution based on human rights, the creation of a united and peaceful Europe, the European Union, a special connection to the State of Israel, the International Court of Justice, being a member of the United Nations. Never again must never be applied singularly and selectively. Our commitment to Israel, to its security, its right to exist, and the safety of its people is unwavering. Yet this commitment extends further. The moral awareness that emerged after the Shoah binds us not only to Israel, but also to the Palestinians. History has shown that the birth of one state left lasting consequences for another, and we bear a responsibility to both. Since both peoples share this land, Germany's responsibility lies in striving for fairness toward all. Even if our intention were to stand solely with Israel, true fairness exists without recognizing the Palestinians as well. True fairness cannot exist without recognizing the Palestinians as well. One cannot uphold Israel's future while turning away from Palestinian realities and perspectives. In the recent Israel-Gaza conflict, Germany had a historic opportunity to be a mediator, a moral voice, a stabilizing presence, a lighthouse shining through fear and polarization. But instead of stepping forward with confidence in our lessons from history, we step back. I assume this has something to do with uncertainty and fear. A lighthouse does not panic when the storm begins. It doesn't step back. It stands there, stable, unwaveringly shining its light. So why is Germany uncertain and driven by fear? We all know the saying, you must know your past to shape your future. But does Germany truly know its past? Have we come to terms with it in a way that gives us strength to today's challenges? To be clear, Germany missed an opportunity to take a leading role in facilitating peace negotiations. And in doing so, Germany has lost some trust internationally, a sentiment we hear from partners and even German diplomats around the world. Neither the Israelis nor the Palestinians are fully satisfied with Germany's stance. Listening to many Jews in Germany, we hear a clear message. They do not feel safe. Anti-Semitism is rising, and political rhetoric of never again, without real action, deepens this fear. At the same time, rising anti-Muslim racism and the growth of the far-right AfD make the situation even more dangerous. We can also see some attempts to showcase the conflict as a religious one, or to declare the Muslims as the main perpetrators, especially of the Israel-related forms of anti-Semitism. This narrative ignores two facts. First, a large majority of people in Germany, 80%, this is far beyond the Muslim population, opposed Israel's war in Gaza. So the majority here are Germans who are not Muslims. Two, people around the world, including in Europe and the so-called Global South, from Venezuela to Japan, are taking a pro-Palestinian stance. And just think of the strikes in Christian-dominated Italy. How Germany is handling it, the political discourse, is manipulative, dangerous, and wrong. Germany's role is not only political, it's moral and social. In our diverse society, empathy is the foundation of unity. It helps us to resist polarization and strengthen cohesion. When empathy freezes, society fractures. As an NGO, we are currently experiencing attacks against civil society firsthand. A strong civil society is always an expression of self-confident, healthy democracy. But democracy is currently ailing. Minorities are being pitted against each other, and civil society is being literally destroyed. The same Germany that does not want to be a beacon in the so-called Middle East conflict also fails to provide guidance, stability, and thus social cohesion at home. Again, a lighthouse does not choose which ships deserves its light. It shines for all. One of the biggest challenges of our time is polarization. One result of polarization is that we are no longer able to listen to others, to see their perspectives, and yes, to feel their pain. Enough of the problem outline. Let's move on to the solutions. Empathy freezes when we see only our own pain. It unfreezes when we make space for the pain of others. Unfreeze means seeing the other side, even when it's uncomfortable. Shifting perspectives, even when it challenges us. Listening, not to reply, but to understand. When an Israeli mother fears for her child, that fear is real. When a Palestinian mother fears for her child, that fear is real. One of the most charged words since October 7 is genocide. When such a term is used, we must take it seriously. As educators, we know that before reacting, especially when a word feels provocative or unreasonable, we should ask questions. What do you mean by that? How are you using the term? What leads you to this conclusion? Clarification is not agreement. It simply ensures we are talking about the same thing. First, clarify, and then argue and debate. In this specific case, the reflex to dismiss such claims outright as anti-Semitic on the one hand, and the instrumental accusatory use of the term to inflict maximal damage and delegitimize Israel on the other are both dead ends. You could call it a zero-sum game. We need good faith debates, not ideological shadow boxing. I have Turkish roots, and I know the long history of denial surrounding the Armenian genocide. As a German, I know the dangers of Holocaust denial and distortion. And as a European, I know how long it took to name and commemorate the genocide at Srebrenica. We must approach these issues with sincerity and reason. Sometimes, when I'm at loss, even desperate, I'm glad to be a person of faith. I'm a Muslim. I believe in God. And I believe in the good in people. Without empathy, it's difficult to maintain this focus. Empathy means understanding others, feeling for others, loving people. And for me, that is what life is all about. That is why empathy is so crucial. The opposite of empathy is not hatred, it's indifference. We need more actions and encounters to overcome this. Our years of dialogue projects have confirmed this time and time again. People with huge prejudices have become friends and have started to implement joint projects. What it takes is patience and openness, and above all, empathy. Why patience? Sometimes it's truly hard to endure the intolerant or hateful views of others, but it's worth it because we can change them. And why openness? Because we cannot imagine how influenced and biased we all can be. The world does not only need power, it needs orientation. It needs empathy. It needs voices that stand firm when the waves rise high. Germany can still be that voice. Germany can still be that lighthouse. The question is not, are the storms too strong? The question is, do we dare to unfreeze empathy and turn the light back on? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Michal Sela and Dr. Nasreen Haddad Haj Yihya to conversation with me. Hello, marhaba. I'll start with a short bio. So, Dr. Nasreen Haddad Haj Yihya is a researcher of Arab societies, economic and social development. Her PhD was about Arab young adults in Israel. She's also the co-founder and co-CEO of NAS, People in Arabic, an Arab Jewish consultancy and a member of several civil society boards. Michal Sela is the executive director of Givat Chaviva, a center for shared society and an expert in Israeli politics and public policy. In the past, she worked in civil society organizations, was a parliamentary advisor at the Knesset, and a journalist. It's a big honor to have you both here. And I know this is a professional conference, and we are all very, well-dressed and very professional, but I want to start with a personal aspect. You two are very close friends for many, many years. It's a personal relationship, not a professional one. How is it? How is it to be friends, sahibti, חברות, in such a polemic society? How did you meet? What are the reactions surrounding you? How do you keep this friendship amidst all the hardships outside, it's reality? Nasreen asked Michal to start. So Michal, you would start.
Of course you did. So yeah, we're friends. How does it feel? It feels better than having no friends. But I think that, first of all, it's not unusual. There are a lot of Israelis, Jews and Arabs who are friends. I think that what I'm grateful for, except having the most brilliant woman as a friend, is that, but also kind and pretty and amazing, is that I think that most Israelis, Jews and Arabs, don't really get the opportunity to have real friends that are the same, roughly the same age, in the same situation, care about the same things. Usually in Israel, people will say, of course I have, like Jews will say, of course I have an Arab friend. My doctor is Arab. The teacher of my kid is an Arab. But it's not the same because you're not from the same, part of society where you're not necessarily dealing with the same things. And I think that because the societies are so, live apart, and there's so much fear in it, basically it makes us totally blind to what's happening in the other society. And for that, I'm really grateful because I have the most brilliant person to explain to me and show me what's happening in my society, what's happening around me.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Closer, okay. So thank you so much for having me, and thank you for Haaretz for having this important conference. And Michal, thank you for your kind words. So people like Michal that do everything to have Jews and Arabs and try to create a shared spaces is that the reason that I keep optimist about Israelis and Palestinians' future. I think that the last 2 years have been the most difficult years that we have faced as educators, as mothers, and as citizens of Israel. But the fact that we continue to work and to educate people to keep believe and share future is something that keep us optimistic and work to create a better future for Israeli and Palestinian in the West Bank and Israel and, of course, in Gaza.
We will hear more about it soon. Michal, you work in Givat Chaviva. It's a very special place. If you haven't been, I think you would all love it. You see Arabs and Israelis and foreigners, and they're all walking there in this beautiful campus and studying together many things. It could be a language, it could be a full high school education, or just a course, ceramics, for example. How does it work? Please tell us more about it.
Sure. So Givat Chaviva is an actual place. Like you said, it's a campus. It's a beautiful place, and you're all invited. Basically, we're the largest share society organization in Israel. And when we say share society, we're basically talking about the relationships between Jews and Arabs who are all citizens of Israel, right? And what happens in Givat Chaviva is that we know and we believe that the only way of Israel to be a normal, healthy, democratic society is to work on the relations, on equality also issues between Jews and Arabs, because it's part of Israel, it's part of the basic guidelines of Israel, and it never really happened, right? We never had equality between the two societies, and also most, as I said, most young Israelis just don't know the other society if they're Jews or Arabs. So what we do, we use education, culture, and language to just bring them together. Basically, we offer schools, extracurriculum programs, so they can come, normal public schools in Israel, so they can come and meet Arab schools or Jewish schools just to meet for the first time their peers from the other society. We have thousands of youth coming to our campus. We also do teacher training, educator training, and we teach languages. We teach spoken Hebrew to the Arab youth. You should know that now there's a huge challenge in Israel that a lot of the young Arab youth, their second language is English and not Hebrew. It means that even if they're super brilliant, they won't be able to attend Israeli universities, they won't be able to get decent jobs, and most importantly, they won't be able to be part of, our leadership. So that's very important. And vice versa, we're also teaching Jews Arabic, because most of the Jews that you will meet in Israel, from Israel, will be able to communicate with you in a certain level of English, but none of us will be able to communicate with you in Arabic, and those who can probably learn it in the army. And that's a very specific, let's call it a specific way to study a language, as the language of your, enemy and not the language of your neighbor. So we use all these methods in order to bring kids together and in order to maybe plant the idea in their heads that all citizens of Israel should be equal and that we can live together in the same societies because we're all Israelis and we have a lot of shared interests in all fields of life.
So, thanks. Just to make clear, we're not talking about West Bank Palestinians and Gazans. Of course, we're talking about Palestinian citizens of Israel, like Nasrin here. And this is very important because this is the gate maybe to end the occupation one day or to even start speaking about it within the Israeli society. Am I correct?
Yeah, you are correct. But also there's another stage now that we didn't think we were going to have, which is also to stay a democracy. And then maybe we'll be strong enough to also, go to more steps towards a regional deal.
When people talk about the Arab society in Israel, people tend to talk about us as a challenge or as a problem. But if I want to be honest, I think that we are part of the solution. We are the solution, the Arab society in Israel, because when we talk about the way that the state of Israel treats us, I think this can show how our democracy is fake democracy, and in the other hand, we as Palestinian and also as a citizen of Israel that talk the two languages, that know the two cultures, that understand the pain of our families in Gaza and in the West Bank, but at the same time also understand the pain that the Jewish people suffer from, and of course the shared dreams for the two people. We can be the bridge between the Palestinian in the West Bank and in Gaza, and to the Jewish people that live in Israel and also in the diaspora. And I really believe that we have a lot of shared values, and for that, I'm sorry, I didn't sleep the last weeks, and it's my fourth language, so
you're doing amazing.
So I'm sorry. And I really believe that we, as Palestinians, can be the bridge between the two people and can be part of the solution, because when we talk about the next government and having change in the next election, the parties, the Israeli, the left and center parties, those days are ignoring the Arab parties, and as my colleagues talked about in the last panel, it's a very simple math. Without having a real partnership with the Arab parties, it's not a real democracy. We will have this. Unfortunately, we will have this government, but it will be the end of the game. I don't believe that Israel will continue to exist with this kind of ministers and with this kind of policy in the West Bank, in Gaza, and also including us as not second-class citizens, but as enemies that live within our home. And the way that the state of Israel treat us, those days when I talk about the ministers, people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, that want to see us, want to exclude us, and they keep promoting undemocratic laws as they did the last, and also Netanyahu, of course, at the last 15 years. We won't have the kind of homeland that people here that sitting within this hall want to see Israel as. And of course, I want to emphasize the fact that people like Ayman Aoudeh, people like Mansour Abbas, people like Mazen Ghanayem, our leaders are giving their hands time and time and time again. And unfortunately, the majority of the Jewish society are pushing us away and cannot see us as a legitimate partner. Unfortunately, if this will continue, we will have those kind of ministers that do not have any kind of connection with Judaism. This will be the face of the Judaism around the world. And I think that will be a lose-lose situation to the state of Israel, to the Palestinian people, and of course to all the Jews in the diaspora.
I agree. Yeah, she deserves it. When Esther had a panel discussion and there were two German Jews, one of them said that somebody told him that he's a present, he's a gift for Germany. So you are a gift of Israel. That's how I see you. And I want to share something very special. In the last memorial ceremony for Rabin, who was assassinated, you were one of the speakers, and it was a very special moment for you as well. Do you want to elaborate on that?
So it was a very hard decision to take a part in such event, because people that spoke in Rabin memorial ceremony were Eisenkot, Lapid, Tzipi Livni, and political people. And I'm a researcher. I work with Excel, with SPSS. I do numbers all day, and I took 3 calls. I called Ayman Aoude, I called Mansour Abbas, and I called Mazen Ghanaim, and I asked their permission to go and to talk in this ceremony. And the 3 of them told me, yeah, go. So I went there, and I talked about the exclusion of my society, of my people, from this kind of events. I really believe that, as I said before, we are 20% of the Israeli society, and we also part of the Palestinian people, and we can really be the bridge between the two people. And to take part in this kind of ceremony, in this kind of memorial ceremony to Rabin, is I did it because I wanted to talk about his power as politician to change. He was a military man. He was the ministry of a minister of security, defense, and a lot of my people in Gaza and also in the West Bank died, were killed in the second Intifada. In the first Intifada, and although he gave his hand to and build a coalition and treated the Arab parties as partner, and he knew that he can rely on Arab and do a historical thing, and he was the first prime minister that promoted Arabs, and not only in the Israeli politics, but also in the civil service. He was the first prime minister to open main and senior jobs to the Arab officers, and of course he apologized for the discrimination against the Arab minority in Israel. So I thought that he deserved respect, because today, in these days, we cannot see politicians in Israel that have the same courage that Rabin had 20, 30 years ago. So I have a lot of respect to him and to the change that he done within the Israeli society. And I really believe that today, more than ever, we need people to say that, okay, it was wrong. What happened in the last 8 decades won't give future, not to the Palestinian and also not to the Israeli people. So, and we need to re-engineer the future of the two people, because we really, our children, my 3 daughters and Michal, 2 daughters and 2.5, they deserve much more better leadership than the current government that Israel have now, because the values of this current government will destroy Israel. And I really want my homeland to continue to exist, but with this kind of ministers, there won't be any home, not to Palestinians and also not to Israelis. So,
okay. We have to finish, but Michal, how do you educate children in such an atmosphere? It's very violent around, and the speech is very violent. The parliament members, the government members, like the language, oh my God. And this is only the language, you know, it's also really practically violent. How do you educate the
So
future?
first of all, it's very challenging. We always say that, like, of course, we expect kids in school to be polite, right? And they're not supposed to say horrible things. They're not supposed to be racist. They're not supposed to be violent. But then when they watch the news, they see ministers being like very bluntly being super racist, super violent. So it's weird, because they look at their teacher and they're like, if I want to be successful like a minister, I can be racist and violent, right? So what are you telling me? So that's very hard. You know that in Israel, there was in 2021, the state comptroller issued a report about shared society education. And I don't know if you know that, but most Israelis send their kids to public schools or half public schools, but most of it is public. And he said there, or like the report said, that only 0.4 of all the graduates from public schools in Israel get to have like a meaningful encounter with the other society. It means that 99.6% of the graduates in Israel don't get to have any kind of normal encounter with the other society, while every fifth Israeli is a Palestinian or an Arab, okay? So what we do to educate them is, first of all, to give them the opportunity, the window, to know something about their society. I encourage you to ask kids that you know in Israel if they're Jewish, if they know the difference between Nasrin kids, who are citizens of Israel, or a kid in Ramallah, okay? They will never know the difference. They have no knowledge about their own society. And I remind you, at the age of 18, they go to the army, okay? So they better know something. So what we do is we give them the window and the opportunity to do that, to learn about something about their society, and then also to engage in a conversation with someone that they don't necessarily hate. And even Israeli kids who live in a super violent, racist, some of them didn't see their dads for 2 years because they're in the reserves, and they have all kind of post-trauma syndromes, the kids themselves. They don't necessarily hate each other. They understand after a few minutes that they care about the same things because they're 16. So they care about boys or girls, music, and how they look and how they feel and the sense of self and whatever. They don't necessarily engage all day long in the Jewish or the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's not the main topic for them. And we give them that. And from that first experience, something can grow. The understanding that, first of all, something positive can happen in their life. And I think that a lot of kids in Israel don't really believe that something positive can happen in their society anymore. And also, they get a little bit less scared, which is really important in order to be a little bit less racist.
And with this little bit, we'll have to finish. Thank you so much, Dr. Nasrin Haddad Yihya and Michal Sela. I'm staying here to moderate the next panel discussion about journalism under attack. I'm very honored to invite my panel members. Daniel Gerlach, the editor-in-chief of the German Middle East quarterly magazine Zenit and director general of the Candid Foundation, which promotes intercultural dialogue and mediation. Hagar Shazaf, my colleague, Haaretz journalist, who was the West Bank correspondent until very recently. Christian Meyer, a journalist at Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung and one of the co-founders of the Zenit. In 2021, he moved to Tel Aviv, where he lives today and reports from there. And Lisa Schneider, where's Lisa? The editor of the Middle East and North Africa desk at Taz, and recently was the correspondent in Jerusalem and in Beirut. Thank you so much. Hi, Daniel. Hi, Adam. Hi, Lisa. Thank you. Which one? Just sit, yeah. Okay, so we have another set of friends here. We won't tell you who. I'm kidding, but okay. I'll do a short introduction and then we'll begin. So for journalists in Germany, Israel and Palestine, these months have been blurred every boundary we thought protected our work. Reporting becomes a form of endurance, as you will hear soon from my established panel members. More than ever, it seems that the noises are deafening. Accusations, outrage, censorship. And still, these brave people here, and also the Palestinian journalists in Gaza and the West Bank that are unfortunately not here, keep on with their job. Let's start from bottom up, from the grounds to the newsroom, from reality to its theory. And the honor of the bottom will be Christian. I will ask you the second question first because it's the grounds. So, you were recently detained by the Israeli police in the West Bank. I'm so sorry about that experience. During an encounter between activists and settlers. Can you describe the event and the aftermath, and how are you feeling about that?
Okay, is this working? Yeah. Thank you, Netta. First, I'm not going to thank Haaretz because a lot of people have done that already. I just want to say at this point, thank you and really kudos to the audience that you've been holding out until now. It's been a very intense conference with only one coffee break. But we are approaching the end, and I hope you're finding it useful. I was detained by the Israeli police in the West Bank in March or April, and I have a slight suspicion that this was my entry ticket to this panel about journalism under attack. I think Yod Olmert described very vividly how the situation in the West Bank regarding settler violence is right now. Let me give you a little bit of background why I was there at that morning. I was joining, it was not as dramatic as what he was describing. I was joining a group of Israeli activists, human rights activists who were hunting sheep. The reason is that settlers are not only destroying villages, expelling the villagers, burning cars and houses, they are also stealing sheep. This might sound a bit bizarre or actually ridiculous, but it's for many Palestinians, especially in the Jordan Valley, Bedouins, it's their livelihood, so they depend completely on the sheep. When the sheep are stolen, they have nothing left essentially, so they tend to leave their villages after a while, and that's one reason why settlers are stealing sheep. And I was, not only me, also some other journalists, we were joining a group of activists who had an idea of where some stolen sheep who had markings on their ears might be in a specific place not too far northeast of Ramallah. And they went there one morning and wanted to gather evidence. In the end, they wanted to take photographs and videos of sheep and see if they have those specific markings. That seems like a straightforward thing to do, and the place where they went is actually private Palestinian land, but the practice in the West Bank these days is different. That area kind of belongs to an outpost of very violent settlers in that area. And as was expected, shortly after the group arrived, a group of settlers from the outpost who had spotted the activists came, and there was not really physical violence in the play, but some threats, and they were blocking the cars so that the activists couldn't get out of this place. The activists called the army and the police, and after a while the army and the police arrived and were checking the situation, and the expectation was that they would securely lead the activists back to the main road so that they could get back to Israel, which in the end they did, but in the process they detained one of the activists and surprisingly me. I spent roughly 3 hours at a police station, and I was interrogated, and in the end they made me sign a paper in which I stated that I would not enter the West Bank for 14 days. I did that just under protest, and afterwards we appealed, but if I hadn't signed, I would have had to stay in the police station until a judge arrives to see me, and it was Friday afternoon, so it would have meant at least another day or 1.5 days in a police station. And the lawyer I consulted with and everybody was saying, no, just sign the paper and get out. And afterwards, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung came out with a critical statement, of course, because we think this is not acceptable. And actually, the German Foreign Ministry came out with a, I would say, comparatively critical statement, and they handed in a protest note with the Israeli government, which obviously doesn't have any consequences. Afterwards, I also learned that actually my detention was illegal. The police is not supposed to detain journalists without a higher-ranking state prosecutor greenlighting this process and not interrogating them. And the interrogation was a bit bizarre. So I asked, okay, so what have I done? And they said, well, you disturbed the public order, and maybe you were trying to disperse the sheep, or threaten one of the Jewish shepherds that were around there. So, yeah, it was, the whole episode was, of course, like, it was not dramatic, not threatening to me. It was a bit bizarre, but what does it show us? Like, it was a peculiar incident. International journalists are hardly ever detained. I don't know of any other incident recently, like officially detained by the police. But it's not an isolated issue. We see all kinds of threats against journalists. I think actually, like, if I'm trying to make sense of the whole episode, I think the police were not really aware that I was a journalist who is orderly accredited in Israel, even if we told them. Maybe they thought that I'm a foreign activist. So these days, in the past couple of weeks, because it's olive harvest season, a lot of foreign activists, a lot of Germans actually have been detained, and the Israeli government is trying to, to get rid of them, get them out of the country, and prevent them from coming back for a number of years. But I said it's not an isolated event, so there's all kind of pushback in the West Bank, which makes also our work as journalists more difficult. So we see a blurring of boundaries between settlers and police and the army. That's one thing that was very clear on that day. The army and the police consulted with the settlers before they detained me. And we see, as has been mentioned before, really a surge in settler violence, partly because they are part of the government now, and I think they are thinking that now is the time, because after the next elections, you might not be part of the government anymore. And also, 7th of October had contributed as a factor. Yeah, maybe I'll stop with this.
Thank you, Christian. We're moving to you, Hagar. You weren't detained, but many times when I read your articles, I'm thinking, oh my God, I really hope that you're okay. Because really the violence you are reporting on, it's quite tough, and you're a tough lady. But what I want to ask you is, while all eyes are on Gaza, horrible, horrible things are happening, as we've just heard, a glimpse of it, in the West Bank. How do you see it? How do you report on it when listening is very scarce and nobody wants to hear what you're reporting on?
Hi, hello. So I will answer your question. I do have 2 points that I want to make before. First of all, I kind of wanted to maybe suggest a framing to Christian's story, because I think that what he told us about is part of a mechanism or a method that is seeking to criminalize, I would say, not journalism, but also in general activism that is against the occupation and the being of Palestinians in Area C. And it's something that we see again and again, the detention of activists, the false detention on false premises of Palestinians that are trying to remain on their land. And the second thing I just have to say, because we're in a panel about journalism under attack, I mean, I think we cannot not mention our colleagues in Gaza, the many that were killed, and the need, obviously, to protect them, and for accountability to happen, which is obviously something that the Israeli government is not interested in doing, and of course the many Palestinians that were detained, and to lift the ban on foreign media from entering Gaza. So just
Lisa will speak about it soon.
yeah, I'm sorry, I just yeah. So to your question, so yeah, I mean, I think even before October 7th and before the war, reporting about the West Bank is obviously something that is just not met with a lot of interest from Israeli society. I think that part of the thing that I blame Israeli media for is for kind of neglecting this field and sort of making people make people ignorant about it and not care about it. So this is something that happened. That was the case before October 7th. Obviously, come October 7th, it's all becoming much more complicated because the sentiment of anger and revenge in Israeli society was very, very, unfortunately, quite predominant. And so I would say that, obviously in the first kind of week post-October 7th, I was also reporting from the South and I was writing about other stuff. But kind of quickly after, I started getting a lot of reports from Palestinian communities that are basically threatened by settler soldiers, this sort of mixture that Christian mentioned, threatened to leave their home. And so, it was clear that it's time to look back to the West Bank, and I started reporting on it. Again, I think that as a journalist, as a Haaretz journalist, you're very frequently kind of accused of certain things, and it obviously became much harder following. The other thing that became more difficult as a journalist, and again, this is hurdles that Palestinians face, obviously much more, but as a journalist covering the West Bank, it kind of affects me too, is, basically just the number of checkpoints in the West Bank. So it became the case that, you would go out to report. You don't know if you can enter this village, not enter this village, what will happen? You get in, will you be able to go out? So that has become very, very challenging. And I will the last thing I would say is obviously the connection between the military and the settlers, which is, I think, maybe one of the most important topics to cover, in the West Bank in this period, just became so much more apparent to this, to this stage where I think that today, when you talk about outposts and the violence, settler violence that are coming out of these outposts, you can almost say that it's these outposts are a military project in many ways as much as it's a settler and political project.
Recently, you published a really big article. It was kind of a summary of what has been happening in the past 2 years in the West Bank regarding those communities who are being forced to evacuate. Do you want to tell about that? It was a very nice storytelling feature in a way that, the images were very nice, infographics. How was it to work on?
Yeah, so I think, thank you, first of all, for your kind words about it. And it's, these words should go to all of the Haaretz digital team, because the reporting is kind of the same reporting that I've been doing for years, but it's nice and it's more effective because of their work. This project, I think, was the kind of the culmination of the work that we have done over mostly in the past 2 years, which is about the displacement of communities from Area C. So again, this also it's very much connected to what Christian talked about, because what we have seen since the war started is this process that is kind of it goes by the book where, you have like settlers in an outpost. They now have army uniform. They now have, weapon from the army that the army does not take away from them, even though we have reported about it since the beginning of the war. And they come and they threaten a community. Maybe they establish an outpost that's a bit closer to the community even. At times, they would steal sheep, violence, in these communities, because most of them are relying on herding for their livelihood. Once their livestock is at risk, or they can't herd any longer, then their life is ruined, obviously. And I think also as a journalist, maybe I will say that it's really quite frustrating because I know for a fact that I have spoken also to the military and also to the police from the beginning of the war, telling them about that. Therefore, I know, they all know about that, not only because of my reporting, but because I also spoke to people. And they are doing nothing, which is to my point about the fact that it's actually a military project. And this piece, what it shows is basically, first of all, that there's sort of like by-the-book method to displace communities. It shows the many, many locations, around 80 locations from which herding communities were displaced in those 2 years. And it also shows the kind of like bigger effect that it has when communities are displaced. Some areas are actually becoming, they're ethnically cleansed, basically, and Palestinians can no longer access very, very, very vast areas of land. I can tell myself as a reporter, there's an area that I used to be able to go to. The last time I went there, a group of like settler hilltop youth, it's not youth. Some of them are youth and some of them are older, but actually some of them are very, very young, which is also obviously a very difficult social problem that I think we are facing in Israel. The fact that you have 13, even 12-year-old boys that are participating in this. But anyway, last time I was there, I was blocked by, a car of extreme settlers. And I was unable to go into an area that a few months back I was able to go to. So this project is kind of like summing it up. In English, it's called Erased, and you should all read it. It's in Haaretz. Thank you.
We're moving from the ground to the editorial room. Lisa, I would like to have your point of view as an editor. How did you report in the last 2 years about Gaza when you don't have a reporter of your own there? You have to rely on locals to give you information. How do you fact-check this information when all eyes are on you, just waiting for one mistake, and you have a story with a typo in a name? And so please share it.
So I will share the story first. A few months back, we did an article about a young child that froze to death in a tent in the southern Gaza Strip. It was in the early spring. So this story was done by a freelance reporter in Gaza who I've known for quite a while now and who I've come to trust over time, like really trust. And it was a great story. He visited the family, he was able to talk with them, he took photos of them, he took photos of the whole situation. He sent it all to me, and I tried to fact check what I could. There was already reporting done on this family by some independent small outlet. So we published it, and after a while it occurred to me, I think someone sent it to me, that there was a typo in the name of the family. It was an M instead of an N, which is a very small and honest mistake. But regardless, because of the context that we're currently working in, this felt to me like a major hiccup. Because, as you mentioned, everything we do is very closely watched. And it's very easy to find faults in reporting because we are so far away and because in the first moment of reporting, so now I tell you what our process is, We get information from news agencies, from social media. We see something is happening or something has happened. And after that, we try to gather as much information as we can from a lot of Israeli news outlets, from Haaretz, from Times of Israel. We get them from Palestinian news outlets, from Wafa, the Palestinian news agency. So we just try to gather as much as we can, and then from this form an article with all the information that we've acquired. We check with our freelance reporters in Gaza, who by now we've established very good relations with 3 people that we've come to know and we've come to trust. And throughout this process, still there's always a certain degree of just not getting close enough for my personal taste. It's not the only situation we have this problem. You have this also, for example, in eastern Ukraine. You have to check which village exactly was attacked, when, where, which building, which street, and the same situation we have in Gaza. One other example, if you want to check if a certain building was hit, for example, if you want to fact check that, even finding it on Google Maps is not very easy, because there's not always street names, or they're written sometimes only in Arabic, sometimes they're written in a transliteration that is very weird, that I wouldn't have guessed from the original Arabic word. Then the buildings don't have numbers, they have names. These names are not on Google Maps. So there's a whole process that goes into checking even the smallest detail. And it takes time, it takes a lot of time.
Yet you don't give up, and you report.
No. And this is where the reporters that we've established a connection with in Gaza are very important, because they are the ones who are on the ground, who are covering the situation for us, who are able to speak to people, who are able to do stories that extend beyond the news. Right now, for example, we're preparing a story on the olive harvest in Gaza, because there's a very small amount of olive trees left that are accessible to the population. So we're trying to show what it means to do agriculture right now, and to work, to care for a family in this current situation.
Thank you. Danielle, you have the honor to bring us to Germany, so we're climbing another step to the meta view. It's quite complex, I imagine, and I know, to report or to talk about Israel and Palestine in Germany. You are a very popular analyst on TV, German TV, right? I can see why. So how is it for you? When you arrive to a news show, you have to deal with all the complexity and all the reactions.
That was a very intimidating opening. I'm not sure how to respond to that.
The
reason that I dressed as if I was the best man for Christian's wedding is that
I told you there is another friendship.
What I did today has nothing to do with journalism, or rather remotely. I spent my day with Prime Minister Olmert and Dr. Nasser al-Kidwa, and arranged some meetings for them. We went together to the foreign ministry. So usually I don't go to work like this every day. By the way, Christian and I, we know each other since 25 years, and we have never shared a stage in our lifetime. It's the first time that we're together on stage.
It brings people together.
Really interesting. Now, mentioning Haaretz and talking about like the macro level, the debates here in Germany, I remember several occasions where I had to tell not German audiences but German journalists if Haaretz is a trustworthy source of information on the Middle East conflict, or if Haaretz is Hamas, right? So we are at that level of depth of the debate. I remember really being in a room with a group of Israelis and Palestinians and German journalists, and the question came up if the information that Haaretz disseminates on Gaza is trustworthy. So there's been a defamation campaign against Haaretz going on. I wouldn't say that it's like, in a way, super systematic or super deep, but I remember when I quote Haaretz on social media, what I do quite frequently, I get responses like this, you know, these, I mean, is Haaretz is not Israel, Haaretz is kind of, you know, these people there, they represent a minority which is not at all, you know, representative of Israeli media whatsoever. The point is, when we talk about the sensitive issues, incitement of politicians, the incidents that you described, alleged war crimes, that's stuff that you can read about in other media too. The inciting statements of politicians are quoted by the Jerusalem Post, by Maariv, by Yediot, by others too. So this is not, it's not a privilege of having an access to Haaretz that you have access to that news. So there is a lot of confusion and a lot of, in particular in Germany, I'd say, and even among journalists, even among people who are, let's say, educated and who have knowledge, or should have knowledge, who find it very comfortable, and I'm in a mood for Tacheles tonight, to be honest. And I'm going to talk about the Green Party and our hosts too. I'm sorry, Franziska, you have to bear with me. I don't look like, but maybe tonight I don't look like a Green Party person. I am not, but I have many friends in the party, and I can tell you that what I'm going to talk about is not limited to a certain conservative spectrum in this country. It's been very comfortable for politicians appearing in talk shows, in media outlets, to say, we don't know really, you know, like it's contested information what's happening on the ground. Well, I have a few phone numbers of people in Gaza that I can call. We have recently, a few months ago, held at our organization a long seminar with hours of input from people from Gaza. So the assumption that whatever you get out of the Gaza Strip must by default be contested, must by default be challenged because it might be Hamas propaganda, that's been going on and that's been pesting our media discourse since October 7th, well, before, right? So by default, you need to provide forensic evidence for what you say because you might be accused of this or that. I'm not saying I participate in a lot of public debates with people I find constructive, but also some who I don't find very constructive. And I can tell you also I've been urged by television hosts to come to their shows because they felt like I need you to be there because I, as a host, don't feel comfortable to say certain things. So you have this logic too. But in general, like in our debates, there is let's say not a lack of information, but a deficiency of protagonists of the debate to inform themselves. I've participated in debate shows where, like, a year after October 7, participants, politicians, members of the Foreign Committee, and journalists would still come up with the same propaganda narratives that had been debunked, and legends and myths about the history of the Middle East conflict that had been debunked for at multiple occasions, and they still reiterate them and reuse them. I think there's absolutely no justification for somebody to appear in the media and talk about the situation on the ground without having at least read the Wikipedia entry about the Middle East conflict. But this is what we are facing, right? And
you make it sound like Hagar's work is much simpler.
No, it's not. It's not because you guys provide the information that we basically feast on. But a very personal anecdote, and I'm going to stop here. And Christian can testify to that. About 10 years ago, I'm coming from a very pro-Israel family. I've spent a lot of time in Israel since my childhood with many Israeli friends. I chose to become an Arabist, a specialist on Middle Eastern affairs. So I spent much time in the Arab world, much more than in Israel. But of course, let's say like until 10 years ago, among my fellow Arabists, my fellow Middle East experts, journalists that work on this region, I think subjectively I had the reputation among them of being the pro-Israel guy, right? Whatever that means, of course. I haven't changed, I'm not aware that I have changed my opinion or my basic like principles and assumptions. But now, people invite me because they think they want to have a pro-Palestine voice, and people on the street come to me and say like, thank you, Daniel, for amplifying the Palestinian cause, the Palestinian voice. And I'm like, thank you very much, but I'm not. I mean, that's not what I'm doing. You know, I'm trying to be reasonable and to make sense of the situation. But you see how the entire discourse is not only completely confused, but how the narrative, what was considered the center 10 years ago, has moved to the right in a really unfathomable way. And that's not only the case in Israel, but it's also very much the case here.
Thank you. We'll do another one. I hope we'll have time because it's fascinating. Christian, now we're going to mention another important name, Nir Hasson. He's one of the best journalists, really, at Haaretz, and he calls the Israeli army's efforts to deny its systematic crimes in Gaza an example of the concept merchants of doubt. He comes from an environmental background, so merchants of doubts is... Never mind, it's from the environmental sphere. But he's saying that about the army, trying to cast doubt on each and every claim that is made. There is an extreme level of propaganda, mis, and also disinformation from both sides. How do you personally deal with it while reporting from Tel Aviv and the West Bank?
Yeah, I think it also fits well with what Daniel was just describing. And it reminds me actually of a meeting I had more or less exactly 2 years ago. It was like 3-4 weeks into the war that there was a background talk with a few journalists and a Western diplomat in Jerusalem. And I think it was just the time the ground invasion was starting, end of October, early November. And I remember that the diplomat said to us journalists, guys, there's going to be a lot of bombardments now of places in Gaza, and the Israeli army will usually say one of three things. Number one, it wasn't us. The rocket came from Hamas, PIJ. Number two, the number of victims that is claimed is too high. Or thirdly, the victims were actually not civilians, but terrorists. And I think you can pinpoint this in like 90% of the statements that have been one of those three things in the last 2 years. I would add a fourth category. I think what we have seen a lot in the last 2 years, especially when there were attacks on hospitals or schools, UNRWA schools, for example, in Gaza, the claim was that we attacked and there were civilian casualties, but Hamas has been embedded in this place and therefore it was not a civilian but a military structure, and according to the laws of war, civilian victims are permissible when there are, in a certain ratio to the military advantage that you get from attacking them. So I think this is a very good illustration of this concept of merchants of doubt. It's enough if you sow enough doubt so that some people, some part of the audience will pick it up, and it makes the job of the journalists much, much harder, because as we all know, in the case of Gaza, there was no access for foreign journalists, and Palestinian journalists themselves were attacked militarily. So I think in this way, this sowing of doubt has really been an effective tool. And just last point, of course, it came from the other side as well. It's not only the Israeli army, the Israeli government that tries to behave as merchants of doubt. Of course, like Hamas and other circles do it elsewhere. They just haven't been as professional with it. And of course, like the main focus in our reporting for the last 2 years has been on the attacks in Gaza and what any specific attack might mean.
Thank you. Lisa, we're moving on to you. We are talking about social media, fake news, disinformation, but you told me something surprising when we were talking. You said that sometimes you use it to show the truth. you can take like a fake claim from social media and do a real article, truth-based or fact-based, about that. So it might be sometimes a leverage for journalism.
Yeah, we've started doing, or me and our correspondents, we have started doing this on purpose, that when there are claims that are running high on social media, for example, that there is no starvation in Gaza because there are restaurants open. This was one claim. So we took to Instagram and to Twitter, and we took a look at these restaurants, what they were posting, because these are real videos, and they are really from the early summer, for example, a time at which the situation in Gaza was even more catastrophic than now. So we took this as an incentive to send one of our reporters to one of these restaurants, to basically get to the bottom of it and to see, could there perhaps be some truth in the claims that are made on social media? So our reporter went there to one of a very famous restaurant that has been featured a lot in these propaganda campaigns, had a conversation with the owner, who basically shared how he finances himself, and the clue in the end was he's not really earning a lot from the restaurant itself because there's barely any food available and it's very expensive. And the main income basically and how they manage to run this whole operation is from a charity kitchen in the backyard. So as you see, the story that was shared on social media was like 10% of what was actually going on. So we took this chance basically to debunk it, and we've continued doing that every now and then. The same with when there was Eid in the spring. It's a Muslim fest where you slaughter animals as a reference to the sacrifice made by Abraham or Ibrahim, and there was a lot of propaganda going on around it also. Look, the Gazans, they have animals to slaughter, it can't be that bad. So we went and we found someone who's raising sheep in Gaza City in an abandoned lot, and he told us basically how he's faring. And of course, it was not in any way the story that had been told on social media.
Thank you for doing that. Hagar. Another fun topic, prisons. How do you report on things that are supposed to be closed and away from any public eye, but you still insist on reporting on that and the really terrible situation there? It's one of the topics you're professional at by this point. Can you elaborate?
Yeah. So yes, I'm a West Bank reporter, and I was until September I was a West Bank reporter. And if you know anything about society in the West Bank, it's that like a pretty large share of Palestinian male and Palestinian in general were actually imprisoned by Israel. So it has always been like a big topic. Come October 7th, you know, there was a spike in detentions in the West Bank, and also, obviously, from Gaza, of Gazans. And I have to say, so we were, I think, one of the first, or maybe first outlet that reported about the existence of Sdat Eiman, because in the beginning, no one knew, you know, where Gazans are being held. And I have to say that my reporting on Sdat Eiman actually came from, you know, sources within the military. So I have to say, maybe, if there is something, I mean, there's obviously nothing positive about the Sdat Eiman story, but I would say that the situation there was, I mean, obviously still is, but was at the beginning so horrendous, and there were people there that saw it for what it was, you know, even though it was very, very, you know, close after October 7th, and even though, you know, Israelis were told that everybody there is a terrorist, which is not true, and we, you know, at the time we also knew that it wasn't true, but today we know even more. So even back then, people, you know, I think had some sort of like judgment to see that what's happening there was wrong. The other, obviously, source of information to do this sort of reporting, I mean, Sdat Iman, at a certain point, people started getting out, so you could speak to people from Gaza, people who were released back to Gaza. And obviously, when it comes to the prison system in the West Bank, you could speak to people who were released from the prisons and find out, I think today it's a very well-known fact that, the prisons, not only Sdat Iman is obviously notoriously known to being, Israel's own Guantanamo of sorts, but, other prisons where Palestinians are held, the conditions there were deteriorated, people were starved there. We reported about a story of a teenage boy who died there and suffered from a lot of diseases and weight was malnourished. So you can also speak to people who were there because at a certain point people are starting to be released. Unfortunately, I would say that most Israeli media just doesn't care to report it. I mean, if you want, you could report it, right? It's not the West Bank in general. I mean, in Gaza, maybe I can, to some extent, even though, as you've mentioned, it's not a good excuse, you can speak to people. But in Gaza, you can go there. You can speak to people who saw stuff. You can collect, evidence. And Israeli media, unfortunately, is very uninterested in that. But I think I answered your question, right?
Yes. You did, unfortunately.
It is a very an awkward situation, probably as a journalist or as a media analyst, of looking at this power relationship between highly professional journalists in Israel and a highly professional Hasbara machine. The fact that Israel has been so successful politically in forging these strong international ties is also due to, I'm not going to tell you, a very strategic approach, strategic depth in communication. Now, of course, for people like you, Israeli journalists, you are used to that kind of stuff. That's why you are not intimidated easily. I believe when, let's imagine, completely virtually, that there was an event here, not probably by you guys hosted, but by a German political foundation, whatever. And then it happens that the combination of the participants on stage does not please the Israeli ambassador. Look, I wouldn't exclude that someone from the embassy would call that German organization and say, hey, we have a former state secretary who is now working for a think tank. We like her to be on stage to give a more nuanced, balanced, pro-Israeli voice. Can you please invite her? Now, I guess if somebody did that to Haaretz, you would laugh, or you'd say, thank you very much, and hang up. A German organization, or even a German editor-in-chief in public broadcast, is not in that position. And we have a number of, let me call it anecdotal evidence, where this happens. And if I was the Israeli embassy, I would do the same thing. This is professional work. I do not, when we talk about, the trustworthiness of the information, I do not even morally, but probably not legally, judge an army spokesperson who lies. I do not even judge a diplomat who lies to the media in this specific dramatic moment that the country finds itself in, where people believe we've been under attack, we are under attack, this is a matter of survival. If the international opinion turns against us, we will not have financial, political, military support anymore. It's a question of survival for us. I do not necessarily share this assessment, but I understand that a person who has given an oath, sworn an oath to defend his or her country, wearing a uniform or not, is in that moral embarrassment. And the more courageous and the more commendable are the people who still take a moral choice and say, I know I'm not supposed to do that, but I need that video to get out, because otherwise the public will never know the truth. Wow. Right? So What I absolutely have no empathy for, and what I condemn, is politicians in other countries who do that same thing out of opportunism, including our own, where they just parrot the opinion of a military spokesperson without fact-checking for themselves, though they have access to what these people do. They have access to their own staff and experts who advise them of the opposite, and who would just like parrot and repeat the same thing, or even be worse, do worse in Hasbara than representatives of the Israeli government do, because they think they're doing a service to them or themselves. That's something I don't think is acceptable, and I think our journalists and our TV hosts and everyone who is kind of influencing the public debate should hold these people morally and politically accountable for that.
Thank you. And with that, thank you. Daniel connected all the dots. I want to thank you, Daniel, Agar, Lisa, Christian. Thank you so much. Let's dedicate this to the Palestinian journalists in Gaza and the West Bank who are still reporting. And yes. I invite Niva Das, our editor, and Zruya Shalev, an author, please, for a conversation.
Hi, thanks for staying so late in this really interesting day. I have with me one of the most esteemed and successful Israeli writers in the last 35 years, and in general, Zruya Shalev, or as you say it here, Zruya Shalev, right?
Hello.
Yeah. And the first thing I'd like to talk to you about is the writer's role during wartime.
Yes,
which is very complicated and complex, I think. Were you able to write, I mean, fiction-wise, as a fiction writer, were you able to write since October 7th?
Well, just before I will answer you,
Yeah.
I would like to say that it was really a very moving day for me. It's an honor to take part in the conference of the newspaper that I read every day, more than once a day, and I appreciate so much. And to meet the brave journalists and editors that are doing this wonderful.
Excluded, by the way. But
oh,
yeah.
okay.
Nothing brave about editing culture.
Okay, so now back to writing in times of war. Yes, it's a very difficult question, very difficult issue. Actually, immediately after October 7th, I was completely paralyzed. I couldn't return to the manuscript, to the book I was writing.
So you were writing something before?
Yes. I was like almost halfway in the new novel. Actually, I was deep in a kind of a research, and it was the first time in my life that I really planned what I'm going to write, because usually I'm not planning. But then everything has changed, of course. I felt completely paralyzed. I felt like I lost trust in literature. I lost it. Literature looks so irrelevant and so unimportant. and I know that many fellow writers share this feeling, because how can you write about, well, you know, my novels are not very happy, but still I'm writing about normal human pain. How can I continue with it when we are facing this monstrous pain around us? And yes, it was extremely difficult, and it took me more than a year to start writing again.
So that's another question of mine. Do you think
Taking your water, please.
Okay, not a problem. Do you think that it's even that a writer should even try to write within such tragic chain of events?
Well,
I mean, fiction-wise, not.
Yes, yes. Writing fiction and trying to imagine while the unimaginable is happening around you is really a kind of paradox, and it doesn't feel right, or it didn't feel right to me at the time. And you know, I remember thinking a lot about it, and I remember reading an article in Haaretz, actually, by your colleague Gili Zikovic, and she wrote about a wonderful poet named Leah Goldberg, and she mentioned a debate that took place in Israel in the beginning of the 40s, while the poets and writers, the famous poets and writers, were dealing with this question: what should a writer write in times of war? What is the role of the writer in times of war? And of course, all the male writers, poets, Shlonsky, Alterman, they said that writers should write militaristic text. They should encourage the soldiers. And only one female poet and translator, Leah Goldberg, she said that in times of war, a writer should write about love, not about hate, to write about the nature, to write about laughter of children, and to remind the readers that there is still humanity in the world. So this article had a huge influence on me, and I felt like I received some blessing from this wonderful woman, but it didn't help. I received more legitimacy, but I still felt that I cannot do it. I used to open the file of the novel from time to time, and I felt like a tourist in a foreign land while my home is burning. And I felt that there are much more urgent missions to do.
Did you feel any obligation to write about what we're experiencing now, or in the last 2 years, the previous 2 years, within your novel, within what you're writing?
Well, it's at the beginning it was a kind of dead end, because it's hard to write about what's going on now. It's too raw.
With perspective.
Of course, there is no perspective, and everything is so raw. But on the other hand, how can you write about normal issues, about normal pain? So yes, I was trapped in this kind of a dead end for more than a year. And I think that what helped me was the decision to make some changes in the book I was writing, that at the beginning it seems completely irrelevant, but then I realized that I need to situate it in the summer of 23, just before October 7th. And this story, I'm writing about a judge. I'm writing about a female judge. She's a criminal judge. And she is facing this judicial overhaul in her work and in her surrounding. And she's a criminal judge under a criminal regime. And it makes it very tense. And I think that when I realized that I can make this book, it's a very political book. It's completely political. And the fact that I can write it as a testimony, because I follow the months before October 7th very precisely with the news, with all the events.
The judicial reform.
The judicial reform. And then, yes, but not only that, all the threats that were sound at the time, and the government neglected them. So the book that deals with relationship and all kinds of family story becomes kind of a testimony and an accusation against the government. And I think that it brought me back the meaning of writing, because I could express and I could describe this time, this summer that was a very tragic summer, because we could stop. I mean, we could change the future. They could change the future if they would have listened to us, but they didn't.
Well, unless Tarantino will do the film version, and then the past will be changed. This brings me to my next question, which is about your profile pic with your WhatsApp account. It says, "I'm an Israeli, I'm not my government." So I was wondering, I think that a lot of Israelis feel that way these days, but why is it so important to you to declare it? Like to wear it on the outside. It's the first thing that someone who tries to contact you sees.
Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. That, that people who WhatsApp me will notice the first. I feel it's the most important thing I can say now, not only in my name, but in the name of a huge Israeli public that goes to the demonstrations, that resist the war, that resist the government, and I think that the voice of this public is not heard enough. Not in Israel, and
especially not
in Israel, but also abroad. And this is another reason why I started to write more articles about the situation.
You bring me perfectly to my to my next question. You became some kind of a correspondent, and how is this experience for you, from being like such a successful and known author to suddenly being a correspondent to newspapers outside Israel?
Yes, well, I'm not really a correspondent. It's well, after October 7th, also I used to write before for foreign press in Germany and in France and other countries, and just when they ask me, I usually say yes, and I write what I have to say about what's going on, but since October 7th, it's intensified. I get many more requests from newspapers.
And what do you write about?
And okay, but first of all, I'm very happy to get those requests because it means that they want to hear us, and that they want to dedicate a place in the newspaper to what's going on in Israel, and to hear an Israeli voice. So I try to write
a different Israeli voice, maybe.
A different Israeli voice. Yes. So this is what I'm trying to do, to show different faces in Israel, and I do it by just describing what we are going through during, or what we went through during those 2 years, and it can be, small details from the neighborhood about two friends that go together to the gym. One is Arab and one is Jewish, and then the Jewish mother lost her son in Gaza, and she stopped coming to the gym. So it's a very small story, and all kinds of stories about people I know.
Is it personal sometimes?
Yes.
Always?
Yes, it's personal.
So when you say personal, did you write about your injury 24 years ago? I don't know how many people here know this, but 24 years ago, at the end of the 24? Yeah? No, 21, yeah.
24.
24. Never mind. In
2004.
2004,
Yes.
21 years ago. So you were injured in a terrorist attack.
Yes. Sometimes I mention it if it's,
if it's relevant.
If it's relevant, of course. But usually I try, in my books, one of the major themes is complexity, and I think that it's a very relevant theme to what's going on in Israel and what's going on outside, in the way that they see us outside. There is not enough complexity. Sometimes I feel, and we talked about it, this kind of apologetic, being an Israeli and feeling of guilty. But on the other hand, I feel like we are losing our right to be, our right to complexity. The way they judge us, they make us so flat. And I try to argue, and I try to describe what we went through. And I do it in some tools of that I write about in my novels. For example, the family issue, and I write about Israel as a family because we don't have another home. This is our home, so it means that we are kind of a family, but we are going through a terrible domestic abuse by the Prime Minister and the government, and like it's often happens in those families that are being abused. Some of the siblings try to identify with the father, with the abusive father, and they still admire him, and they try to ignore his crimes. And on the other hand, some siblings, they want to expose, they want him to take responsibility, and they fight against the father. So I make it sound like a family story, which it is in many ways. And this way, I hope that the readers will get the impression that that Israel is not the government, that there is a huge population that is fighting in the streets for almost 3 years now, and some even before. I feel it's one of my roles to speak for this population and to make it more known in the world, in Europe, for example. Thank you.
Is that why you wrote in one of your columns against Israel, against the boycott, against Israeli artists? That is a lot of time very silent. The boycott is silent. It not has to be declarative. We don't want any Israelis around here. Sometimes they say, we can't guarantee your safety, so maybe you shouldn't come. There's not enough participants, etc., etc. But so. This is something that you wrote about, that you are very much against the exclusion of Israeli artists.
Yes, of course, because I think they deserve just the opposite. I mean, many of the Israeli artists are fighting against the government. In many ways they can, and I just can't understand it, why they don't get support, why they don't, when I say they, I don't know exactly what I mean, all those who boycott us, and yes, and all those who treat us like a whole, and they cannot see, and I don't know why. They don't relate to the fact that we are fighting almost 3 years against the government, against the war, against what's going on in Gaza, against the crimes outside of Israel and inside of Israel, because Netanyahu is committing crimes to the Israeli people too. And so instead of seeing this struggle, it's so easy just to boycott, just to ignore, and in this way they erase the complexity, and they erase everything we are trying to do.
Did you experience something like that yourself? I mean, with connections, with fellow writers, with someone who wrote you, any sort of boycott or estrangeness?
Well, actually, not really, but maybe I don't know because I'm not very involved in social media. I guess I gain a lot from it, but I remember a festival somewhere in Europe, kind of a panel that one of the writers didn't want to participate when I entered the room. I tried to talk to her, but she was not listening.
Just because of your nationality, not
because
of your opinions or your actions?
No, not at all. Just because of my nationality.
And how did it make you feel?
It's frustrating, of course, very much so. But it didn't happen a lot, and sometimes even on the contrary, that I feel many of my friends here in Germany, for example, they care so much, and I get so many messages. In every war, after every bomb in Haifa, like 20 messages from Germany. Are you fine? Are you okay? And I think that I could stay in Germany for years if I would attend all the invitations that I received from friends. So I don't complain personally, but I know from other friends or Jewish writers that the situation is very painful.
You mentioned your special relationship with Germany as a country, and how would you describe your relationship with the German crowd, for instance? If you could. Well,
I can only say that my book, my first book translated into German, Love Life, was came out here 25 years ago.
I know a few German women who named their child Yara because of the hero in your book.
My daughter always complains that since the book came out, everyone calls her Yara. So since 25 years, the German readers accepted me with a lot of warmness and a lot of loyalty. and it's very moving to come here every few years with a new novel and to meet the readers. And some of them, it's many years already, and some of them are some of the readers, female mainly. They tell me, we are getting all together with you, like all those stations in life and all those situations that women find themselves.
When we came here today, I saw how people ran towards you. Oh, it's Ruya, it's Ruya. And everyone said, oh, I'm such a big fan. So it must be very nice.
Yes, I'm very grateful for this.
So let's circle back to what we started with. And you can clap. So let's circle back to what we started with, which is how can you write during wartime, and what's going on with the book you started writing, and how is it going on right now?
Yes, so after this huge break, I came back to writing, and with more feeling of meaning, and especially because of this timing of the plot that makes everything very, very dramatic. Every small step becomes very dramatic. So I'm writing, I got my passion back and my inspiration.
Yeah. And when is the due date?
Well, I'm so slow. I finished the first draft, but I need at least 10 more.
Never ask a writer when is the due date.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you so much for this conversation, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
It was an honor.
Thank you, Tzruya Shalev. Niv, you are staying on stage because we have our last panel discussion. We're inviting Lily Kobler, a director of the Goethe Institute at the MENA region, Nadav Lapid, film director and writer, and Katya Luker, managing director of Initiative Music. Please.
Thank you all for being here. This means the world to me, seriously. So I'd like to start with an identical question, and it's sort of a big one. What was your biggest challenge, personally and professionally, the last 2 years? As all of you are... Katya?
Yes, hello. Thank you, everyone.
Lily, sorry. I said Katya and I meant Lily. Sorry.
Thank you, everyone, for staying. I'm very humbled to be amongst so many wonderful people and ideas. I think a lot has been said, and I hope we can add a tiny little bit. Thanks for staying on. The biggest challenge, I think, I came in September 2023 to Cairo as the regional director of the MENA region, which includes Israel and Palestine and many other countries. And I think we had always been very sure of how we work with our dialogical approach, how we work with our partners, and then just a few weeks into my stay after 7th of October, a lot of our partners questioned very much on how to work with a German institution, given the stance that Germany was taking on the conflict. So it was very hard conversations that we started having with our partners. Some of them stopped working with us and did not want to work with us. Others were in touch with us, and some of them were very very vocal about not wanting to work with us anymore.
And why is that?
Because they felt the stance that Germany was taking was very one-sided, very unempathetic to the Palestinians, and that sort of a trust really was lost of having felt that we were by their sides all this time, and especially in countries where we try to share their values and support them as well. They felt there was a loss of trust, and I think we did not have blueprints on what to do and how to deal with the situation. You know, always dialogue's very easy when we're of the same opinion, but what happens when it gets uncomfortable, when we have different perspectives, or maybe even disagree?
Okay, we'll circle back to that because it's very interesting. Katja, would you like to share?
Do I have to do? No, thanks, and good evening. I think there's not a special challenge the last 2 years. We had a lot of challenges every time. Different ones, not only after October 7th. And I think because we're talking about boycott and so on, I think the biggest challenge was when the boycott starts against our festival 2017. So it's a long time ago, and so it didn't started the last 2 years. But talking about, because I'm a managing director of a funding organization, before that I was 11 years the managing director of and the founder of the Berlin Music Funding, and I was the founder of a festival called Popkultur. And now for 2 years I changed and worked for the federal government in a way because we're getting the money from the Minister for Culture and Media, and helping musicians, helping festivals, helping structures in Germany, doing art, doing music projects and so on. And we've got challenges all the time, talking about isms, all the isms we are talking about. I just arrived at this conference, so I didn't know. I think you talked about all this the whole day, so I don't know what kind of spirit you all have, and if you're very much exhausted after this, I think after this day. But I was very happy hearing that there was no boycotts in front of the door and from none side.
Today, no protests at all.
Because that is really that is good, because that is what we have in the music sector and in the art sector, German-wide so far, confronted with boycotts from different sides, and just we have to deal with it, and we have to do decisions nearly every week, and to find out what's going on, and is it real, who is boycotting, why, against what, and so we try to figure this out all the time.
Nadav, you have a new film that came out yesterday. Yesterday was the premiere here in Berlin, right?
Yeah.
So you must have had a different kind of challenge, I guess.
Yeah, for me the biggest challenge. Hi everyone, good evening. For me the biggest challenge of these 2 years was making this film. Like filmmakers, they are focused on themselves. So, yeah. but it was making this film, which was the biggest artistic and human challenge I think that I faced in my cinematic career. I live in Paris in the last years. I left Israel, mainly because I felt that it's a hopeless society, which I'm even more convinced now. And it's hard not to be convinced now. So in the 7th of October, I was in my apartment in Paris. But a few weeks later, 2-3 weeks later, I felt the feeling. I felt the urge to go to Israel and to see things with my own eyes. And it was a kind of a contradictory sensation, because on one hand, the society, Israel, was in a state of agony. Myself, I was in a state of agony, and there's a kind of tenderness, very uncharacteristic tenderness, that I felt in Israel suddenly. I mean, I felt a kind of empathy, of course. And on the other hand, you know, talking to people whom I really like, to friends, many of them artists, listening to the people in the streets, it was evident for me, as I think it was for some other people, that we are heading towards the worst, that the Israeli vengeance is going to be apocalyptic and biblical, and that the cost of Palestinian blood, which was already very, very cheap before in Israel, is going to become, you know, really zero, and that Israeli society is going to fall to a total moral abyss. And as a filmmaker, as an artist, when you see your society about to write its name in red and black letters, big letters, in the history of disgrace, I mean, you ask yourself what to do. So again, without falling to a kind of dogmatic movie, without falling to a kind of binary piece of art. So this movie that is going to be released in a week in German.
At what point did you decide to focus your next film on this topic, on the war of Gaza, and not in an allegoric way? It's specifically the thing itself.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, it's kind of an interesting, I think, case because this movie, I mean, we haven't come here to talk about the movie, but this is all, in a way, I know to talk about these days because I'm traveling all over the world with the movie. So this movie, the script existed before the war. It described an Israeli society addicted to stupidity, vulgarity, racist,
hedonism,
hedonistic, totally blind towards the others, in a deterioration towards authoritarian regime and fascism. So, in a way, I feel that, you know, on one hand, the intuition was right. On the other hand, this is the description of today of, I don't know, 50% of the society is in the Western world. I mean, you could tell exactly the same thing on the US. So, and in a way, we thought about, at a certain moment, we thought about shooting the movie in the US, you know, with American actors. And then came the 7th of October, and came the horror was knocking on the door. And you don't have any choice, you know. I mean, the movie begins. I will just finish with saying, the movie begins, or in the beginning, more or less in the beginning, there is a well-known painting of Georges Grosz, the German expressionist, named "The Pillars of Society." It's a satirical, surrealistic, and yet hyper-realistic description of the pillars of German society. The head of German society, the priest, the military, and the banker in Berlin in 1926. In the movie, I mean, I used this painting to show or to portray Tel Aviv 2025. A place, yeah, on the edge. I mean, we all know what happened you, of course, know what happened in Berlin 33. So a place heading towards a moral abyss.
Lily, you were mentioning before the special relationship and alliance between Israel and Germany and how it made other allies and other parts of the region feel and think. Do you think that their initial thought is right? Is it a special relationship? Is it one-sided? Is it not enough compassionate towards other parts of the region?
Short or long answer?
Whatever you like.
Yes, I mean, I think the lack of empathy and the way, also the debate in Germany, and maybe we'll come to that a little bit, the way that the discourse in Germany was very, very unkind, very unempathetical, and also left no real voices and no real. There was a kind of speechlessness, I feel. I mean, stages were getting more empty. We've had the topic of boycott of Israelis, but also Arab voices felt that they were not invited or cancelled, and stages and the voices from the place became less and less and less. And it was very much a talk about certain things, but not with the actors on stage. And I think in many cases, I could totally relate and understand what partners were saying. And it was, I think we heard it today, it was also about listening without replying, but also understanding different contexts and the nuances. And we had many times today, we heard complexity. And I think we have a lot to lose, as we also heard today, not only in Israel, but worldwide. And using this in a way as a chance to really allow us to have complexity and nuances and putting people back on stage.
And how do you do that?
Well, so I think, like I said, we didn't have really blueprints of how, and it was very fragile in the beginning. It is still today, but we found a few formats where we really focused on long-term exchanges, changing the perspective through residencies, for example. So Israelis going to Germany, Germans going to Israel, to Arab countries. We have residency spaces in Cairo, for example, but also in Jerusalem and in West Jerusalem. So trying to really bring people to change their perspective, engage in a place, and then go back with maybe some other ideas, some other connections and networks. So that was one. And the other one was honestly not to do everything publicly, to take things off stages as well, and genuine conversation being possible, and also maybe trustworthy discussions being possible that would not be possible in such an unkind discourse as we were seeing it.
And do you consider it successful? I mean, up until now?
Like I said, very thin ice, very small threads, but yes, I mean, I think that's why I still do the work I do, because I believe in it, because I'm passionate about it, and I see, I mean, we were talking a bit about boycott as well. I see how, for example, artists would say, no, I will not go to this festival in Germany, and then we would ask, but would you travel to Germany? Yes, I would like to meet German artists. So doing like an off-stage program of meeting German artists and discussing things behind closed doors was, I think, very, very effective in that sense. And that's maybe just one example.
Okay. Katja, I want to talk to you a little bit specifically about BDS. What was your first encounter with this organization? Was it a positive one?
That's a very funny question. No, not at all. First of all, we didn't know. At 2017, we built up this festival 2 years ago. It was it's an international festival. It's international artists. 10,000 people are attending in the audience. Bands from all over the world. In my whole life as a cultural manager, I'm working with artists from Israel. So that was very much normal. And it's very much normal that you're getting money from the federal state of Germany and from export offices from all over the world as well. And so we did this all the time. I also invented a residency in Tel Aviv, for example, before. And once I got a phone call and somebody said, and that was 2017, you have to go to the socials, you have to see, because we are boycotted and it's your name. And that was really the thing, because I'm just the managing director and the director of this festival, but they did everything with my name in front, and they said, okay, she's working together with Israel.
Did someone try to contact you or talk to you before?
No. Everything was like BDS is working all the time. Nobody is talking to you. So they just boycotted, and I had to take a lawyer, because they said, she is working with Israel, she's doing this and that, and she's getting money from Israel to do special things. And because I heard it before, a journalist was saying that there were approaches from the embassy of Israel doing this or doing that, or I don't know what. I never heard about this. That was never coming to me. And for sure, we talked to the embassy of Israel, because the money was coming from them. But they never said, okay, please invite this band or artist from Israel and do not invite this because maybe it's a left wing, because we invited left wing Israel artists all the time, and there was no approach. And I think it's very much important also saying this on the stage. And so, and then we were boycotted, and they were lying about me as a person and about our festival, and that then you can read it on the internet. We've got so much. We were on interviews. There was a very, very big crowd following all these things because we were the first festival that was boycotted in this way. And I think that really made sense for this organization called BDS, whatever and whoever is behind this organization, or if you will call it an organization, I don't know what it really is at the end.
A movement.
A movement, maybe, but there were so many people just saying, yes, okay, this is the movement, okay, and they are working with Israel, okay, we will boycott them. And then a lot of bands said, no, we will not play this festival. And we started, in the beginning, we wanted to invite them and saying, let's make something like this, let's talk together. We invite you talking to us, because what are you talking about? We invited artists from the Middle East, from all over the world. So, but they for sure boycotted us as well.
But was it about? Sorry that I'm interrupting. But was it because of the Israeli bans, or was it because of the Israeli funding? Because Israeli funding, someone might say, okay, I don't want to participate in that festival because the same money that goes to this festival is the same money that goes to the West Bank, to settlements.
To be honest, it's a difficult question. Mm-hmm. Who really knows? We built it up with this good Berlin and German money residency in Tel Aviv. Mm-hmm. And the people were boycotted in the beginnings, and peer groups from Germany and so on told the Berlin artists don't go there. And there was no Israeli money, nothing in it. It was just because of Tel Aviv, you know? And we had such a really big variety of stories like these. I think at the end, it's a very good story that you're saying, okay, you've got all the sponsors, all the people giving you money on your posters, on social media and so on. And there is also amongst, 40 sponsors of organizations giving money. There is the Israeli one, and they said, you have to put it away, otherwise we will boycott you. And I think we had so many problems, and still have, because we said, are you kidding? No way. You want us to put out one sponsor in the way, and then everything is fine. And believe me, all the time people during the years are coming and really want to influence me, and everybody is saying, and also from the cultural sectors, they are just saying, why are you stopping working with Israel? Then you will not have any problems. And this is the point. And that's what it's all about. And we didn't stop.
This is what I would have done.
Oh, why?
Much easier.
No. Why? There is no reason for this, because we're working with Israeli artists, and I changed. For 2 years, I'm now on the working not any longer for Berlin, not any longer for the festival. And so they are doing their own stuff now, and I don't know. I think they were not boycotted any longer. I think there were no Israeli artists playing the last edition. So I don't know why, but yeah, I think it's a difficult question. I think BDS in a way did this job, and you said it's a movement, and in a way it's a movement, and it's a very good crowd, the people and the popular music scene, because they have got so many opinions and less education, and I think very often they do not know what they are talking about and what BDS really mean, because it's not harmless. It is not, really. I can tell you that it's not. So,
from personal experience.
Yes, for sure. It's not only me, it's my whole team. And they really suffered all the years from all these Yeah, what was going on? So far.
Nadav, I must address the next question to you because it reminds me something that you said that was quite controversial during your Q&A with Ari Folman in the Jerusalem Film Festival. And you said that had you been a foreign director and not an Israeli director, you're not sure that you would have screened your film in the Jerusalem Film Festival. This was quite controversial, I guess, even for, I don't know.
Even for you?
No, not for me.
No, 2 days ago, the sales agent, which is the sales company which is selling my film in the world, asked me about the film festival in Russia. And after hesitation, I asked them not to send the film to this film festival. Yeah, but the same claps, you should clap film directors who don't send their film to Israel, to Jerusalem Film Festival. Because another, short story, like in the beginning of the Russian-Ukraine war, I got an invitation from doesn't matter which, but from a big film festival in Russia, run by people whom I know in person, whom I met. One of them organized once for me in retrospective in Moscow, so I know them very well. And they asked me to come to St. Petersburg to get a kind of award for cinematic achievement. And and I hesitated a bit, and I told them, I'm sorry, I can't come. I can't come because, and they told me what Israelis are saying. They told me, but we are the good Russian. You don't understand. We are the good Russian. The problem is Putin. Like people here saying the problem is Netanyahu, as if Netanyahu invented Netanyahu, the Israelis invented Netanyahu.
That was Netanyahu's response, by the way.
It means that I'm right. But, I think that the normalization of Israel, for years, I think the word Germany, in the first rank, is normalizing an unnormal place. It's normalizing a place that, an occupying place, a kind of one of the longest occupation of our time, is accepting something that cannot be accepted.
Naturally, because of its past.
Yeah, naturally because of its past, and I always have, if I would have had 1 minute in the elevator of the hotel with the Chancellor of Germany, I would have told him that I think that especially if he or other German care about Israel or suffer from historical remorse, which they should suffer, of course. The worst thing that they can do is to enable Israel this impunity. The worst thing. It enables Israeli society, and really I don't want to, but it's a totally different topic. But as I tried to say before, I think that the distinction between Israeli government and Israeli society regarding what happened in Gaza and also in general is so artificial and so false. But I haven't seen any meaningful struggle. There was a fierce struggle in Israeli society about the hostages, huge manifestation, fierce struggle against the corruption of Netanyahu with important army people, pilots who withdraw from the army. The same pilots were burning Gaza. 1 year later, there wasn't any. The biggest shame I think of Israel is not what the bad Israelis did, but what the good Israelis didn't do, and they didn't do anything important and anything meaningful to stop the war. And still now, I don't think that in Israeli society there is any sign of awareness. I don't think that Israelis, I generalize of course, think that what happened in Gaza is horrible.
But do you think that you're the one who's supposed to take the heat? The one who's supposed to suffer?
I think that before that Israeli artists, including myself, I'm meeting this boycott on a daily basis with my new film. But before Israeli artists ask themselves, complain about the boycott and shout and feel as if they are again the eternal victim. I think that we Israeli artists, we should ask ourselves, what have we done during these 2 years? What have we done? Where to which extent Israeli artists were active in a struggle to stop this horror, this genocide. To which, just a second. To which extent, I want to give a simple example as a filmmaker. The Israeli news, the TV channels, as I think you know, but maybe also you know, took a totally perverse decision not to broadcast what's happening in Gaza. And this has created this surrealistic reality where the only people who didn't know, who didn't see the horrors in Gaza were the people who was executing this horror. Now, we Israeli filmmakers, our tool is the audiovisual. It was our obligation to try to shatter, this denial, and to use this tool in order to create an audiovisual alternative. We haven't done it. We failed. We totally failed, like other sectors, like this whole society, which totally failed in this historical moment. So yeah, I think I think that Israel should be sanctioned exactly like Russia is sanctioned, for instance. And I think that we saw in this war that from within, Israeli society today doesn't have the tools to repair itself. The only thing that can help is external pressure. But if I think that boycott on arts is justified or not, it's a big question. But I think that this idea that we have sometimes Israeli artists that we should do nothing and keep on living exactly the same, as if nothing happened, is a total perversion.
Katya, I see you want to respond.
May I just ask a question? Because we are in a house of art. Yeah. This is a house where people are coming together also from all over the world. And I think the big question is it naive to think, and I'm not an Israeli woman, I'm a German woman. I was born in Germany. But isn't it naive to say that we try to see both sides, that we try to bring people together, that we want to have talks like these, that we still want to invite artists from Israel, and that we want to talk together about this, and because I don't get the point with we have to go out then, and there was a yesterday, and there is a today, and there will be a tomorrow. And what will be tomorrow? Because what was going on in Germany, for example, coming from the music scene or coming from the club scene, talking about the Nova Festival, where so many people died, that was so horrible, and it's still a question why all these people from the club scene in Berlin and Germany was so brutal, silent during this time. Because isn't it possible to say or to see that we have empathy with all the victims, and that we still want to come together and have maybe a naive dialogue, but still, what What else do we have at the end?
You want to answer, Nadav?
I think that nothing is naive. In the same way that the belief that artists would agitate the flag of resistance in a time of war isn't a naive thing, but it didn't happen in Israel, at least. But I think when I look at, for instance, at the art domain or the film festivals domain. Again, I wouldn't preaching here to boycott my own film. I mean, even this self-hatred Israel, etc. It has its limits. But when I look at these, for instance, directors of film festivals, that a lot of them I know in person, I think that I think the problem is not, this artist, this film festival. The problem is Emmanuel Macron. The problem is that Israel profits from impunity. This is the big problem. The problem is that the European Union, for instance, couldn't sanction, couldn't execute the slightest sanction after 2 years. And after, I don't know, dozens of years of occupation. And then I think, all sorts of directors of artistic events, they find themselves, in a way, they have to replace the impotency of their political leaders. Because I agree that I agree that in a way, artistic boycott, boycott of artists should have been the last step. The last step. Again, if there would have been general sanctions over Israel, on Israeli economy, armed traffic, so I would have said, okay, you should also boycott artists in the same way that they did with South Africa. But to stop the apartheid, and we all know that the apartheid would have never stopped without this international pressure. The situation now, that the only one who's paying for the sins of Israeli society is a filmmaker, a choreographer, and a jazz drummer, is a kind of absurdity. But this absurdity comes first from this impunity of Israel. For me, it's unthinkable, that Iran was facing sanctions, that Russia is facing sanctions, and Israel really can do whatever it wants, without risking anything. And this is, as we know in this episode, Germany has its big share.
Well, unfortunately, we're out of time. Lily, you were supposed to be the responder for the next question, but we'll talk about the initiative GG 5.3 Weltoffenheit. Did I say that? Okay, we'll talk about it behind closed doors. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for staying. Thank you all for participating. And thank you, Neta.
Thank you, Niva Das. Thank you, panel members. Dankeschön, toda rabba, shukran, thank you. If you like and appreciate our work, please subscribe to Haaretz. This is the biggest support you can give this amazing newspaper, and will let us do more conferences like that. So please subscribe. Have a good evening, good night, salam, peace, shalom, toda rabba.